Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Everyone always keep falling in love again. The fuck's wrong with them? I don't understand. Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. For I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'ma drink at this place. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? If I had an option to be someone else, I would, and let go of you. I know that I'm obvious, fuck it, I'm made this way. But why didn't I stay when I had the chance? Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. For I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done in my drink at this pace. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah,
2 months and counting.
we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? The only one that's left in the rain. The only one that's left in the rain. Am I the only one? 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 Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain?
I'm doing work that let's join. Hope everything is going well, Matto and Chatto.
I don't care where the motor stops, cause when I want it, then I want it, yeah, I want it, oh, I want it, let's go. Look around, where's the people at? I want a taste of the good life, hit me with it, right now I'm in it. Cause when I want it, then I want it, yeah, I want it, oh, I want it, let's go. And I won't look back, yeah, I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Baby, I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. Said, yeah, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. It's 2 a.m. when we close the bar, but we're in the get-go. Next place, give me someone I could dance with you beneath the stars. Cause when I want it, then I want it, yeah, I want you. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, cause right now I'm in it. I feel kinda dizzy when I'm staring at you. And I won't look back, yeah, I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Baby, I don't have to know stops when you move like that, yeah. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, 'cause right now I'm in it. Yeah, I'm fucking in it. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. I said, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun, with a light your fire. I've been flying off the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invincible at last. Fueling every engine. and maybe we're invincible. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. I'll be flying up the stage to make you believe. With my heart like the drive, we do what we want, but when I'm free, when our hearts on
Hyperdrive.
Hello, chatto. It's Thursdat, and coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK, the Champions League returns, and this time we have ridiculously 8 teams in Europe, 5 of which will be in the Champions League. I'm not going to let this ruin the intro because we've got other things to talk about. I've sold some other players, I've brought some new guys in, everybody's got through into Europe. All that and more, though, will be coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK. And we're dancing. You can't stop me. I'm unstoppable. Ooh. Did you put up 9 fingers? No.
Happy Thursday. Sick Mad Jam,
I
sick
can't
Harold, sick.
bend that other finger all the way down because I have weird tendons, apparently. Battling through the sabotage. Yeah. I briefly lost my way. It was like a little miniature stumble where you just kick a rock when you're running, but then you got there. Got a new back. Not really, no. It's getting there. It's getting there. Like, hang on, let me just turn this music down slightly. Actually, before that, 1 second, my friends. First things first. Asher Prince, thank you for the 22 months while I was offline, but I'm sure you'll see the VOD, so thank you very much for that. That's very, very nice of you. Moving back on, Rayleigh, say thank you for the 2 months. Clarky, thank you for the 27. That's 3 Twitch Babbies, tripletes. Hungry Hibbos with the 32 months. That is mad. And Rayton Jr., thank you for the 25. That's a lot of long subbies. My godness, friends. So as for the back, wait, no, there's more. Tertia with the 30 months. God damn, it's the day of long sub streaks, apparently. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm feeling a bit like... I was worried. Genuinely started to get worried that it was... I don't know. But basically, I think it was James Miller on the last stream reckoned that I'd done like a minor strain or a pull to my... What's it called? My rhomboid major muscle. And yesterday I had a little look through the anatomy of the back. And man is spot on. That is exactly where the pain is. Rhomboid major. That's the issue. Now, I don't know if it was just a case of, because I was so achy after doing the half marathon, I just didn't notice it in amongst all of the various aches and pains. And then once the general, muscle soreness went away, that was still there. And it made me go, oh, okay. So it made it seem like it was a new thing, but actually it was from the half marathon, probably, if I were to guess. It's from jumping over gates and stuff like that, I suspect. It probably just landed a bit funny. Yeah, it's a minor rhomboid major strain or something like that is my guess. It does look like a galaxy, doesn't it? So yesterday I was icing it quite a bit, and like ice and heat, not ice and heat. I've got this adorable hot water bottle, which I've been putting on it. Meet Mr. Hootie.
Matoid, Chatoid, and the Pog. Managed to remove a very small part of my ear in a sledgehammer incident yesterday.
What?
Up the little chef Ultras. We do what we want for Wilfred.
No. You can't just put that there and not explain. I wait for your explanation. How do you manage that? Some incident, I must say. Rhomboid major, yeah, it's basically the muscle at the bottom part of your shoulder blade that connects you to the spinal area above your latissimus dorsi, I think it is. But that's basically where it is. So, I can use it at night. Basically, I have been. Yesterday, I sat with an ice pack behind my back. And then I'd alternate those. And then in the evening, I was using the bit of heat there as well. And then this morning, I woke up, went for my run. So that was not too bad. Did some interval training. That felt okay. It feels slightly better. Plus, I've also found a way to relieve it when the pain starts to swell up. If I stick my hand like that, it provides like a little bit of relief for a minute. And then it seems to sort of kill it for a little bit.
Cold baths to reduce swelling.
It's getting there.
I'm hungry for Hungary today.
It definitely... What is blood doing? It definitely is feeling like it's getting slightly better. So that's something. We'll take that. My God, more resubs. What's this about? Holy shit. Inferno, though, thank you so much
6
for the
months
34
already.
months.
Love you, Matto and Chatto.
Oh, Tony Holy, thank you for the 28 months as well. And Wills, thank you for the 6 months. It's very, very kind. So yeah, it's getting there. It's not too bad. I feel a bit looser. The things like, for example, having my arms up here and bending over and no longer hurt as much. It's just the mid-range stuff where I'm like at this sort of level trying to reach for things. It creates this like, you know, like think of it as like a fire that starts and it slowly starts to spread out and starts burning. That's basically the way it sort of behaves. It's not like sharp pain. It's like a burning sensation. It's not ideal, but it is what it is. We'll get over it, right? Together, we can move through this. Did I actually even turn the music down? It feels really loud still. Oh, no, I did. The sextuple. Holy shit. What even is that? What trophies does that even encounter at that point? Mid-block for your back. I know. Useless back. Right, let's get off of this. My useless back. Sledgehammer some wood, and the wood flew into your ear in a very small... Oh, my days. I'm just being overdragged. No. Milk the shit out of that. Just pretend that you lost it in a... Well, to be fair, actually go with sledgehammer incident. You know, I'm something of a spine breaker myself. I know. Maybe all these years of me joking about the spinal injury in that FM save has completely done me in. Yeah, I'm curious to know what part of the ear. We talking lobe? We talking like rook? We talking top part of ear? I don't know any other parts of ear. Conch? I'm just going by piercings now. This is the only thing I know about parts of ear. I know lobe. Can I get an advance on lobe? If this was pointless and it was parts of ear, I would have to go with lobe, and it would not be a pointless answer. Oh, Prem Community Shield, European... Oh, the Super Cup. Forgot about the Super Cup. Speaking of the Super Cup, we won that, by the way. Yes, so we've got money in the bank. And it's actually surprising. So the money for Praetzel didn't come through until he'd actually left to join Real Madrid. And we already had load money before that, and I don't know where it came from. But the point being... Our finances are suddenly squeaky clean. 200 million in the bank. It's actually gone up. It went up to 200 and I think... What was it? 200... Yeah, it actually went up to 213 million, but I think that this only does it on a monthly basis. So, finances are pogged up. I have sold a couple of guys. Sponsorship... No, I mean, there's a tiny sponsorship bump, but it's not too bad. Also, FFP went out 84 million in the green, so that issue is completely solved, which is awesome. Side bit that's connected to your face and hangs over the inside bit. Ah! It's ear anatomy with Inferno. You full-earned back anatomy with your boy. Oh, Jesus. But yes, that's all good. There were some sales, but it was minimal stuff, really. Yes, we do have... they did get a takeover. It was a consortium, and no, they've put no money into Vegprem. I kept checking every couple of weeks. We did get taken over, though. We have a new chairman. Now then. It doesn't mean anything, but we do have a new chairman. It's a guy called Szilard Toboli, who's taken over from within... It's nothing major. He's not done anything other than say that I'd failed an objective that he set the moment that he joined. Literally within 2 days, I got a notification saying that we'd failed the objective to have the best youth academy in Hungary, which doesn't make any sense because firstly, we absolutely do have the best youth academy in Hungary, obviously. And secondly, that was a brand new objective that I failed instantly. So yeah, no more Joe. We've got Szilard now. That's meet the new boss, same as the old boss, most likely. Let's be honest. So there was one big sale. I say big sale, one reasonably large sale, and that was Luis Cardoso. You remember he came back from his loan spell at Halash, didn't want to play any football, was basically obsessed with leaving. So, in the end, I did exactly that. 39.5 million to Chelsea, but 50% of next sale fee, and he's only 26. So, as much as I didn't really want to sell him to Chelsea, the bids were not amazing. So, around about 40 million, plus 50% of next sale fee, gets him off the books. With us losing Kenny to Manchester United... We already had Edvaldo, though, so I didn't feel like Cardoso was going to play a lot this season, given the absolute mad depth we have out wide. Raw percentage, what's true, but then at that point, you're sort of, like, limited by just RNG, really. I don't feel like you can have much control of that. It sort of feels like, yeah, you can't really do much. Drinsky, thank you for the follow, though. I must have missed that. That's very, very kind of you, my friend. But yeah, so Cardoso's gone for 40 million pounds. Hosseini you knew about. Baumeister's gone. Gacic has also gone, but that was always part of the plan. I just wasn't sure if we'd actually get any money for him. We did. We got £5 million for him to go to Real Madrid. I love that at 36, him joining Real Madrid, he's suddenly worth 54 million. It just doesn't make any sense. But there you go. So he has gone to Real Madrid. And you know what? He'll probably save a load of goals against us this season, most likely. But it doesn't matter because we've got Liam Cooper and Thimoko Asoko. I think our goalkeeping options have still stepped in the right direction because we've obviously got Cooper, who'll be our main goalkeeper for this season. He's an absolute monster. I mean, look at his progression. In fact, I'll show you his progression properly. Ooh, must have Facebook open on another screen. 1 second. How dare you, Viking? So... Real Madrid, well, I say sugar daddies. It was only 5 million, right? Yeah, I think Spurs have accepted the bid for Kane, but that doesn't mean... I still think he's going to stay. I genuinely do. Now, that doesn't mean they're not going to try their best to try and push him out, because £100 million with a player 1 year left on their deal is insane money, and they've been mad not to take it, honestly, but there you go. It was also... Kane means a lot to Spurs. So, as for his progression, if I recall, he's got a really good technical progression. Yeah, look at that. Aerial reach up 2, command of area up 2. He's only been at the club 2 years as well. Tragus. Oh, that's another piercing. 1-on-1s is up 3 as well. Like, he's really improving in the things I love. Aerial reach, 1-on-1s, reflexes. He's got up 4 in composure as well. And obviously you can't see because I'm hidden it, but his physicals are also improving really, really well as well. So he's just across the board developing like crazy. We have 8 clubs in Europe, not in the Champions League. That would be ridiculous. Imagine if we had 8 in the Champions League. Go on, free. That would be quite funny, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It depends on what he values. It always feels to me like I just still don't believe it until I see it kind of thing. What's going on here? Yeah. Yeah, we have 5 in the Champions League, 2 in the Europa, 1 in the Conference League. I'll run you down the groups in a second so we can see what their main competition is and whatnot. So yeah, Cooper is the main man, but we also have Timoko Asoko as a backup goalkeeper this year. I mean, lordy lord. It's quite a pair of keepers that we've got on our hands. You might notice that Akaveke is gone. I've loaned him out to Kishvarda because we had these 2 coming back. I figured that we kind of didn't need him around the club right now, so we've sent him to Kishvarda for a season. He'll hopefully be their starting keeper because they could do with a new one. Ramirez has been a bit dodgy for a while now, so it's not too bad. Hey, Pierre! So that's that. I don't know if there's... Oh, yeah, one other signing. Cock Wriggling. He's gone, but he's gone to Uipest. So originally... he wouldn't go back out on loan to Zalagaseg, despite them getting promoted, which I thought was kind of weird. But I offered him out, and Uipest actually bid 2.3 million for him, so he's now gone to a top-flight side. So I wonder if he'll actually have the same level of success as he had at... how's Portier doing? I don't even know if Portier's still playing, honestly. He's fairly old. And I also sold Schusterreiter to Dino Zagreb for £1 million, but that's much of a muchness. Yes, so Stolic's in. These are the players I signed, 2 of which you already knew about because I showed you / we already knew they were joining. I haven't really signed many people. Leaning towards staying. There you go. We'll see what happens, really, right? Let's go for Fegan and how much Spurs. I suppose that's a good point as well, right? Yeah. But 100 million is a lot for a player with 1 year left on their deal. Like, really is a lot. Let me just have a look at Portier. I don't think he... Oh, he's at Atletico now. For free. God, he was actually at PSG for quite a while. But he's joined them for free. He was actually there last season. How old is he, these? 36. Still got 2 years left on his deal. Man's going to... He's losing his physicals just like Gacic was, but he's actually kept them a bit better than Gacic did, to be fair to him. He just never really worked for us. And Sodsler, our keepers, won't work for us this year. We'll have to oscillate between them. So, new boys that I want to show you. So, Stolnik, you already knew about. We liked the temp polls. 4.3 mil. Wouldn't go out on loan, which is annoying. He did have loan bids, but he turned them down. Zalagaseg wanted him, but he wasn't having it, which is very annoying. Because I think it's because he's 21. So, hopefully he'll be... Yeah. Harris, like, yeah, he's just a very good player, but I really wish he'd go out on loan because he's not going to play for us. Just no chance. But he's very decent. Maybe he's an executive. I mean, he will be if he gets a loan, but he turned them down. It's the dumb thing about it. Philippe Rolf. Now, you know we were looking at centre-backs, and we did obviously try and plug the gaps there a little bit. I forgot that the 1 flippable player I signed in the summer, sorry, the 2 flippable players, one of them is a centre-back. Philippe Rolf. So, Philip Rolf from Leicester City on a free transfer. Now, part of me was tempted to try and do a direct flip, but I think I might try and flip him next summer or January. Because actually, temp poll-wise, 14, 15, 15, he's decent. Like, he's actually a decent. Jumping reach isn't amazing, and he's quite injury-prone, so we'll have to sort of see with that. But for a free transfer, couldn't really go wrong. And we might be able to get like 20 million in January even for him, right? We'll take that. Hey, Gavin. Not too bad. Back sort of getting there. Andre Sene was the guy we picked up on a free transfer from Manchester City. I have tried to sell him, but no one's interested at the moment, which is a shame because I was trying to hoping that we'd get like 30 million for him. I think we'll still be able to sell him on relatively easily, but for the moment, he's just here. And attribute-wise, he's actually very good, but he's not as good as old Nieto. Excited for tonight. Well, I'm not actually doing the draft tonight, as you'll know. So I'm unfortunately going to be missing it. So, yeah. Unfortunately, I had a prior arrangement. Oh, dear. So, we've also got... oh, yeah. This is one. I found... it's FM Playoffs this weekend, which I am in, but I'm unfortunately not able to do the draft tonight. Owen is going to be drafting on my behalf, which is going to be interesting. He's got all my draft prep, which is going to be interesting. No, it's FM Playoffs, so it's going to be on Sunday. He's got all my draft prep. I gave him all my shortlists, all of my like notes and stuff. It's all going to be fine. But the finals for that are on Sunday, which we'll talk about a bit more. No, Date with Patrick is tomorrow. And Parents tonight. But no, we're going to see the Barbie movie with Patrick and Gemma tomorrow. No, the Ivorian AM didn't go on loan, unfortunately, I don't think. Oh, you mean Charles Koulibaly? No, same problem with him, weirdly. Thank you, Whoppers. Yeah, it was nice to finally get a double final win at this point. Team of mats. I don't think there even are enough mats to make that work, right? So, yeah. The final three guys are players. One of them you may have heard of. The others, maybe not. So we'll start with Lorival. He was that Brazilian dude we were looking at for a little while. Now, he was up for free at the end of his contract, but he wouldn't sign for us at that point for some reason. This isn't actually 9 million either. It's actually 4.5, with the rest paid over the next God knows how many years. Point being, now, bear this in mind, £5 million. I think we've done all right out of that. 27 years old, 2 Brazil caps, £5 million. Oh, now we could have waited till January and maybe got him on a free, but I just didn't want to risk it. I was happy to drop 5 million and then another 5 over like the next, what was it, 9 years or something to get him done. So he'll probably be retired before we finish paying him off. But I figured for that kind of price, he's an absolute monster. Like, backup Super, I don't even know about that. I think I'd actually rather play him here. I think he could do a fantastic job as a shadow striker. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, honestly. I'm mainly looking forward to the steakhouse we're going to beforehand as well, which is going to be dope. Also, don't forget, we've also got this guy, Josipa Nieto, the freebie that we got from Athletic Club. Oh, I say freebie, £2.7 million. Look at the state of this human being. Some of the players we've picked up in this transfer window, and for the budget prices that we have been absolutely ludicrous. Like, genuinely astonishing, some of the deals we've managed to get done. Model professional as well. He's a dead ball specialist. Like, 18 free kicks, 16 corners, 18 penalties as well. If this guy's on the pitch, he's basically the Spanish Ward Prowse at this point. Joe grandson? I love it. His grandson's going to be so proud of him. So yeah, now, finally, 2 players you didn't know about. I find this happens every couple of years. We'll get a random scout report that's just of big size, usually in Spain. And sometimes those players have quite low release clauses. This is Antonio Munoz, £5.5 million release clause from Real Madrid. I was very fucking happy when I saw him. Oh. Like, for 5.5 million, a Real Madrid produced striker that can play in all of the front line. Yeah, there's been some Hungarian transfers. We'll get to it in a sec. But we do have to make good progress there. Amazing loan farmer. It's gone out loan to St. Lawrence. He's 17. Just, what are Real Madrid doing? And one more guy was a free transfer, Samir Al-Qadiri. Basically, we got to some of the scout reports, and I just saw a free guy that looked kind of decent at Venlo. So I figured, fuck it, why not? For free transfer, he's worth £5.6 million. He's gone on loan to Mossad Monjarava. I like him. Good reflexes. One-on-ones are a bit low, but, you know, he's a solid pickup, I'd say, for free. Don't think James is... true. I meant just more of being an insane. Now, I decided to dip out of the El Nasser guy in the end. I figured that we had the depth elsewhere, and I don't think we really needed him at this point. Particularly as once he was fully scouted, he just wasn't as good as we... I think he's still on the shortlist, isn't he? Yeah. He was just a little bit on the lower end of some of the technical attributes, which we were hoping would be... Like, physically and mentally, he's excellent, but he's just a little bit low on some of the technical attributes, which were... Bear in mind, his range was, I think it was 12 to 18, was the range of tackling that we thought he had, and now he was on the very lowest end of a lot of those technical ranges, and I just figured that we'd have better options in the squad. With Bartechko, Rolf, Manier is back as well. He's a French international. But yeah, there is a reason, yeah. That's the thing about it. Didn't even have 20 jumping reach. Didn't want us to a loan farmer. He would never be a loan farmer. He's 29 years old. There's no way he would be a loan. Loan farmers only really will work if they're like 21 or under. Basically. As far as players joining the loan farm, joining the first team squad this year, we have Manier, as you say, and Edvaldo. The only other one was Cardoso that he's got. Yes, I can, Kaka. Sorry, I was going to get to it, but I can tell you that we're not going to find any rhomboid majors. Although, maybe we will. I want to see what... Yeah, his 6 foot 6'ness was definitely helping, but 8 million. If he was like a couple more... Ooh, there we go. Olympique Robessoir. Very French and very... But mostly just very French. Though they do have Thomas Mace, so if they're ever in the woods and a bear comes along, you know, what if a bear comes? What if an Antitor comes and such? I'll refund you points for that. So, other Hungarian transfers. Let's do it. There have been some. I'll sort by fee, because there just has. All the way down here, this is 2 million. I think it's still best if I... Hang on, I'll scroll up. There you go. Make sure you can see. So, yeah, £2 million here. That was Tukishvada. Jose Munier. Just some really good pickups. They sold a dude. Uwe Peshta picked up a couple of dudes as well. Julgarov. Decent players. Low farm. 35 of them failed to gain interest when I try to extend how to fix this. Yeah, so June 2nd is the key. That's... I find that doing it on June 2nd from the loan screen and not waiting for that extension screen is absolutely vital for getting a lot more loan extensions. Don't know why, because FM, I suppose. Ferencváros signed this dude, Diego Monticchio from Milan for £3 million. Decent pickup as well. Debrecen sold a dude as well. Petrov's gone to Ferencváros again. But, Everton have 800 million in debt. That is insane, actually. Is that like a real life thing, chat? Wow. Oh Christ! Is that if that's just how it's I mean, you should be able to work your way out of that, I suppose, slowly, but it's going to require a lot of player sales. And hoping that the board. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's just. Jesus. Yeah, I don't really know what to do about that. Generally speaking, I tend to not take over clubs that are in so much financial trouble, but I didn't realize Everton were in that financial trouble in the game, or something as bad as that. That's kind of mad, Dandy. Broken. Apparently they are. Not quite Wolves broke at the moment, but I think they're working their way out. I suppose it's the start of the last season, isn't it? This is Saz23, DJM. If you do !skin in chat, there you go, which Johnston has just done for you, you'll find all the information that you could possibly desire about it. It's great, isn't it? We also, that was us doing things. They sold a player there. That was us. Here we go. Now it starts to get a bit more beefy. Kizvada again, £6 million. Mario Asanov. Bulgarian again. He's phenomenally tasty and 21 years old. Trust me, this gets better. There's some absolutely banging signings in here. But that one right there is a great signing for them. Look at the value as well, which is really awesome. Next we have, interestingly, Matteo Mancini joining Ferencváros for nearly £9 million as well. They really are throwing money at things at the moment. Then was a sale as well. Brahimi goes to Ajax for £8 million. That was us again. There was Baumeister. But now, look at this. Look at the Haladash spending. They've bought 4 players for over £10 million in this window. They mean business. Big business. DFB fan, thank you for the 23 months, my friend. I hope you're having a lovely day.
Hello there, Matto and Chatto. This might be the first FM23 I managed to catch all year.
No shit.
Hope everyone's doing well, Sick Harold.
That's mad, dude. Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining us again. Hope you're having a... How's life? How's life treating you? Yeah, they've definitely been replacing him, and boy, have they. Now, obviously, you knew about one of them. That was Hosseini. That was the player we sold to them. Bear in mind, they bid me 25 million, and I had to put it down just so that they didn't get absolutely messed. But yeah, here's the ones. Kasper Riesem, DM extraordinaire from FC Copenhagen, Danish international, 26 years old. He's just the complete product for them. They're buying finished players now, like, or Danish in this case. They're buying like the complete product. They're not even buying the youth at the moment. They're just going for it. Then they also signed this guy, Ricardo Perchigona, who I believe is the replacement for Edvaldo. I think he's one side of the replacements for Edvaldo. Brazilian, 23 years old, from Palmeiras. Things you'd love to see. Hey, Shumate's going good, man. How are you? So he's good as well. Don't know why he doesn't have a face. They also sold Nikola Radenkovic to Porto for 15 million. So that's probably financed a little bit of this as well. Looking at the loan farm. Maybe, to be fair, there's a strong chance that most of these players at some point I've probably looked at for the loan farm. They also signed a guy from Chelsea. They bought a player from Chelsea. Maxim Ivanov for 17 million quid. I mean, he's worth 60 to 89 million pounds. Ukrainian international with 100 caps. They've just spent 17 million, but they could probably still sell this guy for 50, potentially. He is massive for them. And they really have strengthened this squad up ridiculously, considering. Yes, they're paying a guy £77,000 a week at Halalash. That's good money even at MTK, to give you an idea. That's so damn awesome. First ever 23 stream. Oh. Swings and roundabouts and all that jazz, you might say. TSRT, thank you very much for the 16 months, my friend. I hope you're having a lovely time.
Another one down the drain. Might one day have time to catch us still live again. Have a good one.
It's fine, we're live today. I mean, they're certainly giving it a go. Still only 30, exactly. How do you manage balancing growing a loan farm, also have enough quality players? Generally speaking, that doesn't become an issue that difficult. It doesn't become an issue at first because at the start, you're often having a lot of Hungarian players in your squad anyway, and it means that you have usually got enough. But we did have to prioritize homegrown for like the first maybe 3 or 4 seasons of Europe, just to make sure that we had enough players coming through to satisfy that. But after that, and we had a nice little core of players that were always going to be here for like the next 5 or 6 years. After that, we just figured we'll just start the loan farm, and eventually enough players will join us that will meet those requirements. We've never once fallen foul of it or even had to like think about it ever since. I don't think we've had a discussion about, oh God, how are we going to pick this Champions League squad for maybe 15 years in this save, because we've always been on it. It's like the most. Raumdeuter, probably, because I feel like it doesn't work in the way that it should do, and it makes me sad. And I guess it's because it's quite a niche role. Used to dislike it, come around to the most. Oh, God, it has to be... Trequartistas. I never used to use Trequartistas, but now I love a Trek. You gotta... Yeah, you kind of have to suffer a little bit. Raumdeuter is just... Yeah, it's broken in the bad way. Precisely that, yeah. Now, let me just do a little checky check on today's video, just to make sure that we're publishing and everything's going okay. That's a solid start for us, I would say. Decent. That's just a... Plus, it's a Thursday after... Like, Thursday morning. What am I expecting? That's a solid start for us there. Nice. Wow, that's a shitload of sub growth. Holy shit. Okay, cool. Thank you for the support, Shadow. So, I'm not going to run through all the fixtures of every single team because it's just going to take forever. What I will show you, though, is, like, the groups themselves. So you can see who's around, right? So, obviously, we've got us, Halalash, Kishvarda, Giamot, and... Hang on. Where are they? Debrecen are in there somewhere too, I think. I think it's Debrecen. There they are, underneath Dinamo Zagreb. So those are our competitors so far. That Elliot Norris guy I sold to Shakhtar has actually been the top average rater so far, which is funny as fuck. We've got a lot of opportunity to gain points. We did get everyone through, although that's really not a surprise these days. I think that outside of maybe drawing against the English side in the ECL, we kind of guaranteed to have the maximum amount of sides every single season. Although the Spanish side last season could have been a bit dodgy. As for the Europa League, biggest competitors in this one... Ajax and Benfica are decent. Valencia are pretty solid as well. Sporting, Lazio. But, hang on, where's the English teams? Newcastle. Does this look a little bit light to you? Where's the other English team? I'm sure they're in there and I'm just being a silly. England only have one team in the Europa League this season. Now, that might mean they've got an extra one in the Champions League because I think... Wait, no. Oh, hang on. Who won the Europa League? I think it was Arsenal. Oh, Arsenal went into the Champions League because they won the Europa. But they must have qualified... It's because of the weirdness. They must have 6 in the Champions League, then yeah. So for some reason I was thinking that we'd had a team win the Europa, but that's what it is, yeah. England or Spain? No, they can't have done it here because they would have gone straight into the league phase, so that's not an issue. As for the Conference League, we've obviously got Kekschmet. Not sure how I feel about that. I don't know if they're going to be strong enough to make that happen. But when you look at the best sides... Cheat want to keep left back from Africa named again. Oh, Christ. What, you mean in real life? Fuck. The guy that we had on this save. I can't remember his name. I genuinely can't remember his name. Fuck. Who was it? Oh, Moses Jarju. He's many things. He ain't that. It was... I could just go back and look. But, I might not even show up, actually. Did you say there's no English team in the Conference League? Hang on a minute. Ndai. Amadou Ndai. Ndai. I'm not going to do it again, but that's the guy you're thinking of. Amadou Ndai is the one. Wasn't even close to... Hang on, let's just see this. Where's the... England again. They must have a team in the Conference League. Leeds United, third quarter. Oh, no way! Hang on, wait. Oh, that's the third round. Oh, was it? They must have been knocked out. Hang on a minute. What? Come on! I didn't even notice that. Oh, lovely scenes. So the only reason I noticed that Spain lost the team last time is because it was our side that knocked them out. They lost. Wow, they got absolutely hammered. 4-0 by Montpellier. That's glorious. That's very good news. Because if you think about what happened last year, right, when Spain were missing Sociedad. Sorry, Real Sociedad. There's no way they would have only got 15 points if they'd had Sociedad in that. I reckon they'd have got like 19 minimum. I think that's going to cost England like 4 whole points this year, potentially. This could be a year that we get number 1 on the coefficient for at least a season. I think we might actually be in a genuine battle with England this year. Particularly with them having... only one side of the Europa as well. There's more chance of them knocking each other out of the Champions League too. Now, there's also a chance of them getting loads of bonus points, but that really does actually, this could be a really... I reckon I could see England getting like low 20s. Like maybe like even less than 20 points this year. This might be a big year for us. Yeah, we're massively behind because remember, we're losing 25.9 this year. But even with that, we're still ahead of Spain by a full point. And still 9 points clear of Germany. It's great. So, let's get into the first game. Boom, which is against Real Madrid. Our big two games are Real Madrid and Chelsea, which is away from home. So the only game we'll have to play Fortress in the group stage will be Chelsea away, which is tough, but not undoable. First day of the window, though. Girmot Feyenoord, Kijvara PSG, lol, Haladash Marseille, and Debrecen will host Dinamo Zagreb. Big points on offer for us. Yeah, well, we've got to get through 6 games today. Because I don't have that much time after stream today because Pog and I are meeting her parents for dinner later. So I have to kind of get... It's quite an early table too. Nagacic start. Oh god, yeah. I think I already picked the team, didn't I? Yes, I did. We had a couple of injuries in pre-season. So, for example, we're missing Edvaldo, Raposo, and Dala, which is not ideal, I grant you. So that's why we've had to shuffle things around a little bit right now, and why Nieto will start up top for us in this role here. But look at the squad here. We've got Soko on the bench. We've got Rolf. Sene's in there too. This is a stacked bench. Lorival, Canyado can do a job for us if we need it. Janos. Now, unfortunately, we've got a bit of tiredness with Teixeira and Yamin because we were a little bit light for the rotation game, and there was not a lot of options there because of other things. Big signings. I already showed the signings, Maris. I'm not going to go through them again, but there wasn't really any big signings, no. So I'll just refund your points on that, just because we do have to get through some of this stuff here. But I have already gone through all the signings. There was only like 4, most of which I showed last stream anyway. I'm trying to think if there's any that were really worth showing beyond... Oh, the only one that's probably worth showing that you wouldn't know about is Lorival, is this guy here. Technically only £5 million from a Brazilian side. And I think for that kind of money, he could be an absolute machine for us, potentially for a couple of years, or just a massive flip. But I really like him. Sorry about that, Maris. Yeah, so that should be fine. Let's go. Be curious to see what Nieto... Oh, by the way, actually, before we get into... one more thing I want to show you. 5 million. Technically, yeah. It's 9 million, but most of the rest of the fee is split over like 9 years. We're top of the league, but we have a plus 22 goal difference. Because we won our first game 10-0 against Spartacus. And Edvaldo looked very good in that first game until he got injured. So there's that as well. Teixeira also has 4 assists in his first 4 matches. So he's really started off the season like a house on fire. The good kind. Someone that you don't like's house. Spartacus is definitely not looking great with that. I guess there was no one else. One of them stood up and said, no, I am Spartacus, and then no one else did it, and then they just got battered. But yeah, strong start for us. So Gacic is in there, Pretzel's in there. 2 of the players we sold to them are in there. And Bobby Tree's on the bench. They know that he can't do it against us. They've got Junior Sunday. Oh. No, we had no mercy. To be fair, I always like to see what we're going to be like in those first few league games because we don't have the distraction of resting for Europe. So it's like pure first team squad for every game. And yeah. Oh, believe me, it's a Marin. This is one's less of a madness, Gavin, because it doesn't require any database stuff. Purely just me messing around with the editor. Janos does make the bench. Oh, also, by the way, we've lost Reece James as our assistant manager. As our under-19 manager, because he's now the Chelsea manager. He took the Chelsea job. So I have had to replace him. I can't remember who I replaced him with, but I have replaced him with a model citizen, so it's not really an issue. It's an Irish dude. This is on full match still, isn't it? Yes, it is. Cool. Let's go. Hey, Barney! I have high hopes. We've won every single game in the group stages in the last 2 years. And now finally we won the title last year. And we were so much more composed in that last final. It was just a different level for us. We finally seem to have stepped into that role. It's a great ball. Get out to him. I can actually see this one being a bit of a weird year for us. I feel like we're not going to go completely flawless in the group stage. We've got too many tough games. Like we have to play Juve as well. I think we've got Juve and Atletico as like the pot 2 sides, which are quite difficult ones. Romero, though, who I gave a new contract to in the summer, pulls it across and it's a failure there. But Yamin should have the ability to bring this out the air. Nice. I'll check after the game if you remind me. But he's decent. Oh, nice ball to Chera. Can he get another assist for his trouble? Yeah. Okay. Last year's replacement, probably. Although we've got some guys coming through. We did sign a lot of like DMs and AMs over the course of a couple of seasons. So hopefully we've got the players around for that. That being said, Velasquez seems to be doing a bloody good job, as already Debrecen are 3-0 up against Dinamo Zagreb. No disappointment there. 3-0 up in the first 10 minutes. Guaranteed. Ooh. Come on, lads. None of this silly bollocks. Oh, what a pass from Nieto. Right, drop it off outside. Now make the run and find him with the return pass. But Big Manovic is through. Oh, it's a great finish. It's 1-0. Big Manovic with his first goal of the season. Lovely to see. Like they don't. They do. They like them with Yamin. This God. Oh. He's come back in the chat. Oh. You love to see. This is a lovely pass though from Romero. Composed, like he slots that home. We leave 1-0. Our home record is actually outrageous. So Debrecen were 4th. No, I think Debrecen might have even been 3rd last year. And also, Sean Smith is that guy that we specifically gave them. Kishvada losing, but we expect that. What we kind of want now is just good results for Haladash. And where is Giamot? Oh, Giamot winning as well through Darwin the Lion. This is a very strong start for Hungary. Ball through Patrice. He must be offside. Yeah, comfortably offside there. Patrice has already netted 4 times for us this season, by the way. He got 11 or 12 last year, and he's already got 4 in all comps, which is just magnificent. Yeah, Debrecen have started. Haladash should be able to beat Marseille. Bear in mind, Haladash came 7th last year. They are completely next level good. So you'd expect them to win comfortably. But if Giamot win away at Feyenoord, that would actually be a genuine statement from them. Like, they won the Conference League. They beat a team like Roma. I think they could... I think we get 4 out of 5 through this season to the next round of the Champions League. I think there's one of them is going to take a hit. And I think it might end up being Kishvada. Although maybe I'm just saying that because they're the only one that's actually doing anything negative at the moment. Imagine if we got all 5 through. That could actually be, like, ludicrous point totals. We've been a bit mid so far. Bigmanovic has picked up a knock. Wants to stay on, injuries affecting him. He's going to have to come off. Luckily, we have many options on the bench, and Kevin is one of them. Although, we're not that far off from a Janosch appearance in the Champions League, which scares me a little bit. 4-0 now. A hat-trick for Sean Smith. They're killing it. They're absolutely killing it against Dinamo Zagreb, who admittedly will be one of the weaker sides in this, but the music just turned off. Must be just the quietest song of all time. Bit of both. Half-time, fairly solid, fairly straightforward. We'll take that. No problem. If things stay like this, I'll be pretty happy. Actually, I say that. I think we need that Haladash win as well. That would be the next thing that we kind of need on our cards. Also, it's only 1-0 to PSG, and it's Castillo with the goal. Like, there's always a chance. Yeah, it's a very typical sort of... And then again, I think the last time we played 2-0 there, that's not happening then. Come on, Haladash, you're better than this, bud. Bobby's on now for Real, but he's on out wide. Oh, no, he's up through the middle now. Yamin's a bit tired, which we kind of knew about. So I think I might actually... Ooh. That leaves us less options because Teixeira's really the only... I don't want to... we could bring Mania in there. Actually, to be fair, that could kind of work because he is a defender. Oh, Haladash are winning now. Nice. Nieto's not been amazing so far today, so I feel like I might even give Lorival a chance to play in behind the striker. Give him an opportunity to make, not his debut, I don't think, but one of them. Oh, this is going to be a corner to us, although I think there might be that weird highlight. So if Haladash are winning, so that's basically 4 wins out of 5 on the opening day would be very, very solid. And the only one that is a loss in there is one you'd completely expect. Like, the key thing about for Hungary is to win the games you'd expect them to win, and then take surprise points here and there to get the extra stuff. 5 goals. Yeah, but I think that might be counting stuff that's maybe for his Brazilian side before he joined us. Because I don't think he's played enough games. He's definitely not scored 5 goals for us. That I can assure you of. So it might have been that he's got 5 goals for his Brazilian team or something before he signed for us. Because they're obviously in the middle of their season. Still, I think. Oh, nice. Here we go. Find the pass. Slip him in. Blaz is in. Can he make it 2? Yes, he can. Blaz scores his 9th goal of the season already. It's only the first Champions League game and Blaz is already nearly into double digits. He's taking the piss out of me as well by rolling his shoulder there. Imagine being the 3rd best on... I know, and that's still a good thing. That's a really nice pass there from Kevin. He just holds the ball perfectly, lets it roll through his legs. Composed finish. Lovely. Blaz, you're right. He very rarely misses in that position. And it's so convenient to have that. Lorival with the delivery. And Patrice is in there and it's 3. It actually is. Whew. I love the deep AM. I wonder if it's because Lorival... Actually, no, he's more of a striker, isn't he? So you wouldn't expect him to do that. But Patrice scores another one. Lorival grabs the assist. Oh, damn it, Patrice. Yep, good point.
Nobody asked you here, Patrice!
And now all of a sudden, this game suddenly seems very convenient for us. Lorival again on the ball. Oh, go on. Oh my goodness me. He looks a bit dynamic. Is he quite tall? 6 foot tall. Yeah, he's actually got a bit of height about him too. Time for Janosch. I don't know if I... Oh yeah, I do have 1 spot left. Do you know what? I might even do it. At 3-0 with 30 minutes to go. And I get Philip Rolf on for Teixeira and then move Miggy out there just to keep him fresh. More than anything else. Yeah, Real Madrid are not what they used to be, I don't think. I remember we knocked them out of the round of 16 last season and were fairly confident in doing so. So Janosch is going to come on for a Champions League appearance. Obviously, he did play the last league game too. Nah, I don't think he has come deep to get ball because he's a striker. Oh, maybe he does. So maybe if he does have that, that would be kind of interesting, considering him having that and then playing him deeper could sort of combine for an even better result. So it is going to be 3-0 to MTK over Real Madrid. Debrecen actually topped the group after match day 1, but that's really solid. Janos probably didn't even play long enough to get a rating, but that's fine. It's minutes. Cool. Agent Gacic, yeah, he didn't look like he really tried for that goal, did he? Nieto didn't have the best game, is what I will say, but I'm hoping some of his set-piece delivery could be really useful for us. Cool, that's the perfect start. If we actually got 4 out of 5 wins, I'm so happy with that. I'd even settle for 3 wins and a draw, but I don't think we've got that. I think we actually did get the full plethora. Halalash win, Giamot win, Debrecen win, and then obviously Kijvara lose. 1-0 win away at Feyenoord is a brilliant result. 4-0 hammering of Dinamo Zagreb is superb. We did our part. Halalash in the end with a 2-0 victory with Ivanov scoring, the new boy, and then Radovanovic, who actually scored a hat-trick in the league for them the other day. All right, let's have a look at the comeback. Hope that this isn't too long because we do have stuff to get to.
Oh my goodness, power play.
Was that the final? Wait, oh no, at Anfield. Was this to get to a final? What was the context of this? Were they 2-0 down as well? Because if so, that's fucking amazing. I need context. Obviously, it's a great comeback, but I'm assuming they were 2-0 down in that game as well. That's a great result for us, though. We'll take that. Whew. To be fair, we've had some pretty big comebacks. Like, what was the... I don't think of the best comeback we've had in this save. I swear there was a comeback against Liverpool one time with us. Oh, Sonny Bruce Life. Thank fuck for that. Not too bad, not too bad. Right, okay. Good news. For a Ghana building a nation, I have no idea. Yeah. Genuinely no idea. I've never tried doing this outside of Europe just because the coefficients are a bit dodge. FM really does get that emotion out of you. It's great. Hearts of Oak, I suppose, but aren't Hearts of Oak already a massive side in Ghana? So wouldn't that kind of defeat the point of it a little bit? Potentially. I don't know. Oh, dear. How we doing? Looking solid. Right, just going to check in on the video. How we're cracking. Oh, 4 out of 10. Fucking hell. That's actually really good. Thank you, Chato. Fucking hell. We'll take that. Oh. South African side. But like I said, again, I have no experience of doing building nations outside of Europe because the coefficients in other continents work very differently to how it does in Europe, and it's a lot more potentially broken. Tactics, yep. We do use tactics. If you'd like to see them, exclamation mark tactics. We've got like a big pack you can download. That was me being sassy for no reason, I'm sorry. Don't use coefficients. Ah! Oh, South America. Wait, I think they meant South Africa when they abbreviated that. But, like, yeah. So, we've got Dinamo Batumi against Budapest there. And Ferencváros will face off against Sporting. That's a really tough game. If they take anything from that, I'll be amazed. Right, let's go. Come on, lads. I want one win out of that. Oh, come on. No, Kevin! God, I hate it when you rest players to really do things right, and then they just get injured in training the next day anyway. It's so very typical. And 1-1. Really? Okay. That is not how I saw that going. Budapest Honvéd drop points against Dinamo Batumi, but then Ferencváros just go and casually win 2-0 away at Sporting, one of the toughest teams in the Europa League. We've built a league's reputation regardless of coefficients. Yeah, you could, but like... reputation is so hard to match, and you can't even see the actual data behind it. So, like, I feel like building reputation is just kind of pointless because you'll end up getting, like, topped out when they all hit the same ceiling, and that's why I find it a bit pointless there. Mattis Manden, thank you very much for the follow. Let's have a look if they got FM'd. Nope, no, they fully didn't. That's a completely fair result. If anything, they probably could have lost that game. How the hell did they create that much XG off of only 4 shots, though? They must have been creating pure high quality. Schimmelpenning has been very good for Ferencváros. Lucky. They got lucky. Oh. What's he actually looking like as a player these days? I mean, I can see why. Man is a very, very strong footballer. Like, he's actually only scored 8 league goals for them. It feels like he constantly scores in Europe, but never in the league. So, Continental that season, 1 goal in 3 games. Then he got 1 goal in 4 games. Then 2 goals off the bench in... 2 goals off the bench. He's like the ultimate super sub in Europe that just seems to score goals. I feel like he's always scoring for them. But they gave him a good game and then got the benefit of that with the substitutes. But hey, that's fine. They'll probably drop some points weirdly later on. Did Newcastle lose as well? That's a very good day. Right, coefficients. Boom. 4.3, we're above England on the year as well, which is a really good sign. Big up Bulgaria and Serbia and Norway doing a fantastic job. So, a good start for us there. We're above Spain as well on the year, which gives us a bit more of a cushion. That couldn't have gone any better for the first match day. To have 4 wins in the Champions League already is such a... Particularly as I would not have expected GMO to win away at Feyenoord. That one was just out of nowhere for me, which I'm really happy with. Peña's... Who? Oh dear. Heavy challenge. Are you on loan? That'd be why I don't recognise you. How are Molfehavar getting on in their first season in the second tier out of interest? Oh my god. That is embarrassing for them. So they get relegated being bad, but this is their first season in the second tier of the entire save. And I know they have a game in hand, but they're not even looking like they're going to come straight back up again. Conference League doesn't start until the second match day for some reason. A bit of that as well. So we don't have any Conference League games until the week of the second match. They've actually got him, so it's been confirmed. He's agreed to go to Bayern. Yeah, I think Mole might be one of those teams that we just... Frankie Desmond is a great name, by the way. Just, hey, Frankie Desmond. And Danilo De Camps is good too. Got to Everton for 17 million. We're seeing Everton making these kind of signings, considering they're not in Europe. Maybe they've been in Europe recently enough for that to matter. BBC are calling it. Really? So they're actually saying he's agreed personal terms. Wow. Okay. Exactly that in our... There you go. FM predicting things as well. I know that in the video that I just put out, I forgot to show in the video how the English sides did in Europe. Ironically, it predicted the Champions League semi-finals, other than Manchester City, for the last year happened perfectly as well. It had Napoli, Inter, and Milan in there with PSG instead of Man City. Yeah, Janos should be first team for this, because it's a cup game as well. I'll play whatever team it wants, plus Janos. Put Karp in for a bit. And Janos to start on the left instead of Mihail. Yeah, they're both fit, so we'll start him instead of Mihail as well. Up to K now. Oh, wait, so he hasn't agreed personal terms. Because I already knew that they'd accepted the bid, but my opinion was that he was still going to say no, probably. Also, Sugar as a surname. I don't mind that. Oh, sorry. No, it is Sugar, isn't it? Good old Sugar. Sugar going down. Right. Kenyatta in as well. She was driving over to Germany. Oh, right. That'll do. Go on, Janos. Show me some quality. He has only played a game and a half this season, in fairness, but I do still worry about him slightly. He doesn't really ever seem to do much in games. Klaxvik did win, yeah. I looked at the XG for that game. It looked like they got a bit fortunate there too, but hey, right, you got to ride your luck. Oh. A bit of dribble just came out of my mouth. Blanche just scored 8 goals in a single match. BD8, anybody? Janos also got 2 assists on the night and got a 10 out of 10. No, he scored as well. Janos scored his first goal, which was a penalty. Just a 15-0 in the cup game. No, nothing to see here, chat. How did Cooper even get an 8.2 in that game? Nunes to play the problem is if I do that, I feel like it's just going to take away from so much else about him, and I don't think he's got any kind of defensive quality. Actually, no, he's at 7. I wouldn't want to retrain him there. We've got other players. It'll be fine. That wasn't a rotation game, bear in mind. I just played whatever the team it wanted. I could still rotate easily enough. Hey, Silveretta. So, firstly, Janos just got 2 assists and a goal, and more importantly, his first goal for the club. And you know what that means, chat? Do you know what that means? I feel like Janos is very much due his own emote. Yeah, I hate it's because so many players get like 10 out of 10. I think when it goes to multiple players with 10 out of 10, I think it does it based on key passes, genuinely. So Blaz now has 17 goals this season in 6 games. It's a good start to the season, you might say. Oh no, that was just me holding for suspense, team. It happens when the buttons are instantaneous. I was genuinely just building suspense. He's a bit good, isn't he? Yeah. Nice to see Janos score his first goal, albeit from the spot, but it's just nice to see him getting it. Like, he's getting his career going now. Oh. Lovely scenes. So, Marcelino Nunez. Did you just spot another Nunez while I was Googling the first one? Not Nunex. There we go. Marcelino Nunex. Oh, yeah. Assistant manager. Oh, it's him. Sorry, I remember that guy now. Yeah. Ooh. Giamot doesn't need. They do need an emote. I think for next stream I'll sort out a Giamot emote and obviously one for Janos because we do have still some slots available for him as well. So that is Marcelino Nunez. Not much I can really show you beyond that, other than that he actually can show his career. A Giamot, as it were. Yeah, he was at Norwich for ages, then Derby in the Premier League. There you go, Derby fans. Premier League, briefly, albeit presumably one of the signings they made. I'm guessing Norwich got relegated here, and then Derby took their player, and then he went to Spezia as well to finish things off. You'd love to see it. And Bolatron. He definitely was in the save at one point, but I think he might have already come through it. Puma kit following, maybe so. There he is. Still playing, 29 years old. Mark Bolatron at Incheon United, who I think he did a loan spell, right? Or is that the... Ah, yes. I presume that's the team that players go national service, so they go on loan to this lot, if I recall in the game. That's how it handles it. Right. Good stuff. Sogo's got a couple of assists there, too. Whew. We've been scoring a lot of goals this season. Bolatron. I suspect there isn't going to be a Bolatron. Imagine if there was. Ah. You hate to see it. To be fair, the name is very similar. I like that we've got the full nationalities on this page now as well, actually. Well, now in a more visible spot. Just in case we see any fun nationalities while we're looking around. Wow, what a game. That's a hell of a game there between Kishvara and Kekschmet. Kekschmet, by the way, have started the season very, very well. Anime villain. Oh, we didn't sign him. He's a youth prospect. He was the star of our youth intake. Easily the best youth player we've had in the entire save. By a considerable margin, I reckon. That's a record, is it? Wow. Oh, it's a record that stood for nearly 20 years as well. Really, apparently. Oh, is that so they just sort of... No, I knew it was real, but like I figured that it was a case of... Is that how it handles their contracts in real life then? They're just loaned to this club. Who are the military, I suppose. Ooh, bit of frame rate droppery there. Cheers, FM. That was weird. I think I need to update my graphics drivers. Uipesh sneak through. Okay. Any good players? Not really. A couple of Spaniards here on loan, though. I guess they must have an affiliate agreement with someone. Part Japanese, though. No. So basically, the story with how he ended up like that is... when he first came through, we obviously started massively overhyping him because it's what we do. And then Hadrian made some like anime images for him in Midjourney. And then that then gave me the idea to make an anime style intro for him using images like that, basically. And that's how it all came about. And then we made his face pack picture look a bit like him from that as well. Speaking of new faces, there's also been a lot of moves in terms of managers, as Kishvada actually finally have a new manager. Their guy took the... Which job did he take? I forget. The guy that's done all the good stuff there, Milojevic, he's gone to be the Portugal coach, so they've had to move around. First guy that sent back the last team report. This guy. He's all right. We could scout him, but... Actually, we've got a bit more cash now, so we can actually afford to start, like, maybe picking up some... One thing I noticed we haven't done the last season so much is get some loan farmer guys that were maybe, like, just subpar. We've sort of been ignoring a lot of those guys. Oh, we've got another lower league side, I think. That's going to be a fun one. Although, yet less likely that Blas is going to be able to play in that one. He's not bad for 17, actually, to be fair, yeah. The small Fairvar continue to be... Oh, they haven't played again yet. Oops. But MTK Budapest lead the league in player development. 94 players produced. But remind me again, the board, how we have not got the best youth system in the country. Please feel free to tell me again how we failed that somehow. Girls and the regen faces. There's an entire pack there that could be made, isn't there? Someone out there's probably already made that, I suspect. Probably isn't TOS friendly. Ooh, I wonder if Cock Ringling is actually going to play this next game. Fashnavslin. That's their first team squad, isn't it? It always seems to bunch up a little bit more on the first team ones. Scouting update. No one. Okay. Cheers. Thanks. There is news. The news is that there is no news. Yeah, I need an anime face pack for FM25 where everybody's got like long flowing hair. It's great. I want every single player to have the same level of ostentatiousness as Tsukiyama-san from Tokyo Ghoul. That's what I want. I want all players to speak like him. Then we're in. That would be my dream feature for FM24. I suppose, at least, yeah, as you say, it's at least an art style at that point, isn't it? Players on national side. Not so much national sides. The way I set it up originally was I just went through all the different... Ever tried to sign Savoslai? As if I was going to be able to sign him. We were a second division side in Hungary. I think he was probably going to be a bit big for us at the time. But yeah, as for how I... Ooh, oh, he's already on the report. Very nice, though, Lin. As for how we pick the teams, I go to the national team squads, and I look at the youth national teams, and then I sort them by team. Any team that has multiple players in there suggests that they're producing players. So what we want is... It doesn't matter if the players are good so much as if they're producing them. Because if they're getting a lot of them, there's a higher chance, right? Older. He was never... Like, we were never good enough to sign him at any stage. Before he would have retired, basically. There was no chance we were ever going to be able to bring him in. Like, we didn't really be able to get to the point of being able to sign anyone of high quality for at least the first 12, 13 years of the save. And bear in mind, Foden wasn't old in the save we got him. We got Foden in our save, I think, when he was 26. that was the weird thing about the whole Foden at Tromsø situation. He wasn't even old. Ostentatiousness as a hidden attribute is what we want. When do we want it? Now. Right, so we want full strength for this one. Or as good as. Maybe a bit of... I might do Lorival, actually, for this game. And then... It's Carpenu. Bit faster than national team sketch. I don't really see it as any faster. I mean, at the end of the day, you still have to click on players. So I don't really see it being any quicker. Besides, also, if you're doing it from the player search screen, you won't know if they're actually in their national team. Which is the reason I use that, because otherwise you're just going to find all players. Which I suppose will work, but then you won't be able to narrow it down as much. So you might find a lot of players at singular clubs. I don't know. I'm quite happy doing it the way I do it. I don't think that's going to make it any faster, because you still have to click on the player from the menu and do it the same way you would do anywhere else. Oh. And until they have a way of saying is in national team squad, even if they don't have caps, then I still prefer to actually look through the squads myself. Can put it in it. Whatever. Like, I don't... But again, that's still going to show me the same players, isn't it? So I don't see how that's any quicker. I'm still quite happy doing it the way I am. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? But hey, if you want to do it like that, crack on, right? Let's see. That'll do. It doesn't seem like any kind of real advantage to me to do it like that. Plus, also, one thing I quite like is actually dealing with less players on the screen at any one time sometimes. Being able to break it down into slightly more information just kind of helps, you know? Right. So... That'll do. Expect another hattie from Durin. It's all going to be good. Oh, was there an issue? Search national jobs in player search. National jobs? How do you mean? I'm curious. This is just an autocorrect. Also, doesn't the national team search thing limit the amount of teams you can look in? I swear when I tried it before, you could only look in the under-19 squad. And it wouldn't let you access to, like, it only had, like, under-21 sometimes and under-19s, but it wouldn't do under-23s, under-18s, or any of the other squads that I look in. Which is weird to me. Particularly as not every nation has the same set of squads per national team. Another 2 goals for Blaz as well. Finally, a goal for Nieto too, which is really good scenes. We'll take that. That goal difference is actually obscene. I love how he's still not even the top scorer in the league. He's got 8 in 5, and Harris is just like, no, you will not be the top scorer in this league. It's never happening. 5-1 win. Wow. I guess with all the players that have not gone out on loan, although some of these guys are actually from the youth intakes. Although Koulibaly's in there, Fayez is in there, Delshig. These are all guys from the most recent youth intake. Oh, it was an injury. Damn it. He has 19 in 7. Now, he did score 8 in a cup match, but he was still on phenomenal form even prior to that. He's having, you know, you could say the season of his life. Hello, Pog. How goes? I love that we still have... I did not realise that he was managing Ica in this save. Professor Xavier Simons is managing Ica. As has been managing... He was... Oh my god, that's amazing. He was assistant at Dorog, then Kaposhvari, now Ica. I totally forgot that he played for Molfehavar for a little while. I think he was here on trial for something. Was he here on trial? Yeah, he came here on trial. Made 5 down. Oh dear, how's it going, Bog? Slovachko. Ooh, they've got a few guys on loan as well. I regret wearing a jumper today. It is boiling, my friends. Aha, the youth facilities are upgraded. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe it's because we temporarily had our youth facilities downgraded, and that's why they said, hey, you've no longer got the best youth facilities in the country, you scrub. And I'm like, what? What did I do? Damn, okay, that's... Okay, one last little check on Zavidia. Want to see how we're cracking. Number 2. Fucking hell. Alrighty then. Thank you, Chato. We'll take that. I was worried about this video. I didn't think people would actually be that interested in it, honestly. So that's nice. Also, did you guys see the Clates video? The Amelia one, which is outrageous and also just superb content. And I'm so glad that it's being received that way. It's so sick. 27 degrees. Yeah, it's like Watch is saying 24 here, but doubt. It was properly muggy when I was out there running earlier. Oh, Pog is messaging me. Okay. I mean, this is also true. Hello, Frederick Olsen. And he's a centre-back. This is more like it, friends. But I want a little look at him. Oh! Frederick, no! I know you said... I mean, his jumping, which will improve a little bit. The other thing about it as well is that it made me feel like if I did... When I finally get around to doing the Premier League years thing, it will actually be something that will hopefully be well received, which is dope. It feels like it's laid the groundwork that type of content can still succeed. So it makes me want to push that up the priorities a little bit more now, which is cool. Because my original plan was actually to do it in like episodes, but I might just do like a full-on 2-hour video for it or something instead. Just give people the whole thing, right? Every time you score, you get released. Yeah, that would kind of... Then again, if we did do that, at the very least, we'd survive longer than everybody else on account of having 227 players on the books. I think it was 220. It might be more now, actually. Oh, it's gone down because some of the players got released. 214 players currently on the books. A totally normal amount. I don't know what you're on about. It's absolutely fine. FM Go with the 20 months. How's it going, Alice? Did you see who the last professor... I didn't. No, do tell. I've not been on Twitter this morning. Or any morning, really. But I usually see things if I get tagged in it. Who is it? I'm excited now. Is it my evil twin? I'll leave that up to everyone to decide who that is. Good going tonight as I don't really need it. Surely, if the... I don't... Forgive me if I don't know exactly who that is. Is this bad that I don't know who that is? I don't really keep up with anything, honestly. It's a medium... Exactly. We've literally got as many players nearly as SI have employees. We're rivaling them. We're just a small team, chat. Just a small team. Oh. Boom. Right, so this is rotation and Janos comes back in. Oh, from what culture? Oh, wow. That's kind of sick. I used to watch their wrestling videos. Even though I've never really watched wrestling that much. Not since I was younger. So Janos will come in there. Van Dam in the middle. Lucas, Manier, Koulibaly, Bartechko, Rolfa, Kenyatta. Who? Surely Sogos can play. I don't know who that guy is. I suppose you could argue I am the evil twin, yeah. In many ways. But yeah, on the playoffs. So I won't be doing the draft tonight. Owen will be doing it at my place, and he's going to do a fantastic job. I've no doubt about it. But I will be streaming the matches on Sunday night. So you get 2 streams on Sunday, chat. Normal stream during the day, and then a Sunday evening stream of the playoffs too. So that is going to be a long-ass day. And I really hope that my shoulder is feeling better by then. Because sitting in this chair does me no good. Who is Owen? Owen is as in how we roll, Owen. I've just been, yeah. He is another streamer and content creator. It's Michael Owen. Yeah, we got Michael Owen to do it. He's going to sign Kevin Griffiths in every position. Yeah, I know. You more of me. Who would want that? Yeah, it's much easier to understand who I'm talking about when you write it down. But he has all my notes, which he can feel free to completely ignore, honestly. Is he streaming? I don't know, actually. I haven't asked him. But if he is, yeah, I figured there might be a mistake. If he is streaming, then obviously I'll be sure to make sure that you, if he is, then do obviously go support him as well, because you can help him pick my players. I'm just hoping he can try and pick me up Polinia or something. Imagine Polinia as an anchor in this system. Oh, he would absolutely pop off. Yeah, if you score a goal, Michael Owen and Will Buxton doing tips, it'd be perfect. I don't know what you're complaining about. It's fine. It gives me more of a challenge, Alice. And besides, like, you know me, I'm allergic to doing well in draft competitions anyway. Now, we'll use, this is the system we're going to go with, followed by, obviously, this as a kind of shut up shop if we need to type of system. Trying to make himself less. Oh, right. Boom. And boom. Off we go. Who's going to... Oh, Barna Ola. Nice. I think he was that youngster I actually gave a new contract to. It's kind of cool, isn't it? Oh, now you need... No, because that'd be Irwin, which is a totally different name. Ready for playoffs tonight? I've done the prep and I've passed it on to the person who will be drafting in my stead. I think technically I have made the final of the last one I did, I suppose. Yeah. But generally speaking, I'm still generally quite bad at them. I actually seem to do historically a lot better in playoffs than I do in Showdown. And I don't know why. That was a really low score. Are we doing like scoring get released, lads? Like, what's going on here? That's unacceptable behaviour. It's also dropped points for us, which is bad because... Actually, wait, no. We've got enough of a lead. It doesn't matter. Have we conceded a goal yet this season? One goal. Jesus, Ferencváros are boring as fuck. 6 games, 6 scored, 5 conceded. Oh, Koulibaly played in that game too. Counter if you dare. as if most of them haven't been in streams and seen me play this tactic. Do they really think that I'm not going to play anything? I'm going to play something different? Like, come on. What, you think I was going to rock up with a calzone of love and be like, call an ambulance, but not for me? Don't make me change the camera again. Lost his Heartland goal difference. That is an oof, I must say. Oh, meme. I do like a good meme. Literally. Except, technically, I don't think you'd even need the R, right? Surely you could get away with just having the O. Just being Irwin. I don't know. I don't speak Australian Norwegian. Octo-Trek is the desperation move, definitely. Maybe I could use it at some point. It's like a desperation if we're losing a game and we've got no other choice. Like one of the knockout matches or something. He says with a huge asterisk if he gets to them. Worst case scenario, I have an early night and I can go watch the NASCAR race at Indianapolis. Boom. Get a bit of OB. Poggy. Because there's no F1 this weekend, is there? They're on like summer break now. Could drop the fortress. Drop the fortress? You can't drop the fortress. Hey, Spiker's got a point. The fortress is what it is. The fortress is a fortress. Not till 27. Ouchie. I only speak Nini Nusk. Exactly, yes. No bookmal for me. Let's get the bookmal away from me. Oh. Zivkovic on target again. How many goals has he got this season? It's only 9. So that's rubbish. Useless numbers. I also gave him a new contract. Have to use the Octo track. I could certainly see a way of us getting away with trying the 5-star trek, potentially. Because that actually has been proven to be quite successful in places. There are definitely moments where I feel like that could actually help. That's a shame for him. I don't know who he is, but it's a massive shame for him, whoever he is. Oh no, we're definitely going to use the fortress. It's definitely going to have its moments. It's a great way of defending leads. Plus, I think that actually in PvP, it might be even more lethal on the counter-attack. Because one thing about PvE type games with FM is that often they won't come out and attack you. Whereas in PvP, I find that everyone tries to go out and attack because it's just more fun, right? Everyone's tactics set up to do that. So I think actually, it could be quite a useful tactic to have. Right, I suspect you're not going to sign for us. Although, cool Kenyan second nationality. You probably aren't even worth it. Although you're kind of cheap, so we'll scout you again. Why not? We'll know the game plan. Well, we'll see. It's only a 300 million budget too. Oh, it's an overpriced Belgian. What do I do? So yeah, so Ebeling wasn't that good. I found a Bolivian. And I kind of want to sign him just because he is a Bolivian. And he plays for a club with no badge. Like, he's not great, but he can sort of cross. He can tackle. And he's basically free. Yeah, exactly. Plays for Kajvada. Bear in mind, we are 23 years into the save, Ubermeister. And there's almost zero chance that he is in the database still. Unless he is 10 years old at the start of the save. He's no Ivo Prituri, precisely. But if he's free, right, what can we do? Oh, you're right. We can just sign him, can't we? Fuck it. Why not, right? What I'll do is, instead of approach to sign, I'll make an offer of 0. Okay, I will not do that. You had your chance, lads. They could have had like £1,000 for him there, but they've decided against it. Not having that. Not having that. I should be able to just give him the bare minimum contract, right?
Oh, this is
by using that. There we go. We haven't had a Bolivian for a while. I'll have to enlighten Owen about Octotrek after stream. Lenny, thank you for the follow. Hope you're well. 21 now, so we'll still be playing. Bear in mind, we also have a player lookup for stuff like that as well. So what I'm saying is, yeah, if you have the points for it, absolutely go on. Because otherwise I'd just be spending the entire stream looking up players. Galev, I think we kind of decided against him. Ebeling, he's clearly not good enough. So Otto Vass. I mean, he might be a coach, I suppose, but I think there's very little chance that he's still playing, and he's not playing. Right, okay, there we go. Problem solved. I'll refund both your points for that. So, Justino is going to be up. Right, cool. We've got... Nah, he's crap. Kuma Villa, £50 million. No, not happening. Why is he even in there? He's like 20. Adelhart, he's just a bit expensive. Oh, so I found this guy. I mean, I'm not so interested now, but he kept having a really high rating, and he's a Romanian at Rome. He's a Romanian at Juve. Hey, Flute! Not worth 14 million, though, is he? Jerry Slum. Who's he wanted by now? Porto. Okay, 500k. Oh, God. Ball-winning midfielder with 9 tackling and 6 marking. Something here is a fishy. That's great physicals. Normal faces. Because we have the Z-Gen pack, which most players will get the real looking face. They're actually not real people. They are AI generated faces that look like real people. But there you go. There's your information. That's the Z-Gen pack. It's so I don't know why he hasn't got one. But one finishing. It's true. Winger maybe. No crossing. Yeah, he's very aggressive but can't tackle. I feel like he's an absolute avoid, right? For me, anyway. He's a big avoid. Lackner, I've looked at a few times, I think. He always comes up when we get the Mulder report, but I've just never... He would be quite a good Trek. And would be able to play on the other side, but I feel like the amount of money he would cost is an outside forward. Literally, yeah. Yeah, he's exactly... I need him to break my own spine at this point. Tanzanian Community Shield? You mean the big one, stat line? The one we've all been waiting for. I know I've got my notifications set up, and I hope you have too, my friend. Tom Bray is that centre-back that I'm never going to sign for that kind of price. Casa Sports. Okay. Driven. It's just the tent poles are depressing. But he has a driven personality, and he could be just a loan farmer, right? Cheap wages? I think why not, right, for the loan farm? Can't hurt. Yeah, what platform are we talking? Presumably it's on TNT Sports, right? Oh, BBC One prime time, right? Got it. Yeah, gotcha. 300k. Yeah, for 300k, he's worth a go. Oh, all right, fine. You can have that too. Up the Fountain Gate. Oh, I see. You're one of the Fountain Gates ultras. Well, screw you, Statline, because I'm a Simba, and I'll throw you off a mountain. Wait, that happens to me, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. It's my dad. Gah. You can tell I haven't watched The Lion King in a while. Sir, thank you for the follow. No use, Steve. It's fine. Just get a VPN. Just use NordVPN. This is not a plug. I still haven't got a VPN sponsor. Why can't I get a VPN sponsor? Damn it. I just kind of want the free VPN.
Oh, this is
Just Singita Scar Fountain Gate. Rookie, to be fair, I have dreadful Disney knowledge just on account of the fact that I just don't really enjoy Disney films that much. I actively genuinely like one Disney film. The others I'm like, they're fine, I'll watch them, but I've never like actively want to watch it. But there's one Disney film that I genuinely like, and that is the Robin Hood one, the animated Robin Hood film. I loved the shit out of that when I was a kid. It was like my favorite film. Lizard King, or might be Lizard King. Lizard King. I'll go with Lizard King. Tell me if I'm wrong though. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I've just never been a huge fan of Disney movies, honestly. Even as a kid, I was just never like super into them. Pog likes a bit of Hercules. Oh no, Emperor's New Groove is a big one for Pog. Tarzan, yes, Tarzan's soundtrack is so good. Correct. Well, as in the theme, with the Robin Hood and Little John walking through the forest, oodle lally galley what a day. Yeah, just if that's what you're thinking, or is it the whistling? Because the whistling's dope as well. It's just got good vibes. That dude, by the way, we're signing him, right? We are definitely signing him. Anarith, what a fucking shout, because this was you. Oh. Oh, no. I think I can still do that. No, fucking hell, Matt. Learn to click, bruv. And... okay, big wages, but we've got the money now, so we're not quite so bothered about that. I like the 16 tackling, the 14 jumping reach. The fact that he's only 17 and already has these attributes is exciting. Well, I won't be doing any clicking at all tonight, as I'm not doing the draft, so... luckily, I don't have that problem. Hopefully, oh, no, I had a click. 3.1 million. That's fine. 3.1 is fine. He's definitely worth it for 3.1 million for sure. News today, Harry Kane. I mean, has anything actually changed with that yet, or is it still a case of a bid has been accepted? This guy's ridiculously good, probably. I'm still not paying £21 million. Draft is tonight. Yes, that's right. I mean, I'm not going to be present for it because I'm busy tonight. Well, I say busy. I had pre-arranged plans. But yeah, bed knobs and broomsticks was poggy as well. Good shout. Zimmerman as well, another overpriced Belgium. They're both very good, but I just feel like we can get so much better for cheaper these days. Spurs accepted the bid, yeah, but that doesn't mean anything until he's agreed personal terms, does it? Like, it's up to him where he actually wants to go. Oh, he's a goalkeeper. Reflexes. One-on-one. He's okay. I might scout him again with Segrist. I feel like he's decent, but he's sort of lacking in a lot of the areas I like out of a keeper. I don't think he will either, Quince. I've been saying this all summer. I think Spurs might want him to at this point, so they can get the huge cash. But, I don't know, we'll see. It'd be weird if he did, wouldn't it? Just be so strange. Oh, and a youngster deal, even better. We take those round here. We do like the youngster deals. That sounds dodgy. Release clause. Yeah, boom. I think, yeah, it would be nice if they could just talk about something else in football, right? Confident to get the deal done. Hey, very much. Harry speaking. Oh, no, I'm totally here for that. Good enough in the agent. Maybe? That's a good point, actually. I hadn't really considered that. Since, you know, tapping up, as we all know, is completely fine now. And is just common parlance. Yeah, we'll take Nemec as well. Turn everything down. I guess. I suppose, yeah. I genuinely hadn't considered it like that. Watch it still not happen. I'm curious to see what Spurs are going to play like under Ange. Like, oh my lord, he actually wants quite a big contract here. Oh well. We've got rid of a lot of quite large contracts lately, so we'll give him that. Obviously not as high as that. Particularly as I can only offer him a 2-year deal off the base. Did you just think he was speaking German the entire time? Maybe that's what it is. Watch him be able to speak fluent German now in like a perfect German accent. Turns out he was German all along. Okay. Bit of that. Pavic is... oh, nice. I've seen some of the footage of Spurs in some of the friendlies, and they do look like the football they're playing, if nothing else, is going to be fun. And it's going to make me want to watch lots of Spurs games. Whether they'll win a lot of those games or not, I don't know. But hey, I'm happy to watch as a neutral if they're drawing 5-5 every week. Give me. I could see you like have a player win the Golden Boot and then come like 11th or something. Although I suspect the Fulham might end up being a bit like that this season, just worse. Yeah, Spurs is playing Octo Trek. So Hallash away at Arsenal. Debrecen away at Bodder. That's winnable. What else we got? Kishvada Fenerbahce, must win. And how else have we got? Girona away Red Salzburg. Again, winnable. What's up with Liverpool at the moment? What are they doing or not doing that's causing you such strife? I'm just waiting for Fulham to sign anybody at this point. Swap those two over. Durin goes in there. Mihail, Nieto, Bigmanovic, or... I keep looking for Kenny on the bench. It's literally like Pog being away for the night and me rolling over in bed and not feeling her there. That's like literally me with Kenny not being available. Ah, God damn. Oh, Lavia. How much is Lavia going to be going for at this point? Because Southampton are going to make out like bandits on him. I saw the what Prowse to West Ham thing is done now, isn't it? Because I have two of my very good friends are Saints fans, and so my group chat just lit up yesterday afternoon. So Kenny, yeah, £10 million. We had a replacement, so we decided that now was the time to move him on at 34. Man United for 10 million quid. Can't really complain. 5 million less than what Southampton wants. To be fair, getting like 50 million for a player upon relegation is insanely good money. If nothing else, Southampton are going to be superb in terms of their financial situation. But yeah, this player sort of exactly what you'd expect me to do, isn't it, really, Marius? That'll probably do. Juve at home. It's a strong side, but I think the one thing that has got stronger lately is our bench. Like, Janos is improving. Kenyatta I really do like as a young player, and I think if he gets more game time this season... Look, he's got 16 heading already. I think he's actually a genuine future star. Manier here with Rolf as backup. Lorival's a great option. We're still a little bit light in some of the wider spots, but I think that might be because we've got the injuries more than anything else. That would be Friday night, Anarith. Friday night is my big day with Patrick. Seeing the Barbie film, getting some steaks. Going to be good. Also, Pog and Gemma are coming, but we don't care about that. Right, Juve, let's go. To the bar. Oh, shit. Has Scott been sold? Who's he gone to? I figured whoever got Scott would be... Is it Bournemouth that I saw he was heavily linked with? Because if so, that's a really good signing for Bournemouth. Don't forget to Manscow. Hey, not sponsored anymore. I thought their goalkeeper was called Human then, which I suppose would be at least correct, unless Alien in goal. I watched the HITC Sevens video about Wolves yesterday. I think it might be the day before. That was enlightening. I had no idea. I know we were discussing Wolves on Tuesday. I had no idea the situation was as bad as that. I didn't realize just how many players Wolves had actually shipped off this summer, because I'd only really known about Neves and obviously Jimenez joining us. Bournemouth are doing good business. I like their manager. It's going to be interesting to see. I worry for Wolves, especially with Gary O'Neill in charge. I know he did okay at Bournemouth, but I don't know if that's going to be... I worry for Wolves a lot. But as a Fulham fan, it does make me feel a little bit more secure, just because I'm worried about us as well. We got Jimenez, yeah. As just sort of I think he's more of a depth option. He's certainly not like a kind of Mitro replacement should Mitro leave. I think if Mitro left, we would sign a proper replacement. I think that's the most likely scenario, Random Switch Roller. However, I wouldn't put it past Luton just doing some mad shit that happens every now and then and making like Kenilworth Road into an absolute fortress just because it's going to be so awkward for teams. Because didn't Sheffield United sell like 2 of their best players upon getting promoted? Because I know that they lost, was it Ndiaye, to a French side, and I believe hasn't Sander Berger gone to Burnley, which is just to me such a strange transfer to join another side that's also been promoted with him. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Like, those are huge losses. That's the sort of losses you get when you go down rather than come up. I can see it past, bro. I feel like we won't be anywhere near as good as last season in terms of points output, because we were a little bit fortunate anyway. But I don't think we'll be going down, but I don't think it's going to be anywhere near as comfortable season. I just think it's going to be a case of, rather than us being good, it's going to be there are teams worse than us. But we'll see what the business is for the rest of the window yet. I like the Bassi signing. He looked brilliant on his debut. Actually scored on his debut in a friendly as well. I know it's a friendly against Hoffenheim, but he actually did look ridiculously good, apparently. So that's something, but we do need to make some other transfers at some point. I know that we're still in for Hudson-Odoi, and that does seem to be progressing now. But I hope Bassi's a success here. I really do. He seems like a nice guy as well. Oh, Nieto. And Durin is maybe offside? Yeah, he's offside. Does he score for... Well, I mean, if Mitro stays, then Mitro's scoring for Fulham. Like, there's still no sign that he's actually going. And there's been no more bids on him in like a couple of weeks now. So, yeah. Like, One thing we were talking... I was listening to a Fulham podcast this morning, and they were talking... That looks onside, honestly. About how the Saudi window is actually 2 weeks longer than most of the European windows as well, which could be a problem. JJLPM, thank you very much for the follow. Leverkusen never played. Yes, but I believe that was because they changed manager after he got there, and because Xabi Alonso took over, didn't he? And then played a system that simply would not have really accommodated Hudson-Odoi. Plus, he's still young, homegrown as well, which is just useful for squad reg. And the price is particularly decent, I would say. So I think it's worth a punt for Fulham at that point. Big Manovic drops it low. Heck, I still wish they hadn't got rid of Slav. I think that given more time, he possibly could have actually done some really good stuff. And he would have been playing gorgeous football too. Like, I know he didn't do great in the Premier League under Slav, but bloody hell. Fulham playing under Slavisa Jokanovic made some absolutely sensational football. Kind of did under Silva as well, but still. Slav's football was just a little bit excellent. Can't be limits true, but I mean, what's to say they won't just change that as well? Did you guys see the back heel volley that Iheanacho scored against Burton yesterday in the Cup? Oh, lovely scenes. Speaking of which, we've drawn Spurs in the second round of the Carabao Cup. Because of course we have. No cup run for us this year. Unless they don't take it seriously. Oh, Nieto, lovely pass. Mihal's got round the keeper. Can he go round everybody? Yes, he can. 1-0. Mario Mihal, great finish. Well, that's the thing, Bill. Obviously, his stock has dropped a lot of that because he hasn't been able to get in games. Hasn't played a lot. But we'll see. FPL, I don't. But, well, I don't really. But I will be renewing our FPL league from last year. So don't worry, guys. You should be, when I renew it, you should just be automatically placed in it. And then we'll have like a commanding chat for the new people. Hello, Sam. How's it going, man? How's life? How's the new job? I feel like I haven't spoken to you in a couple of weeks. Probably since I last saw you, actually. Kishvada 3-1 up. Good news. Arsenal have a red card. They've just had a man called Flamengo. Or is it Fiamanga? Oh, damn it, Bastian. I thought he was called Flamengo. I think Haladash might have an opportunity there. 10 men away from home. If they go and beat Arsenal at the Emirates, then I think 7th place is very much on the cards again. Want drinks? Next weekend. Yeah, talk to the guys. See if we can go pub or something. Because I'm obviously free on Saturdays. As Durans did again. It's 2. Come on. Oh. Champions League final to... I think it could happen, Ryan. Genuinely. Now, in this save, weirdly, one of the biggest letdown for me so far has been the lack of progression in the Champions League. So we've actually only had one team progress through a single knockout round of the Champions League. Technically, Haladash got to the round of 16 last year, but that's because they got top 7. Sorry, top 8. They came 7th. Whereas we did actually, on the Ireland save, have a team get to the semi-finals of the Champions League, which was Dundalk. But I think that Haladash and various other teams are going to eventually get to a point where they actually could start challenging later in the Champions League. They're building at the moment, and Durans did again! Good save. I really hope that they give Ange the time. I feel like at this point you kind of have to, right? The format is definitely stopping that a little bit, but I'm actually kind of enjoying the format in the save. I just don't know if I'd enjoy it in real life if my team was in it, right? Mushroom Edge, thank you very much for the follow. God, I remember that band. Takes me back to my days of my mate burning CDs of random songs for us. I've had some really good bands doing that, to be fair. Champions League semi-final, that's really impressive. I feel like if anyone's going to... Oh, God. Oh, nicely done. I feel like if anyone's going to do that, then it's going to be Haladash. But then maybe watch it not be, for some reason. 4-1 to Kishvada. They're making up for that early defeat. I just want that 1-0 Haladash. Come on, lads. You can do it. Debrecen only drawing 0-0 at Bodder is disappointing. Who's our other team? Giamot. Giamot are drawing as well. I don't know who they're playing. Leads over for a pub lunch. Hell fucking yes. That means I'm Poggleby because it's a Saturday. As far as I know, I'm not doing anything next Saturday. What day is next Saturday? It's the... Hang on, yeah. 19th. Yeah, I'll be fine. 19th. Yeah, that's fine, yeah. Right. Yeah, that'll be fine. As far as I know, I don't have anything penciled in. Yeah, indeed. Pubs and lunch. I enjoy both of those things. Then you throw in some good company and it's all good. Particularly as that chicken burger that they do is actually really nice. Right. 2-0 up. I don't want to overdo it. Yes, Nieto's had a really good game. We still don't have any options because we are still a little bit light on the bench in certain areas. I think despite his performance today, I'm going to take off Nieto and bring on Laura. No, I'll give Nunez a run. Ever receding hairline? It's literally been less than a month since I've seen you. Go to pub lunch order. That's a good question, actually. Now, it depends on the pub, obviously, because the menu is going to be variable, of course. But at our local, they do this really good buttered chicken burger with like 2 massive chicken breasts that are breaded. I think they're either breaded or battered in there, and then you get all the other good stuff in there too. And then they do these like ridiculously nice you know what, when I say rustic chips, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. It's just good pub grub. Something about pub food as well. It's an accelerating forehead line. There you go. You've been reevaluated. But no, genuinely, how is the new job? I know I ask you this every time I see you, but like, still. Bit of Toby Harvey in there as well. Oh, he's in. Fabio versus Coop. Great save. Liam Cooper, by the way, has looked really strong in goal for us in both Champions League games so far. He's not been called into action a great deal so far, but when he has, he's stood up to the test. And I'm feeling good about his reign as our goalkeeper, probably for the rest of the save at this point. Now, obviously, it's very early days, but so far, he's making the saves that he should be making, and even pulling a couple of, you know, quite high-quality ones out of the bag, too. Just need some goals in these games now. Could I shoot really? Yeah. I just want to be acknowledged by them. Or something. Maybe we'll get that next year with Sirens. Ruby clubs every... Yeah, I mean, I do miss the opportunity to do that in a save, which is why I would really like to do another Outcast to Icons at some point. Cooper, yeah, he's looking superb. The mentals on him are good. His technicals are flying up. I think we might have a genuine, like, wonder kid keeper that might actually work in the match engine, more importantly. And that would be so nice to have. I do feel a little bit for Ahsoko. I'm hoping he gets bored and wants a loan. That's my only hope there. Oh, hang on, go on, slip him in. So many options here. Nunez finds a pass. It's Carpenter. What a pick out. Yeah, he's in. It's onside. What a pop. There were so many options on there for that pass, and he's managed to find the one option that I didn't even think was a possibility there. There's 2 guys making runs, and he just finds Carpenter in the middle of it all. The defender really should have done better. Yeah, OGI streams would be great. It would have to be like, I'm thinking FM25, probably. So we do Malta next year with FM24 for the BAN save. Then do a different save at the start of FM25 that's a bit more short-term to give a chance for the databases to develop so people can actually do a Outcast to Icon save. And then do the second half of the year as an OTI save. I think that'd be kind of probably the way to go about it. Strong game. 3-0 win again. Good stuff. Yeah, the Journeyman saves do throw up a lot of cool stuff. Last one or something. No, it's just the last. How have people misunderstood that so badly? I don't understand. Like, it literally says in the press release, the last one on the current game engine. That's all. They're moving over to a brand new graphics engine for FM25, which is Unity, which should make the game take an enormous stride forward, basically. I do think they need to do something about the optics there. Because they are seemingly, this is a perception that has pervaded throughout like discourse, and I think they do need to maybe do something about that, because you're not the only person that's thought that, believe me. We get someone to say this like once or twice a week. I think the whole last of its era thing maybe did kind of the choice of phrasing there maybe wasn't ideal from them. You know what, that's a good... Oh my god, they scored! Get in. Sean Smith, 94th minute winner for Debrecen. They've gone 2 for 2 and are basically like 2 points away from qualifying at this stage. That's amazing. Girmont are on 4 points. Haladash are on 4 points, but have already got through a game away at Arsenal. Kijvada now get their first win with a 4-1 humping. We are genuinely doing mad things in Europe this year. Yeah, I must admit, when I first saw the press release, I was like, oh, scared the shit out of me. Because actually, when I first... So, we basically got presented this exact same press release that you guys saw, but it was presented in the form of a PowerPoint presentation. So, it wasn't all visible at one point. And that paragraph stood on its own at one point. And when that was there, I was sat next to Ali, and we just looked at each other like, what? So, I had the same opinion of it briefly until the slide ticked over. So, I think that was maybe done for suspense with us, but maybe shouldn't have been in the press release like that. good point, actually. I think FM is one of those games that it's almost like a game that isn't for gamers in some respects, but also is at the same time. I think it transcends pure video gamery. Speaking of which, I think I need to play some more Dave the Diver. Haven't done that in a while, and I regret it. Although I am still debating whether to buy Baldur's Gate 3, but I know that I will lose a lot of time to that, and I have things to do. Has anyone played it? Yeah, I think that the idea that there wouldn't be a new one would be absolutely mad. Although we were speculating that one of the things I was speculating with some of the other creators before we saw this was that it was going to be games as a service. Loving it. Excellent. Actually, I've only ever played D&D once, which is to my detriment, I realise. And it's not sort of I think I've chosen to do it. Just never had the opportunity to play it multiple times. Played it right at the start of COVID. Ferencváros playing Galatasaray. Honvéd away at Maribor. Okay. Come on. And then we've... Couldn't get to Divinity. Really? I actually really enjoyed Divinity Original Sin 2. The last time I played it, though, was the day I got my first COVID vaccine, and I had horrendous side effects that started affecting me as I was playing it, to the point where I played like a few hours of it, I was having a nice time, and all of a sudden, like 20 minutes later, I'm just shivering uncontrollably. So that was fun. I haven't played it since. Yeah, that's the great update. There isn't much to update on him, other than he has scored his first goal for the club now, which is something. So far this season, he's got 1 goal and 2 assists, which is decent. And I want to support as well companies that are taking the effort to make games like Divinity and Baldur's Gate 3. Like Larian Studios are doing it right. No DLC. They're making a game that's complete when it's released. And I would like that to be more of the precedent like it used to be, you know? Did Methel's like, I mean, are you saying I'm not allowed to do both? Looks like a Giga Chat. Oh, he is. He should change training. What was he training as? Training as Chocotista? That's fine. Actually, I need to double its intensity. Actually, no. With Max's schedules, I probably need to put it on automatic, actually. It's because he's training on the other side, but that's fine. Now, he does have a second name. His second name is Toth, or Tooth, or Toot, or Fart. I don't... We had a whole debate about it. What about the... Kekschmet will face off... Why is it they always play Roma? I swear to God. On the plus side, though, no English side in the Conference League. Gives them at least a chance, right? What have we got, then? Show me some goodness. I want the equivalent of 4 points from these matches. And Ferencváros win. Honvéd draw again. Lads, come on. And Kekschmet beat Roma by 3-1. We're on a different playing field, chat. We are through the looking grass, folks. Kekschmet just beat Roma 3-1. This is the 8th best team in Hungary, just beat Roma. And had a red card. And it was Matt Rothwell as well that scored a brace. Only Honvéd are letting us down at the moment, and I'm sure they'll pull it around. Did any side lose in that whole match? I think all 8 sides managed to go without defeat. What are we into now for the points? Capital Y, yes, true. 5.9 on the year. We're actually above England. More like Tote. Hence why we call him Janosch. I mean, we're actually pogging around. Lockers! Thank you for 37 months. How are you, mate? We are genuinely massive this year. This is actually big stuff. Your dog, Stuart. Thank you very much for the follow. I'm actually kind of blown away with what's really exciting me is how good they're doing in the Champions League. They're like getting a draw away at Arsenal. Admittedly, I think they could have won that game, but it doesn't matter. Like, that's still one of their big games is out the way. Arsenal's coefficient is probably still very high. They're at least pot 2. And it takes points off England teams. Oh, wow, okay, we're going to discard the AC Olu reports for now, I think. The year coefficient. Yeah, Bulgaria had a really good qualifying campaign, I think. They were up there. I'm fairly certain. Yeah, there you go. Bulgaria and Serbia had really good qualifying. I think they actually got multiple teams through, which was decent. Oh. Even that's pretty big. True, but bear in mind, as we start to get more better years, the points have to come from somewhere. There's only a finite amount of points, which means they'll have to come from England. So if we're going to have those years, after all, they're going to need to come from England. So we're going to have to start beating English sides. And having an English side not be in the Conference League this season is a big step. Because England only have... England have 7 teams in Europe this season, I think. But they've got 6 of them in the Champions League, 1 in the Europa, and none in the Conference League. Which means that it's very weighted towards the top. So if they don't succeed there, there's problems. Who knocked them out? Montpellier knocked Leeds out in the qualifiers for the Conference League. Like 4-0 on aggregate, which we didn't even notice until stream today. Which was massive for us, because that's going to cost England like at least 4 points in total. Like, well, look what they did to Spain last year. They were regularly neck and neck with us around about the 19-20 points, and then they got 15 last year. Yeah, 6 in the Champions League because Arsenal won the Europa League. So they actually got 1 less team in that competition too. And with no drop downs, it's going to make it easier for our teams too. It excites me, genuinely. I think we're in a really good spot right now. This is our year to... And notice how we're still top of the coefficients on the year, despite having 8 teams in Europe, which means our coefficient is diluted even further. But this is what I was on about when I was saying that...
Oh yes, very soon.
Apparently West Ham have just signed a player for £40 million. It doesn't say who, because my watch hasn't told me the rest of it, but apparently West Ham have just splashed... Is that the... Is that Alvarez? Is that Alvarez? Maybe. Yeah. No, I think it says after failed Dortmund move, which I'm guessing means it's Edson Alvarez. Which will be an interesting one for them. JJ Den, thank you for the follow. But yeah, this is with us having extra dilution. And that's what I was saying about how I felt that having 8 teams would actually be better for us now. Because they're good enough to take enough points that offsets the dilution. I think we'll catch up enough points. And if we can just keep putting seasons together like this and slowly encroach on England, we've still got enough time to make it happen, I think. Particularly as I still think Hungary's going to get better. Our teams are only going to improve. And I feel like England's kind of always going to be kind of where it is. And at some point, they're bound to have an off year, right? They can't win every season. HJK, I can't believe I've been scouting these mugs. Look at them. Useless. Though they do have a Vietnamese dude, which is kind of cool. Oh, that reminds me. I was going to show you who our new under-19 manager was, wasn't it? It is... Here he is. Greg Cunningham is the Manchester United... Sorry, the new under-19 coach. Model citizen Gregory Richard Cunningham currently plays for Preston. But he's the new guy. Was Chelsea's under-18 manager, was a coach at Chelsea and United, and now he's coming to be our under-19 coach. Good attributes, as well as, most importantly, model citizen. Cunningham. The cunningest of ham. I think it's international. 116 players on international. Second place. Ooh. Let me guess. They were at Porto. I feel like Thai players always seem to end up at Porto for me. Good egg. Hey, clearly he's a good egg. Model citizen. He's a model egg. No disrespect to egg. Does personality match manager? Well, you want good manager. You want good personalities in every staff member you can have, right? Sai Paqueta. It's interesting, but apparently they were actually after him prior to West Ham signing him, from what I've heard. So that'll be interesting. City are certainly not backward in coming forward about splashing the cash at the moment, because obviously they've got Gvardiol now, who's still not the most expensive English transfer for a centre back or a defender, is he? Because of Mr. Maguire. Advaldo still doesn't fit yet, really, and I don't want to risk it. Although we could. Who's Lucas? Fuck it, we'll play him. I don't know who he is, but we'll play him. He's finally back, but he's not fully back yet. And the reason he's extremely poor, by the way, is because I refused. He tried to say that he wanted a new challenge and all that nonsense, and actually wouldn't agree to not have a new challenge. So he might have to, like, chill for a bit. Oh. Gotta put my arm behind my back again. It's certainly not as bad as it was on Tuesday's stream, for sure. And at least I know how I can sort of temporarily relieve it. So that's helping a little bit. Might have to grab myself an ice pack during the inevitable whiz quiz or something. Or warm up Mr. Hootie. Haven't decided yet. 4-0 win. 2 more for Blaz. He is unstoppable. This is the year that he finally breaks 50 goals, I feel like. Though we're staying with him. 22 in 9 is decent. Wow. Kari Kakainen actually has... every time I hear a name like that, I just immediately assume that they're a hockey player. Bit of that too. Montiel set for extra year. Well, there you go. So another extension for Montiel. Has Kenny broken? Probably not, honestly. Nope. He's not playing for them either. I bet this was a substitute appearance. Oh, no, it wasn't. He's played 1 league game, and it's October. No Champions League games. No nothing. Kenny is... Us sending players to Manchester United genuinely feels like we're exiling them. But it was his time. He gets a big pay packet. That's the main thing. He'll appreciate the wages. And it's not like he was 29 like some of the others. Right, we'll put a random friend against the under 21 side in here. Just to keep us motoring along. Oh, okay, against the second team. Yeah, Montiel is definitely staying in the hat for it. I would say he's still the current favourite. The only thing that could sway me away from someone like Montiel being the manager in the next save is either a player absolutely killing it for the rest of the save. Velasquez has got to be in the conversation too, or even Darla. Or one of them comes back and does mad things for us during the looking forward stream. That's another factor, potentially. During, maybe. But he's actually not been here that long yet. But if he continues to play like this over the rest of the save, there's a chance. But I almost feel like Montiel has just got a bit more personality to me for some reason. Top scorer out on loan is, our Georgian. Who's actually banged 15 and 14 for pushcast. Are they finally going up again? Nope, they're 5th. Right. Molfair are finally on the up. Wonder how Yao is getting on. 7 and 13. Okay, that's a bit more like it. He seems to have upped his goal production. This good lord. Bro is looking quite good. Holy. Yeah, we've got some 5 stars out on loan. Wow, look at that. There's 5 guys that are at Haladash that are 4-star or better. And also a guy that's 3.5 star here. No wonder Haladash are doing so well when they've got the likes of Radovanovic, who's a world-class centre-back. Ben Salah, world-class right-back. Yeah, Limoero is actually getting game time there, and that's really helped him develop. How hasn't he scored for Ivory Coast? I don't know. Maybe it's just the opposition. But one thing I am excited about is how well Yao's done out on loan. Or rather, how he's doing better this season. Last year, he struggled a little bit. Didn't score a lot. I think he's already got as many goals as he got last. Yeah, he's literally already equaled his goal tally from last season. But he's done it in 12 games instead of 38 games. 3 assists as well. I think this is a breakout year for Ghislaine. I'm telling you, he feels like the real deal. Yeah, no European drop down, which I think is actually really good in a way. Also, don't forget, in January, we finally get to see the signing of our Ethiopian chap, who we've been literally chasing for 2 years. But he will finally join us officially in January. Ooh. Mike's still expensive. God damn it, Mike. Stop being so that. I feel like Fietza's probably not one for us, actually. I'll remove him from the shortlist. Holzniak. I'm not convinced he's worth paying that any real money for. What about you? Good tempo. Expensive as well. 9 million quid. Nah. I think that there maybe just is a ridiculously good Ivorian striker, potentially, that he's just not in there yet. But I'm telling you, Yao feels like, if anyone could, the only player I feel like that's coming through our youth system at the moment, who's a striker that could really give Blaz a run for his money later in the save, is Yao. I don't think there's anyone that even comes close to having the attributes that he's got at his age, and seemingly still has the potential to improve. Like, because his CA isn't even that high yet, which is scary. Did Chalaya just get games for... Oh, so he's... Oh, yeah, by the way, I managed to get Chalaya out on loan at Kishvada. Is Mike even playing? Oh, Zhao. Ooh. Oh, it's Sora Doggo again. We'll check in on him again, and I normally like to scout him just because his surname is Sora Doggo. It's just fun to say. Millions per inch of height. I don't know what's happening here. It's just a fun surname. I really enjoy it. Is he getting good stuff? Still able to perform his new position. Oh, yeah, that's right. We were... Wait, what? Yeah, we're training him as an attacking mid. Because he's got no real defensive capabilities. So we had to go forward with him. But I really like this guy, actually. Celaya. Oh, Celaya. Sorry, that was it. I was trying to remember exactly how to say it. What are whose attributes now? 6'6" Ivorian striker. Like, maybe? There was a guy called Desire Drogba who was a really tall Ivorian striker. But I don't know if that's him. I think there's another guy, maybe. Let me check. Let me just check for Ivorian players out on loan. That'll narrow it down a little bit. Do you still have nationality on here? I do. We have quite a few, actually. We've got Kanate, who is not a striker, I don't think. No, we've got Tokpa. Oh, it's Tokpa, isn't it? Nope, he's a centre back. Hey, big brother. Why has it done that? I don't know, actually. Is it Husu? He's 6'1", but he's not a striker either. I'm not sure. Unless it's Gondo. He's literally the only guy left, isn't he? No, I don't think we do. There was a guy called Desire Drogba, but he never actually signed for us. He was just really tall. Koulibaly is I don't think he's a striker. Koulibaly, I think, is an AM. Because we got two. Oh no, we got one Koulibaly, didn't we? Not two. Oh dear. Freedom Desire. Imagine if there was. I don't think I've seen. Actually, is Freedom a name that you can have on players? Yes, it is. You can. There's Freedom Ualabe, who's actually at Midtjylland. The young striker that can run Madrid. Oh, sorry. I literally just showed him. That's why I was confused. We've just had him on the screen for ages. Bro, and he can't rival him yet. But I feel like at 19, considering the game is still saying he has 5-star potential, like, I feel like the growth that's available to him to cover that gap could make him into an absolute worldie. Like, he's got 6 caps for the Ivory Coast already. He's only 19. I really like him a lot. FFC Dan with the 3 years.
I thought I'd mark my 3-year anniversary with a dirty joke. Give it to me, she yelled. I'm so wet, give it to me now. She could scream all she wanted, but I was keeping the umbrella.
Very solid. Also, what I really like is people watching the VOD, they don't see the resub messages in the chat box because it doesn't show them, I don't think. So they get to hear that fully out there. Dan, thank you so much, though. I hope you're well. How's it going, man? What do you think about... let me think. Hudson Odoi, Bassi. Oh. Right. Yoshi. Hopefully he'll come up. There he is. Still playing at City. 35 years old now. Still has 2 years left on his deal. Never had any jumping ricks, to be fair. God, he's a very good player, and I wish we hadn't lost him. It does suck. I do, like, both Yoshi and Abdul Nabi. They're 2 players that I really do regret losing, but there's nothing we could really do about it at the time. Oh, Raposo scored for Brazil. I love that it says determined, and that's a negative thing. I've never understood that part of the UI. It makes 0 sense to me. Checking on the video, because why the fuck not? Okay, decent. That's not bad. That's actually very solid. Lovely news. What? A lot of back fractures today. Oh, you're going to Goodison. Nice. What do you reckon is going to be? I don't know. I'm worried about that game. I know we did well there last time, but that was a very different sort of team. Mbappe, Haaland, and Lazard. Bloody hell. They're just hoarding at that point, right? That's just not fair. I haven't been to Budapest. It's just, international travel, generally, is quite expensive. Even if the plane tickets are cheap, other things cost money, basically. It is really a question of, can I afford that? Probably not a lot of the time. Unfortunately. Although, maybe I can make an exception for Malta, perhaps. Take Pog away there. As much as I would like to, you have to prioritize, you know, food and stuff. Only 2 different... Really? I think you must have been to Kenilworth Road then when we were in the championship. Janos is injured. No! To be fair, that could have been a broken leg and it still would have said 1 to 2 days. Man is unstoppable. San Antonio's under 19. Oh, Pascal Valle. Man will park your car and score a goal. Not bad. Very expensive, but not bad. That's true, actually, yeah. To be fair, the weight loss is just kind of going at the moment. I think I've just upped the running to the point now where it's kind of just doing it by itself currently. We'll take care of him. That's a good point as well, yeah. Lord behind Janos's pick. The long story is, when we first got him through, he was obviously a ridiculous youth talent. Hadrian from chat made a load of anime pictures for him in Midjourney, make him look like a superhero. I then turned that into an anime intro, and then we then decided to create a facepack picture for him that looked a bit like that. For example, just because he's got injured, I might as well play it. Just normal things. Nothing to see here. Oh, they actually do have players, just not a lot of them. Then again, I mean, I want to still make sure we still keep scouting Georgia, just because of, yeah. I don't... Basically, Hadrian has some ridiculously complicated mid-journey prompts that we used, and mid-journey version 5 or 5.1 is ridiculous. Hadrian works on Thursday. Sorry, he works in the office on Thursdays. So that's why he's not in on Thursdays. He was in last week because he was on holiday, but that's the reason he's not around on Thursday streams. He's always watching, Wazowski. Novel Janos... Oh! I hope that he actually lives up to the lore that we've painted for him, because we have certainly hyped him up to an absurd level, and I haven't actually seen him play all that well in a lot of the games so far, but there's time. He's still young. We give him a chance. We've got Samuel Mensah of Germany with... Oh, wow. I was hoping we get some cool... Oh, I could see it on that screen, Matt, you moron. No need for these extra options now. Gucci Katsuki, thank you for the follow. I don't know why there wasn't a pop-up for that. The Roy Galvin anime. Now you're talking. Don't tempt me with your... Don't tempt me with those dreams. You don't threaten me with a good time. Reserve team is garbage. I haven't looked at it. Took what Syria at. No console. Oh, hang on. Sorry. I don't know, because I don't know if the dynamics work differently on console. Here, speaking of our Ethiopian friend, he's still... I mean, maybe he's going to be crap, right? But he's got 14 caps for Ethiopia at 17. That's fun. This guy, I really need to... I keep trying to remove him from the shortlist, but I might have to go on his page and do it, because it doesn't seem to work. Oh, I know. It's because I moved him to the other shortlist, didn't I, when we were doing that test. Great Sons. Oh, he was the guy... He's very one-sided and very diminutive and quite expensive too. Martin Jensen, maybe? He's a bit cheaper, actually. He's very cheap. Not sure I'm convinced. Ooh, an underpriced Belgian. Actually, tell you what, he's not bad. For a Belgian, anyway. He's actually of a reasonable price. Solid tackling. Crossing's decent. For the loan farm, he might actually be quite a decent prospect. Cheap wages. Wants a loan. Tilano McCoy Splat. We do have some stonkingly good names in our youth system these days. Don't forget about De Figueroles as well. David Nieholm, thank you very much for the raid, my friend. Let me get you a shout out, sir. How was stream? Welcome in. Hope I've done that correctly. Look at me go. Modding around. Ooh, okay, a bit more. 1.8 million. Still not bad, actually, for a random loan farmer. Can't forget the fig rolls. The Dutch sweet left foot. Sweet left foot. That was a dreadful Dutch accent. I'm so sorry, Dutchies. Frederick Olsen. He's A-rated. Oh, you've got Dibbly Diaz as well. I forgot about him. Oh, yeah, he's the guy with the dreadful jumping reach. I don't trust this. I reckon a couple of rounds with Segrist, like 2 weeks on him, I reckon he drops down to like there. It's less about the fact that he's a DM. It's more about, like, do I want to pay that much money for a player I'm unsure about? I want to see if... I don't trust the potential in him just yet. But let's check in on Delano McCoy Splat. Although I suspect that, obviously, at this stage, he's probably retired. We've got Manco Milano and Devontae McKay, but no Delano McCoy Splat, sadly. Chris K25, thank you very much for the 5 months. Hope you're well.
Hope your back is better, Goat. How is Janos getting on this season?
Back's slightly better. We're making progress. I found a way to relieve it occasionally, and it doesn't hurt in as many positions as it did before. So I think it's slow improvements. But I suppose with any kind of muscle pull or strain, there's always going to be... It's just going to be slow movement, slowly getting there. I think there is still a couple of real guys, yeah. Oh. But Janos is doing okay. He has scored his first goal, albeit a penalty, but he did get it, and it still counts. But I think there is still a... He's a youngster, and I might... Actually... I don't think he's ever going to play for Belgium. He's got no second nat, so I think with him, our best bet is just to dangle that over him. That might be enough, honestly. Yeah, cool. Let's check real players. We can do the is regen no. Hopefully that'll fix it. Clear that. And then is regen. And then we want where do we want is, because that actually flips it. So there's 15 real players still in the database. No, Emmett Doran isn't the Hoyd anymore. He is still at the club, but not in that capacity. Basically, Rob, no, it's I think I did something to it during the half marathon at the weekend, and it just didn't display itself until all the other pain went away. Possibly from jumping over a gate, or like one of the styles, or just an odd landing after going over a log, something like that. Basically, I think I just like, I've definitely done something to the rhomboid. It's nothing major, but it's just very uncomfortable. It's like a burning sensation when I put my arms in certain positions. It's not ideal, particularly for sitting at a desk chair. So I can still run, and it doesn't hurt when I run, but when I'm sat at a desk chair, it does, because it's like activating the muscle in a certain way. It's a bit of a pain. So these are the real players left. 15 of them. All 38 are over. The oldest of the bunch is actually Albin Hedval of Severdalens, a team that I'm certain I played against in Nordic Nomads when I was at the first team, maybe. I definitely remember the name. 80 million is pretty decent. But the question is, have you got someone else to replace him? He is a bit dreadful, but the fact that he's still playing at 39. I wonder who'll be the last player in the save. It'll have to be one of these guys, right? Like Linus Dahlgren. Also, why are they all Scandi? There's like an abnormal amount of Scandi keepers here. Like, from this guy downwards, all of these dudes are Swedish. Not even just Scandi, just Swedish. Like, a good 30-40% of the players that are left in this save are all Scandinavian. More specifically Swedish. Fair enough. I feel like maybe someone like... Oh, these guys are all retiring. Actually, some of them aren't retiring yet. Corey Moore has 2 years left on his deal at Wraith Rovers. So he can actually be going until he's 40. Sweden just built it. They've got that Swedish air. You can have a bit of that as well. And Total Joker, thank you for the follow. It's like I'm following myself. Get him in there too. So it's Viking jeans. Oh, it's the meatballs. They're all hopped up on Shurtbola. Oh, Mert Avshar. Yeah, I was going to say, if he doesn't have Turkish second nationality, then I don't know I don't know who does. A bit of that too. Right, okay. Got Debrecen, we rest the players. Then it's... Oh, we actually may find as well. God damn, they're going to be sick of Hungarian sides by the end of this season. Laura Val's injured again. Shit, yeah, we're going to be without Yamin for the next Champions League game. Luckily, we don't have a super... who's considering their options? Oh, yeah. So, Nunez is being a bit of a wemp. I've convinced him twice. I tried to sell him in the summer, but nobody would bid on him. And it's annoying because he's going to end up leaving on a free transfer, and I don't think there's much we can really do about it. But, like, not one club was interested in him, even though his contract isn't that bad. I was very surprised that no one wanted him, considering how easy we've been able to move other people on. I guess it might be a little bit easier to play, yeah. But then other countries have lower divisions, right? Why is it just Sweden in this save? It's probably just some random quirk of the game. Laspria's hurt himself now. Oh, God, not another hip injury. Who do you play for at the moment? Pekshi, and he has done now for the last 7 years. Wow. Oh, God, he's Hungarian too. I feel like most of our players that we send out on loan just eventually become Hungarian. Wow. I forgot about a Karakalic was still out on loan. But, you know, they have a clause. They could actually buy him if they want to. They just never trigger it every year. Our Lord and Saviour Janosch is doing fine. He scored his first goal, albeit a pen, but it's something, right? Hans Martin Rocker. I know it's Rocker, but still, that's a good name. That right there. HM Rocker. Yes. Love that. Bit of heavy metal football for him. It could be because of preferences, perhaps, yeah. Bohats with another hat-trick. So one issue with Bohats is I haven't offered him a new deal, but because he wants too much money. And let me try again. Actually, now he's dropped it. He wanted like 50k, and I was just never going to give him 50k. But if he wants around about the same as what he's currently on, just to enable him to stay out on loan, yeah, 31 is fine. That's basically only a tiny little bump. But he originally wanted like 54k, which was just not happening. Some of them did demand quite largely. Obviously, I had to... Wow. Second Ballon d'Or. They're killing it, Christian. We've... Genuinely, we're top of the coefficient chart on the year. With 8 teams in Europe. I think only one of them has even lost a game so far. Out of 8 teams, I think there's only been 1 defeat. And that was Cannavaro against PSG. Second year in a row that now Blas has won the Ballon d'Or. He's still only 26. Bro is definitely the guy. I think those 2 goals in the Champions League final really sold it. 38 in 33 is pretty decent, whereas before he got it for 35 and 36. I mean, if he carries on at the rate he's going this year, he's got 22 in 9. So he might just evade it slightly. He is the guy. It's the most I'm him thing ever. He is him, exactly. The Golden Boot. Which Golden Boot? As in the Champions League one. He's won a couple of those already, yeah. Didn't win league top scorer last season, interestingly, though. Right, youth prospects. We want big... no, where's Sem? This is Sem territory. Surely. Yeah. This is a perfect spot for him. Koulibaly and Bokshay. Wow, Bokshay's getting game time. He's another of the same crop at... Wow! He's 5-star potential now. He's in the same crop as Janos. So we got Milan Bokshay, who's gone completely under the radar, is now 5-star potential. Why is he worth... He's even younger than Janos as well. Fairly professional personality. God damn. I've already got him training anchor. Because he doesn't have the jumping reach, although he's improving. Jesus, European Golden Boot. I don't think he's ever won it, just because our league is so high up now that we get punished. We have had one player win it one time, I think. But I don't think it was him. Just right. I don't know, actually. What is he not sure? When did the games kick back off again for that? Shadow, but yeah, he's always in the shadows lurking. Edvaldo's actually back now. But I think I'll play him in the next game. Janos in. Yes, good point. Janos instead of K-Griff. He's slowly getting to grips with the Trek roll. It's going to take him a little while, obviously. Biggest wage out of the loan farm. I think we've got a guy on like 60k. Maybe 70, which might be Haris Živkovic. But he is the best striker at the best side out on loan. So it makes sense that he would earn that kind of money. Boom. About 13 hours. Sick. Oh, what, like early hours of the morning? Ah. It's going to be a pain. I know England are playing on Saturday, which is, again, going to coincide with my run. So I'll have to just... I suppose I could listen to it on the radio, actually. While I'm running. That'll give me something to do. Commit to a save. Because I just set myself goals that I want to complete. And they're long-term goals. For a save like this, the long-term goal is so... Well, damn. Somewhat unachievable in some ways, you might say. But Janos actually played really well in that game. Yes, it is, Dan. Well, not this save specifically, but Building a Nation, yes. 1842. Well, I'll just use an app, radio app, obviously, because I'll just be running with my phone, so I'll just put it in my headphones. But it also helps that, you know, making content on the save, that is a good motivational tool, because it's just, if it's not just me that's enjoying it, then it's very helpful. Although, to be fair, there have been very few moments in this save where I've even been slightly disillusioned with it. It's always felt like we were on the road towards something. There's been ups and downs with it, but yeah. Malta. Most likely with Sirens, which is going to be the plan. We're going to build like a custom database for it, which obviously will be available for everybody. It's going to be dope. That'll probably be the last one, though. Hey, Arcee. How are you, man? Our under-19 team is actually doing quite well this year. I wonder if we might have a chance of winning the UEFA Youth League. Schalke. Wow! Double Mirkos. I thought they had a guy called Karen then. Which I suppose is a name you can get, I think. I have seen a few players called that. They've also got a Gideon, so we want to watch out there. Oh, yeah, that ain't happening, ironic Christian. It's just going to... I mean, obviously, we'll keep that in the back pocket just in case things change, because it wouldn't mean too much for us. What team will we do next year? Like I said, we'll be doing Sirens. I know, Twitch are not letting us do NASCAR Lions, which is a shame. But, you know, if we can't even use the name of the team in chat, then it's going to be a bit of a problem. Particularly as having it in titles might cause issues with, like, ranking and things, and then YouTube titles might have similar moderation nonsense we don't know about. You just... Silliness, isn't it, really? But for the safety of us progressing it, it's probably going to end up being Sirens. There's a lot we can do with that name, though. Wait, what? Oh, dear. Naughty Milan. Lurking in the shadows to apparently murk someone. Aris under 19s. You've not really got any players, but just enough to maybe make me want to do another season for you. Right. Deljig, how are you getting on? You were another one of the guys I picked up who've actually done quite well. He's got 6 in 6 for the under 21 side or under 19 team, which is not bad. New Zealand. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Lorival's back. Sene should be dropped. Giannina. Boom. The Wii were... Oh, there's so much we can do. Every time we score, we can just play it. It's the sound of the police. There's a lot we can do with it. These are all reasonable. I think Pushkas, I only have him on the shortlist so that we can sign him back on a free when his contract expires. Koulibaly, I think we're now kind of off the Koulibaly train. I think it's the only way I can actually remove them from the shortlist officially is from there. Had the money, do you think they'd go for him? I don't think they would at this point. I think if they were going to do that, they would have done that before they'd signed Højlund. At that point. I know there are very different types of players, but I think if they were going to spend that kind of money on a striker, they would have done that before that moment, right? Also, you know, Spurs selling him to technically a direct rival, if you like, would have probably been quite bad for them. Oh, Tondela got into the Conference League. Big up them. Yeah, they clearly think that having someone like Højlund for the future is going to be a better deal for them, rather than signing a 30-year-old who would demand enormous wages and the longevity they would get out of him. I think they're actually making some quite smart business, which is not something you can actually say about Man United for much over the last 10 years, but it does seem that they are actually turning things in the... And I suppose they have done a bit more over the last couple of years, but it does feel like they're actually turning a corner there. Give them a chance. They'll do something wrong, I suppose, but... Less wood-woodery. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine that Højlund's, like... wages are going to be... I mean, they'll still be quite decent, but they're nowhere near. Imagine them getting him on a free at the end of the season. Did Bretson have Celtic next? They're already 2 for 2. That's a winnable tie. Kisvada by Leverkusen, Giamot Real Madrid, never mind. Haladash Dortmund, you just never know what happens in that. Thanks, I hate it. Yeah, to be honest with you, right? I obviously enjoyed Banter-era United as much as the rest of us, right? But honestly, at this point, I actually kind of want to see them be a little bit good again. I've got bored of them being kind of bad. I actually kind of wouldn't mind seeing a bit of United being a little bit all right again now. 100k, yeah, exactly. And Kane would have wanted, what, 450, 500 maybe? Exactly, drop points. That's another thing about them having so many teams in Europe is they could end up hitting each other quite a lot in certain stages, which is going to cost lots of points. I imagine that a lot of you are probably just fine with them being bad, but there you go. Maybe don't talk to people like that. Courtois done his ACL. Shit. Do you guys see that Neuer might not even be back this season at all? Like, he might genuinely miss the entire season again. At this point, is there any point of even continuing? We'll just retire, right?
I am familiar with
I Hill Twitch, thank you for the follow. God, which would be insufferable. Was Neuer done? He broke his leg skiing, didn't he? Last February? Not last February. February, I think it was something like that. And it's like properly fucked from what I remember. Right, Nieto, swap those two over. Manier, how are we looking at this with Maurice? Do you know what? Maurice is actually a very capable anchor in this team, which does make me happy. Because that means that he can play in that role with Patrice, Montiel, Teixeira, and Romero. Gives us decent cover. Bundia's done his ACL. God, is everyone doing their ACLs now? They need to get some of those brand new boots that Nike made for the women's game. Because clearly ACLs are still a problem. They're just... Yeah, true. Someone's goalkeeper is going to be... just leave Bert Leno alone. Edvaldo or Bigmanovic. Yeah. The problem I have with Edvaldo is a little bit that he's a great player, but I'm worried about that his morale could end up costing him. But I think we should give him a chance. Because he did do very well in the... How many games? In the one match that he played, he did get 2 goals and 2 assists on his debut in the league. So he's clearly got the quality. And with us playing against a team like Feyenoord, I feel like we might not need quite as much quality. Although now I've said that we will inevitably lose. They've got a goalkeeper whose name is Berry. Berry van Otterley. Love that. Hector van Hoog. Not to mention... Geronimo van Gaal. That's glorious. I was not... You could have given me 100 guesses and I would have not have gone with Geronimo as the first name there. Glorious news. If nothing else, they win the best names of the day. Yep. Oh, true. He does have a bit of height about him. Favorite nation to scout from? I don't really have one because I don't do like specific nation scouting. Well, I do, but I incorporate as many... I do... It's just not the way I do scouting. Because to me, if you're looking at a specific nation over any others, then all you're doing is limiting the number of places you're looking at to do scouting with. And I realise if you've got a limited scouting budget, then you have to be a bit more picky, but then usually it's limited by your geographic area. So it's not like you can only pick one country. It's usually based on, like, how close that country is to you. GG reports. Don't know. People have their own methods to streaming and the way they like to play the game, right? That's, you know, it is what it is. I'm sure there's other methods people like to use. Red Star are great, but again, if you only scouted Serbia, you'd miss out on every other Wonder Kid that we found in the save, and that's why I just don't do that. We obviously still scout Serbia, and we still get all the great Serbian players. Look at the 3 or 4 guys we picked up last season. But you don't need to like stay laser focused on them in order to get those kind of results, is the point I'm making, I suppose. You can kind of have the best of both worlds. I'm expecting double-digit assists this season from Nieto because of those set-piece delivery that he has. It should be a relatively easy time for him this year. Kishvada lead. Great news. Already leading against Bayer Leverkusen. My God, we're dominant. Look, chat. Just at this exact moment in time, there are 4 Hungarian sides in the top 8. 4 of them. Imagine if we got 4 sides through in the top 8 places. We'd basically be guaranteed all Hungarian ties at a certain stage of the Champions League. We're absolutely killing it this season. Radovanovic is a centre-back. He plays for Haladash. He actually scored a hat-trick in the league for them earlier this season. 2 set-piece goals and a penalty, obviously, but still. Incredible scenes. Great pass from Nieto. Could he put it back inside for Jurin? He's at the post. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Haladash are going to be catching this up. Bear in mind, Debrecen are away at Celtic today. That's a winnable game for them. Set up the database and what league should I have? It depends on what save you're doing entirely. So, what I tend to do... Big Head is dead. I like to set up a save where I load only the leagues of the nation I'm in. Kishvela, I've conceded. But then I load the players. I actually have a video about it specifically. But there are limitations to it. It depends on what sort of save you're looking... Like what kind of... It's hard to know without knowing actually what save you're doing, I suppose. That's cost them a little bit there. See you later, Dan. We're not doing that well here. Can we, like, actually get our shit together a little bit, lads? Like, Blaz has missed an open goal. Nieto's looked fantastic, which is great, but he can't do it by himself. Velasquez has been a bit poor today as well, actually. PC specs, yeah, of course. But to be fair, I tend to set my databases up like this to design to be working on, like, you know, the worst of... Bloody hell! The worst PCs... Sorry, it's 6-1 to Manchester City against Chelsea at half-time. But the database size isn't actually what matters. The number of players turned on is not what decides how slow the game is. It's the number of leagues turned on. Like, this runs pretty quick, admittedly, with a good processor. But we have 110k players turned on without an issue, really. Villa, I mean, they're not... It's a lot of it's down to personal preference. Yeah, because there's 6 English sides in the group stages, it's almost impossible for them to avoid each other. The fact that there's 6 teams in the group stage is mad. Can we, like, maybe score a winning goal? I don't want to drop random points against Feyenoord, particularly not when Zirmot won here. Like, we've already had a Hungarian side win in this stadium this season, and I don't want to drop points here of all places when we've already beaten Juve and Real Madrid. Ball in. It's a clearance as well. Maybe we have to go Octo Trek. Maybe not Octo Trek, but like 5-star Trek or something to try and throw some more bodies forward. Leagues players, I mean, there's a maximum amount you can have, which is like 400,000, but obviously never do that. That would be catastrophic for your PC. When you say very good, like what processor do you have? I think that's the key thing, because the processor is what's going to do all the work here. Generally speaking, anyway. Tichera, ball over the top for Nieto. Can he score his first goal for us? Yes, he can! Not his first goal, sorry, his 4th goal for us. Josipa Nieto, his first goal in the Champions League for us. What does it do for the coefficients? Well, it means that they'll be guaranteed to lose out on points, essentially, because they're playing each other. Which means that England will drop points because of it. Because one of them is guaranteed to lose. Or if they draw, then that's the equivalent of i5 2600K. I asked that as if I'd actually know what that was going to be. Is that like top end? Is that like a really high-end processor? Point being, the more players you load, the slower it's going to be. And you might have, maybe just do some tests as Durin's through again. Dinks the keeper. 2-0. Good for gaming. Yeah, but this is specifically to do with the processor itself. The gaming element of it is actually kind of irrelevant with FM, because what you're going to notice is the more players and leagues you load, the slower the actual processing will take. So the games itself will be absolutely fine. But it's the stuff in between the games, when you're going from day to day, that's where you're going to notice the slowdowns if the processor isn't great. For example, I have a Ryzen 7 3700X. I don't know where that compares, and it is obviously 4 years old. But at the time, it was a pretty decent processor. And now, obviously, even still now, it's probably not too bad. Obviously, there's been some changes since then, but it does the job for me. Nieto slips it through for Durin. Can he make it 3? Blaz is in, and he scored another one. Nieto is looking very, very good in that position. Not just even from set pieces, like, just in general. Suddenly, we really have turned it on in the second. Watch us win like 6-0. A graphics card will do nothing to help process the game, as far as I'm aware. If it does, it's going to be minimal and you won't notice it. So you could have literally like a, I don't know, 4080 Ti or whatever the hell it is, and I don't think you'll see much of improvement in terms of the processing of the game. As far as I know. Janosch time, maybe. Could get him off on Michal, maybe. I do want to focus on getting a decent goal difference this year if we can, though. Because... Oh, Janosch isn't on the bench. Shit. Sometimes he is on the bench. No. Please don't feel like you can't put questions in chat. That's why we're here. So, if you have more questions, drop them in chat. Either myself or chat will be able to help you if you can. Thank you very much for the follow. But the database video will give you an idea of how to maybe set it up. But it will depend on your own use case, obviously. 40 teams won a Conference League, had a Champions League final. Oh, 17 biggest team in Europe. That's pretty decent. So basically, the reputation thing is really key. The way around that, what you need is a Europa League win. Europa League is great. Because, to give you an idea, we've had 2 Hungarian sides in this save win Europa Leagues. And both of them instantly got 4-star rep because of it. As Edvaldo puts it over the line. Nice. To Chair and Bartechko. I guess, but what's Bartechko's speed like? He's actually got the speed, he just has no crossing ability. 1.0 cats. Oh, that is the big one. Actually proved to move big push. You should be able to relatively comfortably. You just have to focus on signing cheap players from slightly more, like, less fancied leagues, basically. That's really how you build up a squad. I realise that trust me, we've been in this exact same spot where you can't sign players that are going to strengthen you now, but you have to think long term. So you sign young players that have good potential for the future from slightly unfancy teams on cheap deals, bring them in, sell them, and then develop it like that. You have to sort of take that approach, otherwise you really won't be able to get there. Europe saves, start saving. The Faroe Islands. Now wait for the next game. To be fair, Ash, you could start it now because there isn't. You could just carry the save over. I don't know about that DPT, actually. We've yet to have a chance to find out. Yeah, Gimot's still taking a draw with Real Madrid. Kishvada are now leading by Leverkusen. I'm guessing since Haladash are here, they are winning again. Debrecen down to 10 men, though, so hopefully they can hang on. That's not what we need there. But a draw away at Celtic would get them to 7 points and would basically do enough for them to be nearly through already. We do have 2 latest score screens. The reason we have that set up is because the idea was that we'd be able to watch games in different competitions at the same time, but as it is, we've just kind of kept it as it was, and we don't really need it anymore, but we haven't had any reason to put anything else in there, so it just kind of stuck with it, right? This should be another really solid day. No, you can take FM23 saves to FM24. They specifically announced it. The thing you say is also true, but that is also true. RDF Tactics, my friend. How's your building a nation going? Oh, go on. Another one for Durin. And he's... Oh, he's filth. He's filth. Not you, Aaron. How is your building a nation going?
Oh, this isn't where
I'm curious. You know, I love to see it. Was it Romania you're doing? Thank you very much for the follow, Benjamin. That's very, very kind of you. Oh, that's a great part. Look at the fact that Durin is nearly on to 30 goals. It's not even again. We're not even in Christmas yet. Remarkable scenes. No. Right, big head. It's definitely not cheating. To me, in FM, it's a single-player game. You play the game however you feel comfortable. If you don't feel comfortable yet with having the fog of war and attribute masking switched on, play without it. It will just be a way of like guiding you into the game. I think for beginners, it's probably a pretty good thing. Like it can, the attribute masking can be quite daunting at first. That was a really good second half. We really did pop off a little bit in that second period. 5-0. Blaz with a hat-trick, Nieto with a goal, and Edvaldo getting a goal too. I think he got an assist as well, didn't he? Yes, he did. He's got a very good record so far. But the question is, what do the other Hungarian sides do? Come on. Yeah, always prioritize fun. Switching it on. I mean, I like playing with on because I enjoy the challenge of it, but that is more a case of that I think I would be bored with the game if I didn't have it switched on. Yeah, it's just a thing to... It's actually kind of like a difficulty slider in some ways. Unhealthy Flax. Thank you so much for the 12 months. A full damn year. Or it says I just play. Yeah, exactly. And Foxy's fucking great. Foxy's way better at this game than I am, so prioritize fun, right? It's what I would always say. Knocked out the Champions by Celtic. To be fair, Celtic haven't exactly done us a massive favour here. You hate to see it. But, I mean, you must be in the early seasons, right, though? So there's always to be expected that sort of stuff will happen. Guillermo just took a draw with Real Madrid. Yes, so to give you an idea, we have 5 teams in the Champions League this year. There's us, obviously, Haladash, Debrecen, Guillermo, who just took the draw with Real Madrid, and Kishvarda, who, wait, that means that fucking Bayer Leverkusen... Oh, no, they lost their first game. Point being is, so far, we're on for all 5 of us to qualify for the next round of the Champions League. Come on. Oh, this is a good year for coefficient, my friends. That's a hell of a tough group. But on the plus side, give it a couple of years and you'll get 36 teams in your group. FM20 to FM24, no. As far as I'm aware, so my current knowledge is that it's FM23 to FM24 and then FM24 to FM25. Haladash played, my god, 7-1 in the end. That was 6-1 at half time. Haladash must have won. Just putting Dortmund in the mud. Little 4-0. How many of the teams in the Champions League have your players? Oh, loads. Foxy, we have 159 players out on loan. To give you an idea, Haladash's squad, so all the ones in blue are obviously the loanees, and as far as I'm aware, they're all from us. I wish you could see this better. Some of these guys are like, to give you an idea, Radovanovic is 5-star current ability. I don't know why it's not showing up on it. It might be because we're in a game. He's 5-star current ability. And he's on loan. We gave them really young, and they developed into the quality players they are now. That way, we would never be able to get them out there. We've started our own nation, innit? Oh, this is so much more successful. We've been in 18 finals. This is season 23, but over the first 22 seasons of this save, there's been 18 finals featuring Hungarian sides. So 8 Champions League finals. We've won 4, lost 4. 8 Conference League finals. We've won 1, lost 7. And I think 3 Europa Leagues where we've won 2. Incredibly. How have you done 32? Because it's fun. It's just super fun to have this kind of success that we're having in the save. It's just been so much fun. Volcano Orange, thank you for the follow. League Better, it's all about the loan farm. Getting any loans you can in the early stages. And then,
here's a fun fact.
In real life, we started the save at the start of FM23. So when the game came out, maybe a week and a half later, not like on the exact day, so maybe very early November. We're number 2 at the moment. We have been number 2 for the last 3 years, so we've been stabilizing that now. But now it's just trying to hunt down England. That's really the last bastion. Gibo Gaming, thank you for the follow. But yeah, the way to make the other teams better is loans, because if you can get them good loans, firstly, that will make them better because they're good players. They'll also develop out on those loans, particularly if you do the trick that makes them extend for 2 years instead of 1, which is really important. But also, if they have good players, they then have a better squad, which means they'll then sign better players because they'll actually be able to attract a higher quality of player. National team ranking, they were like 69th last time. I don't know. We don't really pay attention to the national team. It's not what the save's about. England is very impossible to catch. However, we have had 3 people from chat have done it already, which is incredible. Next year's save. The next year's save is building a nation with Malta. With a team called Sirens. Yeah, England are missing Leeds this year, which means that England have 6 teams in the Champions League, but they've only got 1 in the Europa and none in the Conference League, which means it's very top heavy. So if they don't succeed here, there's a strong chance that we could catch them on the back end of the year. I reckon they have a really bad year. It's exciting. Jack, thank you for the follow. ASV Gael. Hang on, I'll just search for it and then find out from clubs, right? Oh, 45 teams? I'm not sure which team you mean. What are they called to the point... Are they just called Gael, maybe? I don't know if it's slower than Ireland. It's pretty damn low. Do Wales. You will struggle because of the horrendous Brexit rules. So it means you'll really struggle to bring in any young players. Again in Belgium. Is it? Have I spelt it wrong? Maybe I spelt it wrong. Let me sort it by this. Do we know what the club's called? Like, which nation is it in, at least? Because I just... Belgium. Oh, okay, so it must be... Is it these guys? Actually managing a club in the nation. Probably not. I suspect. I don't. If you're managing a club outside of the nation, then I think you've got zero chance. Poland would be really fun as well. It's ASV. Oh, ASV Giel. Ah, my bad. Have you heard of Alex Neil? Could I interest you in a bit of Alex Neil? Still not seeing it. I'm still not seeing this club. There's 2 Belgian teams showing up here. Building a nation, Guam. Oh, I'm still bitter from my last Guam one. Oh, let me just type in Giel. There it is. Oh, it's because it doesn't have any ASV bit. Yeah, I mean, they don't really have any players in their squads, really. I assume it's Belgian amateur sort of stuff. Yeah, I mean, there's not really much I can show you about them, really, other than that they exist. Characteristics built into the AI too. I very much doubt it would be on Toast, sadly. Believe me, I would love that to be the case. There's so many things I would love to be in it, but it's kind of self. What I do want, though, is an extend all loans button. Because it can get a bit tedious when you get to the end of the season and you've got your minus 93 players out on loan. Having to go through and individually extend the loans of every single one of them. Oh, hang on, I can show you now. On this screen, actually. The abilities of some of the players that are out on loan. And you can see that, and that's based on our squad, which is a Champions League winning side. So Haladash actually have 5 players that are 4 stars or better. There's a decent amount of quality floating about at the other sides in the league, is what I'm saying. Some of them aren't even that old either. Including Wilson Roberto. How's he developing? Good lord, he's a bit, couldn't he? He's decent. Sick. Right, we got some money for that. Molina is genuinely insane. I love that Giamot have got him. He would have been easily part of the reason they got that result against highlight players and select a button to extend all highlights. Literally, or just literally give me the ability to highlight multiple players on that screen, right click and have the proposed loan extension option. That's all I'm asking for. That would be fine, but you can't even do that. And even on the screens where you can select multiple players, if you do select multiple players there, it then removes the option to propose loan extensions. Why? It just doesn't make any sense to me. I'm sure there's a coding reason for it, but bugger me. It's not even literally, yeah. I'll refund your points for that because we didn't really find anything. Right, we'll go to Thursday. We'll get the Conference League and Europa League out the way, and then we'll have a look at the coefficients, because surely we must still be ahead of England on the year. I reckon we can get number 1 on the year this year. Right, what we got? Right, that's a tough game, but they need to start winning. And Ferencváros are hosting Rangers. They usually do quite well against Rangers. And Kekshmet, incredibly, had already beaten Roma, so watch them lose to Tobol Kostane. I reckon they draw or lose that game. After beating Roma in the home leg. Home game. Oh. Okay, right, here we go. Results. Oh, finally. Great result there. Ferencváros draw with Rangers. Shimol Penning scores again. I bet you it was a substitute. I don't think it was. Shimol Penning, I tell you what, the ultimate European hero, but that's still good points, and that's great for Honvéd as well, because down there both sort of Ferencváros are 7th, Honvéd are 15th, but they're catching up now, getting into the battle at the top. As for 3-0 win, Kekshmet are actually 2 for 2 in the Conference League. Tell you what, chat, this might be the year that we actually start to give a rival year to that one that we already got rid of. Oh, that'd be so good if that could fluctuate. But I think there's a lot of things in the game that would be better if they were dynamic, other than the things that actually are. All I want is a bit more control of what things affect your saves at the start. Kind of like how in any kind of Paradox game, there's a lot more options. Like, do I want the Sunset Invasion? Things like that, you know? In a way, we've kind of had that of ourselves. Right, what are we up to then? Is it table and not knockouts? So, no, basically, what you'll notice, Big Head, is in Season 3 of your save, Europe will switch over to the new format, which features what is the Swiss system. But basically, it means that there's a league phase that looks like this, and it's a giant league table. You play, if you're in the Conference League, 6 games. In the Champions League, it's 8, and the Europa League, it's 8. And then you don't play every team. You only play, like, teams from 2 from the pot 1, 2 from pot 2, 2 from pot 3, 2 from pot 4. And then it's an overall league table based on that, basically, to decide who goes through. So the top 8 get a guaranteed progression to the round after, and then everyone from 9 through to 24th goes into the first knockout round. It's like a pre-knockout round, I suppose. Basically, that's how it works. That'd be kind of sick, DPT. I'd like that as a functionality, but honestly, I would settle for just having increased prize money. We get £1 million a year for winning the league. We're the second best league in Europe. Imagine if the German champions or the Spanish champions got £1 million of prize money for winning the league. I imagine it's slightly higher than that in real life. Right, let's do the coefficient. And our TV money is almost non-existent as well, despite being the second best league in Europe. What are we at? 7.5. Holy shit. We're over a point clear of England on the season. And I don't know where Spain have gone. 7.5 points. Fuck. We've only played 3 games in the Champions League so far. 3 of PSG signings. Okay, so it's clever there to use a lookup for a player to get 3 players, but I will acquiesce to it anyway. There's 2 guys called Edu Fuba. The first one is this guy. I won't hold on them for too long because we do have to get going, but that's Edu Fuba. He was the American dude we got from PSG. Now on at Girmont, doing a great job of things so far. Manier was the other, or one of the 2 others. He's actually back now. He's done 4 years out loan at Kekschmet, but he refused to go back out on loan this year, despite them qualifying for Europe, which was weird. But now he's kind of come in and he's played either DM or as a backup centre-back for us this season. French international. Excellent news. And the last one is Arthur Etienne, who I think is still out on loan at... No, Danny, you keep your points, sir. No, how dare you? I said good day. Oh, I remember their names just because they're quite quality players. Like, he's on loan at Uipesh. Maybe he doesn't have the ceiling, but, like, who cares about the ceiling when you've got this kind of quality in terms of his attributes? If anything, if he has a good run of form, he immediately is 4 stars again. He's a phenomenal footballer. 23 caps for France at the age of 23. Man you wanted by the big boys. So he will be going nowhere. He's not going to find another loan, let's put it that way. He's kind of past the point where he can now be loaned out. Hang on, you say he was on 130k a week? Fuck, he isn't he? I think he might be one of the ones that managed to get a 5%. Yeah, so he was one of the few players that managed to get 10% wage rises from us, and that's why his wage is actually a bit obscene. We may have to work on that, or just sell him, because we can't have that continue. We'll end up turning into Outlet Bilbao. Record sale. I think it's still Bobby Tree. We'll check it from the league's history. Wait. Maybe not. Okay. I swear there used to be a different page. Oh, we'll look at Hungary, because that'll... No, that's Hungarian players, isn't it? I could just look at our own one, couldn't I? I think it's still Bobby Tree. Oh, look at my profile. That'll tell us. I didn't even retired then? Manager timeline. I didn't even realise that was clickable there. Why would anyone want to do that, obviously? Yeah, highest fee receiver is 106 million for Bobby Tree. But we felt at the time it was the right deal. We had other players coming through that we wanted to start for us, and to get 106 million pounds from Real Madrid for someone who was, I believe at the time, 31, felt like the right deal for us at the time. Very good player, though. Excellent player, but 100 million pounds. Oh, by the way, chat, I actually had a bid of 207 million for Blaz from Real Madrid in the summer. They dropped a big 200 bomb on us. But I said no. Blaz is going nowhere because I think he might be the best. I genuinely think he might be the best striker in the game, CA-wise. Or certainly in the top 2 or 3. I mean, he's won back-to-back Ballon d'Ors at the age of 26. I think he'll just keep winning them at this stage. Cercle Bruges. We actually signed a guy from them for quite a little while. So they've only got like one guy that we've actually scouted at the moment in Mr. Mart Niekamp or Niekamp. Undervalued for winning the Ballon d'Or for sure, yeah. Yeah, Blaz has won back-to-back Ballon d'Ors now. So they're in the top flight. Not looking good as far as any actual trophies being won by them, though, sadly. They have one key player that's worth notable, which is Rodrigo Branco. Not a Belgian international, but they did sign him from a team called St. Eloise or Eloi Winkelsport. And that is the real quiz. There's not much more I can show you about them, unfortunately. We already got team reports for them as far as scouting goes. Right. Oh, this is a chance for more absolute tomfoolery. Yep. Okay, Janosch, where you at, buddy? Let's get our anime superhero in. Oh, he's actually getting quite good here. Oh, because he's on the right-hand side, yeah. I'm liking to see the upward arrows, though. And he's worth 25 million now at 16. God damn, he's good. I still haven't seen him repeatedly try to beat players, though. That's something I do want to see when he actually starts getting some game time for us. It seems like when you start him on the right, he does seem to play a lot better, even though they switch wings. I wonder if that's just because the game takes that into account. Maybe we'll have to actually start starting him there instead. Other 5-star youth in? Not for this game. There's really no reason to. He'll get plenty of games. He's ended up in our rotated squad, which is something. Right, Durin, come on. You've got 8 goals in the last cup game. Show me at least 3. I want a hattie. I want 30 goals by Christmas. Watch him not score at all now. We're certainly not going to get 15 goals like we got in the last one of these cup matches, that's for sure. Yeah, we'll just lose 1-0 to Dorog. Only 3-0, and one of them was an own goal. Janosch did score, though, and he assisted. I'm telling you, Janosch is the man. A goal and an assist for Janosch here. Blaz getting the other one. Good news. Is that man of the match for Janosch there, potentially, too? No, he didn't quite get man of the match, but so far, 2 goals and 3 assists in the cup. Push the button. Oh, you're damn right I'm going to push the button. Off we go. Excellent. Lovely scenes. I would like to see him score from open play at some point, but he is only 16 and he'll get there. He better get there. Jesus. Bloody Brett, don't get relegated, please. I beg of you. Just Janosch thinks, hey, to be fair, we have got him set as our penalty taker so that he gets an opportunity to score goals. We are sort of, we are nurturing him. We're trying to get the best possible outcome for him. So early league games, when we can, cup matches, rotated games, it will be thrown into the fire for us a little bit. Because football's important, and we don't want to loan him out because, well, he's Janosch. And other teams would be quivering in fear whenever he played. We don't want to inflict that on someone. Well, we do, but just we want him playing for us while he's doing it. Bit of that. Cool. Right. Oh, we got FC. Oh, I forgot we got to play FC Copenhagen. Then again, they normally give us a surprisingly simping a bit. We do be doing simping around these parts, yes. We simp for Janosch. No one else, just Janosch. Janosch? Janosch. I can't even get his name right. Kenyatta's back. Good news. Pushka. Oh, okay. Go on then. Fucking hell. Did I? Wait, was that the senior team? Oh, yeah. Maybe we don't need to do that. Show on development graph. I don't think he has, you know. Or maybe he has. Has it been 6 months yet? Yeah, it has, hasn't it? Just barely. It might not still be enough. It does show, but it's not. We've not got any actual like notable number increases. But there are some number increases though. Although it's weirdly saying his dribbling started at 16 when we just know that is not the case. Like when he gen, I'm almost certain he had 14 dribbling, and we have screenshots where he had 15 dribbling. We're fast tracking him, yeah. But it's rare that we get a wonder kid that we want to nurture and make into something special. And he is the man. I wonder when he's going to get his first Hungary caps. Because if he keeps playing for us, that will definitely help as well. Right, lots of reasonables. I think a lot of these guys are going to be quite expensive. Because, wow, that's a lot of players. Okay, you guys... definitely not staying on this list anymore. Although one of them, I think, was exploring their options. Joseph Bull... he's facing the game. He's worth loads. By the way, Pedersen didn't move to Hallash in the end, even though they were bidding on him. He actually went to Porto, annoyingly. Marino, way too expensive for us. FM Christmas. Oh, imagine. I don't think he will, you know. I reckon Zhao actually might have a chance of winning it this year if he plays a decent amount. Or it will just be some random player we've never heard of. Yeah, these guys are... he's okay. He's actually quite decent, but... actually, he is quite good. I might scout him a bit further. Or shortlist him at least for the moment. Soradogo, we only like to keep an eye on because of his name. Pashiarek. It's okay. What different players? Well, we get money from like we get money from prize money as well. So we make a decent amount. Because to give you an idea, 5 of the last 6 seasons we've been in the Champions League final. So that does generate over the course of a season a decent amount of money. But not that much, particularly as our wage bill just for the loan farm itself is 50 million a year. So I think most of our Champions League money goes on just paying off the loan farm. But winning the Champions League did get us like 23 million plus a load of extra money as well. Ooh. Okay. Babokshi. Ooh, they got a good youth prospect as well. Cool. Yeah, it was going to get you pretty close because we get like 2 million per win. We often win every game as well. So that's, on average, is probably going to get us at least nearly 20 million just for the groups. Then each round of progression is like nearly another 10 million. And then winning it, you get 23 million. Plus you get some coefficient money because we've got the highest coefficient in the world or in Europe, which is usually at least another 17 million. So I think it's actually more like 60, 70 million potentially. So this is rotation. No, it's not. This is full strength as well. Wow, okay. Durin can start again. Why not? And Edvaldo can start this one because I think my assistant doesn't like starting him because of his unhappiness, but come on. Live a little. The next game will rotate, which means Janos will come back in again. Probably not losing. Although Zalagasek are away from home, they're bottom. I still think we won't beat them by too much. I just want to see Blaz get 30 goals by Christmas. Then again, we do have some quite easy Champions League games coming up too, which he could easily do that in as well. Right, go on. 6-1, and not a single goal by Blaz, but Edvaldo scores a hat-trick. Edvaldo wanted to go for a new challenge, and he's the first player in this save, I think, that I've actually not been able to convince out of it. So he's a bit pissed at me because I didn't let him go to Real Madrid, basically. They didn't really bid any good money for him, so he'll get over it eventually. But he is looking very, very strong in this team. I'm really enjoying his output so far. Carpenter was very good there too. I'll get through to that. I don't think what are our 3 Champions League games that are left? FC Copenhagen, Chelsea away will be tough, and Atletico away. Those won't be easy. But then after Christmas, though, we've got Dino Zagreb and Midtjylland. If we could somehow get through the Chelsea away one is the really difficult one. We actually humped Atletico 6-0 away from home a couple of years ago. Also, speaking of that, I realised I accidentally showed the wrong group stage fixtures in the recap video. Because I had it ticked back a year to show the Champions League final at the start of the video, I forgot to tick it back forward again. And I didn't realise that I'd done that, and so I showed the wrong fixtures for the Champions League group stages. Which is silly of me. So apologies. I didn't even notice it until someone pointed out in the comments. Which is, again, the worst thing, because then I couldn't do anything about it, unfortunately. But it is what it is. Okay, Kekschmidt, that's rotation. Oh, God, I've got fidgeting so much today, chatto. It's also very hot in here, which isn't helping. Like, what are we up to now? 29 degrees in this room, not ideally. Yeah, the first time a well actually came in very helpful there. Wow. It's not a bad team they got. A bit of that. Cool. To err is to human, exactly. And I'm very, very... I must be the most human man alive. Because I err a lot. Usually on the side of caution. Right. Now that is definitely not a rotated team. What are we even doing here? Janosch is in. I'll put Lucas in. I'll start Sem. Koulibaly and Manier is fine because Yamin will be back. Nope, no, we won't. Manier's not starting this game either. We'll put Bokshay in. Kenyatta and Rolf. Sandor and Romero. No, not Romero. We want fucking anyone else. I really want Sogosh. There he is. That'll do. Higher in 24. Yeah, that's what it was. I was just a moron. I think it's because there's something to do with Ivorian players and something to do with the code changed in it, and it means that it doesn't seem to give them faces. I can't remember exactly what it is. Right, actually, I'm going to start Janosch on the correct side. Because he seems to play better whenever you start that. Was Mania still in there? Shit. Oh, he is. Sorry, I hate the fact that you have to be really precise with that. There we go, box K. Okay, I could see us losing this. Like we did last year. I think we lost 4 of our 6 Champions League matches. Or like, we lost 4 of the 6 games right before the Champions League matches due to the rotated squads. The ones after Christmas weren't as bad. I don't think I didn't rotate quite as much because they're usually... It's always easy games that we get in the 2 games after Christmas. I feel like they always put the 2 pot 4 teams there for some reason. 3-0. Bokshay and Janosch scored again, chat. And Bokshay, on his debut, I think his debut, scores a goal. The Shadow Man. The Shadow Boxer. Goal for Sem. Good goal. And also Janosch scores. And you know what that means, chatto? It's worth noting that Haladash are just putting down an incredible season so far. Plus 22 goal difference is actually filthy. I mean, ours is obviously filthier, but they're doing a bloody good job of it themselves. All those signings they made certainly help. Oh, we just have to... Damn. Wow, it's the first time in this save we've actually had to pay one of those. I suppose, perhaps, yeah, but I am actually quite happy with the ones that I'm using, really. I see no reason to change it right now. Say it is too late. What does that even mean? Too late for what? It's the 10th of August. The window doesn't shut for years. Wait, he's the youngest player? Oh, that's amazing. He's just become the youngest player in the history of the top flight. Oh, youngest goal scorer in the history of the top flight. A record that is nearly 150 years old. That's amazing. Late for the season start. I don't even know. What does that even mean? Hungary's great, Henry. Genuinely, we are killing it this season. 8 teams in Europe, 5 in the Champions League, and at the moment, they're all going through. Doesn't the German season start quite early, if I recall? I might be totally wrong about that. Wow, Spartacus are dreadful. That's a shame, but I think we've kind of done our part there. Even though before, oh god, yeah. 8 teams in Europe is... I've never had 8 teams in Europe before. Coefficient is stunning. We are... Stunning? We're second at the moment, but on the year, we're actually ahead of everybody by a considerable margin. We are killing it this season. Oh, right. That's another break there. It's the final international break. It'll be fine. Doesn't sound as if Spurs contract leaves in the... Oh, that would be hilarious. That would be quite funny. First place, it is possible. Like, 3 people from chat have already made it happen. And I feel like it could be done. Now, they did take longer than I might actually have. So I thought, oh, hello. Let me guess. Cardozo? Oh. 50k, fine. Nakas? 400 grand. Fuck it, we'll just take the money. We've got 4 Champions Leagues. But we really should have had more, honestly. We were quite unlucky in a couple of recent finals. Not last year's final, that was fantastic. But we have had a few sort of unacceptable defeats. The one that really sticks with me is the Bayern one. No, we watched the Champions League matches. Because otherwise we'd just be sat here watching us clap teams in the league in games that don't really matter all that much. And every season would take 3 times as long as they currently do, and therefore we wouldn't make the progression that we want. So we watched all the Champions League matches. Sometimes we watch league games too when we're out of the Champions League, which does happen from time to time. Hasn't happened in a while, but we do tend to do that. What will happen is usually, once we go out of Europe, we'll start watching league games. We usually spend the stream building a new tactic just for funnies. Bruno Di Bonito. I guess he feels bonito. No, not the start of the save. Oh, God, no. We only started simming games once we knew that we were comfortably going to be able to win all the league games for the most part. And if we lost a few, it didn't really matter. League table, yeah? 1 sec. I'll just send those guys all around again. That's the current league table. We're actually only 2 points clear because Halash are obviously a ridiculously good team as well. That's just purely wages, Anarith. Like, we're spending 3 million a week in wages. It's lovely to see you, Henry. I hope life's treating you well, my friend. But we still don't even have the top scorer in the league. Harris is just on a different level. Nah, Koulibaly is actually in the under-19 squad at the moment because I figured he'd get more game time playing there than not getting game time in the top squad. Although I think he has ended up in the top squad anyway a few times. Wow, Milan. Hey, guys, have you considered having a youth intake? Just an idea. Although we have just lost to FC Copenhagen's youth team. Then again, theirs is absolutely stacked. And Koulibaly actually played in that game. Damn it. Abdelnaby, I think he's still at City, isn't he? Yeah, still playing for City. 37 years old. And he still has 2 years left on his deal. He's certainly not the pace merchant he was. I think he had like 19 pace at one point. We're all 25-year-olds. Giamotto away at Dortmund, but we've already seen that Dortmund are fallible. Kishvada hosts Liverpool, not a lot of chance there. Halalash Shakhtar and Debrecen. You just never know what happens when Spurs are involved, right? Okay. Full strength squad in. Except we want Edvaldo. Yamin's not back yet, but I'm happy playing Manier. Oh, he's got an injury as well. Bloody hell. In that case, it looks like it is going to be Bartechko fullback. Not ideal. He actually has decent physical. I think it's because his physicals were so good that even with the drop-off that you'd expect, it's just taking a bit longer for him to drop off. That's kind of sick, Darren, because that means that literally, if you were in a situation like we are this season, you would literally have every team in the top flight in Europe. Except technically no, because you'd have 2 teams that were relegated the previous year in Europe as well. Oh, we checked earlier. There's 15 players still playing. There's a few 39-year-olds and a few 38-year-olds. 5 of the remaining 15 players are Swedish as well, which we don't really understand, but it is a fact. Okay. Cool. We did that. So Chera's work rate is certainly going to help him in that role. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, cool. Never press him. We'll leave that off. Edvaldo's unsure. Well, buddy, consider this certainty, which I'm giving you now. Okay, maybe not. Swedes are apparently resilient, yeah. They've got the Well of Everlast. No, what's the one I'm looking for? The Fountain of Youth, that's the one. Right, FC Copenhagen. This should be a straightforward game, but they just never seem to be against these guys. They always do much better than I expect them to. I feel like this is going to be a tough game in terms of the other games. Like, there's no real easy winnable games. Maybe Haladas should beat Shakhtar fairly comfortably, but Debrecen away at Spurs is tough. I expect them to probably lose that. Guzvada will lose to Liverpool, and I think Giamot will probably lose that too. This might be the first sort of slightly subpar date. There you go, already losing. That we're going to have in Europe this season. But that's fine. We've already established a gap, and we've still got the other competitions to pull it back for us. Oh, Durin's in. Durin. Oh, nearly. No, Blaz, what are you doing? That probably should have been a goal. And Liverpool lead through an own goal. It's 2-0 to Dortmund. Yeah, it's going to be one of those games. I wouldn't be surprised if Shakhtar actually took something off Haladas as well, annoyingly. Oh, Darwin's got them back in it, though. They're not dead yet. I mean, Dortmund have already proven that they can be beaten very comfortably, but maybe Giamot aren't quite at the Haladas level of quality yet. It also seems like we improve in the second halves of these matches. Like, we've done very, very well so far, but it took us a while to get going against Feyenoord. Still won 5-0, admittedly. Uh-oh. Don't let him turn. Oh, Christ. Oh, my God. That actually was quite close to going in. Neil Brock makes it 3-0 to Bayern already. 2-2-all. Blanco with the penalty. They're back. Giamot are actually back in the game. From 2-0 down against Dortmund in the first half. They've got real chops. They've genuinely got Champions League quality, I feel like. Now, remember, we want 8 or 9 points for the other teams. That should be enough to get them through. Oh, Blaz off the base. Offside. They do seem to have... I think we do have very good physicals. That definitely is a factor in it too. No finals today, Jeb, sadly. That'll have to wait like another week. But at the moment, if it carries on like this, it could be quite a lot of finals because we've got 8 teams in Europe and they're all killing it. So, if anything, this year we could be looking at like an all-Hungarian final in one of these competitions if it carries on. Well, it would have to be the Europa League or the Champions League. If we had an all-Hungarian Champions League final, that would truly be astonishing. Edvaldo's in. Oh my God, we've hit the woodwork again. Okay. It's coming. The goal is coming. It's going to be okay. We'll probably win 3-0 with second half goals again, but there's a lot of posts being hit. Janusz play it. Janusz hasn't played in this game. No, God, no. Yes, if we were ever in a Champions League final against another Hungarian side, I would absolutely play Octotrek because the benefits of them winning it is enormous. Because you get the same coefficient either way, but they'd get reputation boosts that would be absolutely vital to their success. So we wouldn't throw it so much as play Octotrek, which is admittedly the equivalent, but it will be as fun as fuck final. Oh, teams no longer move between content. No, only in the qualifiers, yeah. At 2:15. Oh, okay, sick. I have had to tell chat about a lot of that already, because otherwise people were just asking about it. And plus, I didn't realise it wasn't already well known. 2-0 there. That's a happening thing. Yeah, watch us play Octotrek, but still win the match. That would be a very us thing to do, wouldn't it? Still 0-0 between Shakhtar and Haladas, which is a bit concerning. And Debrecen have gone down, which makes me think that they might have lost or are losing to Spurs. Concerningly. Neon Shadow Pro, thank you very much for the follow. Here we go. Right, Mihal, come on, buddy. What is that touch? Please square it. Thank goodness for that. Blaz again, 27 goals on the year now. He only got 36 all of last year. Might have created a monster. I'm looking forward to seeing it now. I'll scream for 4 seconds. 4 seconds is more than enough. Plus, it gets rid of my mug for a bit. A draw for Giamot there would actually be fine. I'd accept that as a result. Oh, Haladas are winning. Wait. Hang on. They must be winning. It's just not updated there. Debrecen losing, unfortunately. But Haladas have to be in front because they're up to 10 points all of a sudden. So I think it's just a delay. It's 2-0 now. Gabriel Hardy for Spurs. Uzelax. Oh, Christ. Oh, Christ. Oh. That could have been bad. Also, Uzelax, he definitely used to play in our league. There we go. Zivkovic, of course. Who else? Hardy's wife's at it again, yeah. Edvaldo's not had the best game. Maybe give Kev a little run. Velasquez has been kind of poor, but I don't think we can really take him off here. Romero's looking aggressive, and I kind of don't want to risk that. Maybe get Nieto off for Raposo? God, I feel bad for Raposo. Oh, excellent. I'll check off the stream. Not that I have much time after the show. I'm going to have to respond to Kev and that, and then I have to get a really early table. Cool. This is quite a bad performance from by our standards. This is actually quite poor. But the win is wins, and that's what matters. Us winning, Haladash go to 10 points. I think they go top 8 again this year. Mihal, slip him in. Go on. Oh, go on, Kevin. On the chest. Not a bad attempt from the keeper to save that, but it is 2-0. We are going to win 4 out of 4 in the Champions League. If we would manage to go 3 years in a row winning every single group stage game, that's good business. All I want now is a late winner for Giamot or something. Oh, no! I've jinxed it, and they've missed a penalty. No, tomorrow's the date with Patrick. Things I dream about. That's good for us. Bad for Hungary. Because Giamot lost. They've let us all down there. From 2-0 down and missed a penalty. It's little things like that that just... Because you know they're good enough to get a result there too. Given how easily... Fuck. So 3-2 defeat. We win. They lose. It's all about Debrecen. Nah, Debrecen can't have won. 4-0 actually to Spurs. Who are down in 20... That was Spurs' first win of the entire tournament. So bizarre. But Kujvada are still... Bear in mind though, Giamot are the worst of our teams at the moment. And they've still looked fine. They've got 5 points after the halfway stage. They're still on for 10 points, which would be comfortably enough to qualify. I think we could get all 5 through. At the very least 4. Haladash are already through. Debrecen are basically already through. Like... But the bonus points for qualification would be absolutely obscene this season if we got them all through. Imagine if we got another one in the top 8 as well. Right, Thursday will tell us all we need to know. Ferencváros away at Austria Vienna, that's tough. Honvéd away at Villarreal, very tough. And Kekshmet hosting Tondela. That should be a winnable game for them. It's not easy games. This is obviously a tough fixture day all round. But there was bound to be one. It feels like we hadn't really had one just yet. Ferencváros lose. Ah, that's shit. Budapest Honvéd. Draw. Good result. And Tondela beat Kekshmet. That's disappointing. Have you managed it? No, I haven't managed it. The only team I've managed in this save is MTK Budapest. The team we're currently in charge of. Tondela are mid-table. They have... not the best day for us there. They're still looking good for qualification, which is the main thing. But Ferencváros 12th and Honvéd 15th. I think they'll both end up getting top 8, but it will just take a little while for some easier games to come along. Not ideal, though. Lancaster Stevenson, thank you very much for the follow. For the follow? For the follow. Yeah, Tondela, you're right. They must have been second. That's kind of cool, actually. Maybe they won a cup. Let's just see. No, it appears not. It appears that they've qualified outright. Champions League teams actually are doing the best this year too, which is ridiculous. Right, coefficients. 8.1. So we've actually lost the lead to France. They had a huge day. We're still doing very well. And actually still ahead of England on the year. But France are having a bloody lovely time. But 8 points at this stage is still phenomenal. We'll absolutely take that. Roma's under 18s, they'll probably have some players, won't they? Yeah. I read that originally as Andrea Miao. Oh, they won the... Oh, my days. That's awesome. So that would have been like, what? They must have still finished pretty high up in Portugal to make that happen, because I don't think Portugal have as many as many European places as we do. Well, certainly not as many as we do. We've got way too many. Got more than we know what to do with. So there's another international break there. Top 6. Yeah, so they must have probably come 6th. Well, they've had to have come 6th, right? But that's still pretty good for their first season up. And the fact that they've already won 2 games in Europe, including beating Kekshmet. That doesn't make any sense to me. Kekshmet beat Sporting away from home, but they lost to Tondela at home as well. Standard European malarkey. I swear to God, if we get 5 teams through in the Champions League and don't get a single team progress to the round beyond that, my brain might just explode with fury. Yeah, Tondela have clearly got mad quality about them too, which is surprising. In Hungary, basically, it's nearly that. Like, last season, it was... The only teams that didn't get Europe were the 9th and 10th place teams. All relegated, anyway. I think 8 is most likely the most we're ever going to see in Europe in a season. Ferencváros beats. Oh, you're right. It was, wasn't it? Didn't Keksmet beat someone big as well, though? But yes, you're right. You're totally right. Oh, it was Roma. Who, again, still a massive result, though. Considering Roma have won both of their other games. So, to me, if they're good enough to beat Roma, they should be good enough to beat Tondela, really. Especially at home. Right, Girmont away. Does Duran actually need a rest? Yeah, he probably actually genuinely does. But that means 7 time. That's always what this means. Darwin the Lion, by the way. What a player he's been for them for a while now. Okay. I can see he's dropping points here, actually. Even though it's a full strength side, in theory. In Ireland, yeah, because I think Ireland was a 10-team league. So, once we had 7 teams in... Wow! Once we had 7 teams in... Wow, Sem had a dreadful game. Once we had 7 teams in Europe, in Ireland there was a situation where there was only 1 team that didn't qualify for Europe or get relegated every year. Imagine if we'd managed to get 8 teams in Europe once. Although that system wasn't in place back then. Ah, Debrecen finally started winning games. It's about bloody time. Us dropping points against Girmont is kind of poor there. Though Halash at least helped out on the same day. It's going good, Leaf. It really genuinely is. If it wasn't for that last round of matches, we'd be in absolute dreamland right now. The most teams you can have in Europe, 11. The most teams you can have in a European competition is 11. So the way that would have to work is 7 through normal means, 8 by being one of the top 2 teams in coefficient the recent years, and then the other 3 positions would have to come from teams outside of European positions, winning the Champions League, Europa League, and Conference League. That's the way you'd get 11 teams in Europe, and it can happen. I've seen a save in one of my test saves with England where they had 11 teams in Europe. It was mad. I think what really helped it was Chelsea came like 11th, but won the Champions League or something. Have you had teams relegated to the second division? What do you mean? I'm not sure I understand. Yes, there is relegation to the second division. Sorry, in Europe. Huh? I'm now really don't understand, I'm afraid. Do you mean the second division in Europe? Hello, Leaf. It's the second Leaf. The OG Leaf. How are you? Oh, relegated. Sorry, my bad. I'm an idiot. Yes. Relegated teams in Europe. Yes, we have. One time, I think it might have been Budapest Honvéd got into Europe one time when they were relegated. It nearly happened with Ferencváros. Defeat about before you lose against them. I don't know. It's not something I've given a lot of thought to, if I'm honest. A good amount, I'd say. I'm excellent, Leafy. Genuinely. Other than the back pain. From this point, we're on. But, yeah, if I could just not be in agony, that would be awesome. But it isn't as bad, I suppose. Just do that again. Oh, so nice. Let me get my tennis ball out. I can lay on that for a bit. Don't know where I put it. Oh, ignore the way I'm sat. Just here for the vibes, chat. It's fine. Just keeping an eye on some other things as well. How's the video doing? Why is YouTube being so slow today? There we go. Oh, people seem to be enjoying it, which is a good sign. I will absolutely take that. Carrying Hungary. Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. It's the back pain from carrying Hungary up the coefficients. Yeah, it's usually from a cup win. In fact, yeah, I think it definitely did happen once, which is why we started to prioritize the cup for a few years. But now, as long as we get to the final, we're okay with throwing it. But you can't throw it before the final. What am I doing? They're not good enough. It's not happened as far as I know in this save. We did have a team get quite... Actually, I think Debrecen were relegated at one point in this save and did get to the cup final while they were also top of the second division. And we absolutely clapped them as we had to, because we didn't want them being in Europe as a newly promoted side. It would have been dreadful. But that happened quite a long time ago. But that's the one example of that I can think of. I think there has been another situation where someone definitely did win a cup whilst also getting relegated. It's weird how it's now telling me the... There's a lot of injuries there. Wagner's Milan. 32 million for you. No. Obando? What are we saying? I do like the name. Jidevert. Or Heidevert. And he's got good temp pulse. Not the quickest. Oh, those wages, though. Those are obscene. I'm not going to give him 12 grand a week. Like, he's solid, but it's the weird wage demands. They're just so high. Hungarian national team, I don't know. They were like 70th nearly last time. Actually, last time we looked, they were 69th. And they are 70th now. I was right. They're not doing very well, despite the amount of players that have joined their ranks through naturalization and whatnot. I'm a bit surprised that they haven't done better than that. They've only, I think, qualified for one major tournament in this entire save. It's mad. Oh, Durin's just won Goal 50 as well. Has he won that back-to-back too? I think he might have done, you know. Hovland? Actually, he's quite decent. Don't mind a bit of him.
I'm the Pope.
Yeah, they've had some very strange man. At one point, Callum Davidson was the manager. Svdonix, thank you for the follow. Yep, Durin wins Goal 50 for the second year in a row. So he's won the Ballon d'Or and Goal 50 2 years in a row now. We got any players in here? I know we can just check. Oh, there's Baumeister. Giddy in there too. What's he looking like these days? I think I do regret selling him for as cheap as we did, honestly. Bobby Tree still knocking about in there. Yamin in the list. I should just look for our players. Nieto's on the list. Wow. Go on, Saz. Show me. Show me the goods. Actually, that sounds a bit dodgy. Don't do that. Show me whatever you want to show me. Pay increase. Wait, he's getting... Oh, whoa. Where's the 5 stars gone? Ooh, let's have a look. Hang on. What am I specifically looking for? Oh, you've got the bars back. Is that what we're looking at? Your request out of stock. No more circles. The circles I don't think are bad. It's just they don't work properly and they don't tell you any information. Okay, they are kind of bad. Dills, thank you for the follow. I don't know why the Yoga was out of stock, actually. We still have Hulk Yoga. I always just kind of do Hulk Yoga anyway. But I don't know why it shouldn't be out of stock, because unless I accidentally ticked it the other day. Wait, LeVegas? Oh, he's the goalkeeper, isn't he? It's his first Uruguay cap. Brilliant. Gornick. Wow, you have no players. All right, fair enough. No youth next year, then. Wait, Bayern... Hang on. Whoa. What's that? Bayern making a move for Leon Vorgen. I hope they don't, but if they do, I hope it's for huge money. Chat. Halalash have a player who is valued at £167 million. And if they don't get over 100 million for him, if they are going to sell him, what's Sharjeel actually like? I know he's Norwegian. Oh, he's ridiculous. They paid 9 million for him. If they sell him, then they're going to be stacked with cash. They better not sell him for less than 100 million, though. I'll be livid if they do. Like, if they get... they better get at least 100 million. Really, if that's me, I'm getting over 150 million, probably. Because I drive a hard bargain. But Halalash are pussies, apparently. Pussio! Sorry. Pog and I were doing that again where we were having a competition to see who could say that the most aggressively. Have a release clause? I don't think so. Hang on. We'll see if we've got him scouted enough to know that information. I don't think we would know that information. No. We'll scout him, though, just to find out. Send Gonzalo to have a little look. Halalash... Oh, not again. You got back straight. Buddy, I feel your pain. I believe me, buddy. I understand. Oh, where's my injection? So you put the folder in games. So documents, sports interactive, FN23 games. That's where the .fm files go. And then it should just show up as a normal, like, save file. I might do another edition of Make This Your Next Save next year as well. Because I know some people did find that kind of helpful. And I didn't really know what I was doing as far as YouTube at the time. So... Oh, no, we already did, didn't we? Hungarian playing at main roster by any chance? Well, so the biggest prospect... We don't have a lot of Hungarians in our main squad. Actually, I'll tell you what, we do actually. What we're talking about. We have one particularly good one. Who's apparently pissed off on international duty. Let me find him. That's he. Mario Mihail. He's Hungarian. Actually came through in Serbia. No, sorry, Croatia. He came through at a Croatian club, but he is Hungarian. So he's a little bit excellent, as you can imagine. Still only 67 caps for Hungary, actually, which is baffling to me. But we also have a youth prospect who's just come through this season, or last season, and we're very excited about old Janosch. Yeah, we saw about the ACL injury for Courtois. Hey, Root. But yeah, that's about as far as it goes. Basically, because of the way that the save's working, it doesn't allow us to prioritize Hungarian youth talent because there isn't a lot of it, unfortunately. And we would not do as very well if we only relied on it, sadly. But it seems to have improved in recent years. Still no call-up for Jan. Bear in mind, he's still only 16. He must be getting under 23 caps, right? No, Zoltan's still going. Zoltan's not even that old, by the way. Like, I think he's still like in his 20s. He's only 28. He's having a lovely old time. He's got 261 games for them. Catalan, yeah, really? That surprises me. Like, actually surprises me. Oh. God, we need a nice lay down after this. I'm excellent, Rue. How are you, friend? Bit of that. Darla's back, finally. See what Swansk have got. Ah, Swansk, you've got nothing. Damn you. Braga? They do have players, but it's more likely their youth team that's going to be more interesting to us. P1 got it. Thank you for the follow. 42 today. Happy birthday, my friend. That's very awesome of you to join us on your birthday. Chat, can we get some HHHHHBBBBs in the chatto? Honestly, I'm prioritizing speed at the moment. I'll come back to those. Oh, he's actually officially signed for Bournemouth now. Tip a set down. Ah, yes. And I imagine the wages are a bit dodgy too. Palpika, thank you for the follow. So Budapest and Chelsea, and then it's after Chelsea, we've got an easy game to finish off, don't we? Tonko Svarthud, thank you very much for the follow. I'm sorry I've said your name appallingly, I'm sure. Wait, what? Huh? Actually, he's really good. A Hungarian Vietnamese player who we got from Lyon has just got a cap for Hungary. There you go. Latest Hungarian international, Nguyen Van Giang. Enjoy. And also, no. Oh no, as if Gary's become Hungarian too. It's Hungarian Gary. Gaja. How is he getting cap? Man's he's only had 7 substitute appearances in the 2nd division, and this is the level of quality that they've got in the Hungarian national team. He's played 7 substitute games in the 2nd division, and he's just got a Hungarian cap. Hungary. Oh, there we go. Francisco Amaral looks quite poggy. Garrosh White. Even his name of being Gary White, actually, I find quite entertaining. I'm not sure why. Janosch improved a lot as a footballer, has he? A lot of red arrows there. Like, it might be because of just over-training him, potentially, but... Benfica's under 19's standard. I don't think I've ever got one of these reports where not had 4 or 5-star potential players in it. They just, even at our level, they just continue to produce these. Just got Hungary. Great shout. His name's Hungary with... His name is Gary with one R as well, so I can't even change it. We're just going to call him Hungary. Boom, boom, boom. Cool. We're making great progress, my friends. It's all going to be fine. Hungary? The reason I don't want to say Hungary is because I believe that can also be a pejorative. Damn, a Canadian. Matt, every time he sees a Canadian. Damn, look at you. I'm in Saskatoon, chat. Good signs. Also, Zuri have done an underrated job at actually maybe staying up this season. So good for them. Oh. Gary Hungary. I just like calling him Hungary. Because then people will be like, what? Bit like Beth England playing for England. Well, except not like that at all because he's English and he plays for Hungary, but that's not the point. You don't have to agree with my methods, but you have to accept them. Right, rotation, which means Janosch is back. Back from the brink. This is... right. Wow, our Kyrgyzstan player gets a run out. Okay. We'll give you a little run in there too, maybe. Lucas... we'll get Janosch in for Edvaldo. Carpenter probably can start, actually, to be pretty safe. And then Sem, despite being utterly awful in that last league game, I will give him another chance. How do you know where Saskatoon is? Well, it's Canada, isn't it? Lauren Jones sent it off. We talked about it Tuesday stream, but I just thought it was utterly idiotic and unnecessary, and I hope she learns from it, really. It sucks. But at least the England women's team have now entered their banter era of unnecessary red cards in major tournaments. It's progress. We don't want Romero either. We want Soros. Cool. That'll do. Saskatoon. Yeah, I don't know why I was thinking about it. It might have been that they mentioned it on a hockey podcast I was listening to this morning. That might have actually been the reason. Kyrgyzstan, he's still getting caps for Kyrgyzstan. And that's about all I can really update you on him because I haven't really seen much of him. I think this will be his debut for us. Technically. Oh, so you've basically got the Mali Steve Bruce there, Manila. Or the Malayan Steve Bruce. Well, yeah, it's a very specific... Like, it's not generalized hockey. It was DMVR Avalanche podcast. Rest of the world set in Canada. I don't know what it is, but that sounds awesome. Sounds like something I would enjoy. Send with a hat trick. That's more like it. Janosch with 2 assists. I'm telling you, starting him on the right, no matter what happens with that, the match engine in the simulated game seems to really like it when we start him there, even though they swap sides. And you know what that means, chat? Where's my button? Boom. Yeah, that's right. Oh, Sharks. Yeah, they're not probably in for a great season, are they? It's fine. You might still finish above Columbus, perhaps. Good result for us, though. That's good. Victoria's a good one, actually. Ooh. Alpha Mendez is such a... Alpha as a first name, I'm really enjoying. They've got Ukrainian in their youth intake. That's kind of dope. Let's go down to 19s. Yeah, it's probably for the best there. Don't do that, Matt. What are you doing? No need for it. I might actually have to change my jumper after this. I regret massively streaming in this jumper. Yeah, I reckon Vorgan goes to City in January. But hopefully it's for absolutely obscene money. I think they'll be able to replace him. The Sedin twins. Oh my god, yes. Sweden's very own. Was it Daniel and Henrik? I might be wrong about that. I always get confused when it comes to Swedish players. Let's say for those two. Because there's also Mats Sundin as well, the guy that used to play for the Leafs. So there's a lot of players with very similar names. Still not the greatest Swedish players, though, of course. Gabriel Landeskog. Even though he's not playing at the moment. Calamap, thank you very much for the follow. A Fulham transfer? What, in real life? Oh, well, we've got some money there. Peter Furs, but yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, even Avalanche, I suppose, but I guess. To be fair, Forsberg was an absolute killer when I first started watching hockey. Him, Sakic, around the sort of time. Hayduk, Tanguay. We're just hoping Kale stays fit this year. 1.7 minute. Hey, we'll take the money. Marcus Naslund. See, I didn't like Marcus Naslund just because he was a Canuck. I think he was a Canuck. It was during that time when the Avs and the Canucks had quite a heavy rivalry because of the whole Todd Patuzzi, Steve Moore thing. Let's try... Actually, go out on loan. I'd rather just sell you. Can we do that? Right. Sounds reasonable. Cup starts. Ease you in. Loan move. No, I don't want you to drop your concerns. I want you to want to be sold, Sene. God damn it, buddy. Up to the Patuzzi incident was pretty shocking. Imagine if that happened nowadays. Brendan Shanahan would have an aneurysm. I don't know if he's actually still in charge of that, actually, now that I think about it. I assume he probably is. Right, okay, Chelsea. Let's do this. Oh, Cross, we're going to play against Cardozo, aren't we? Well, we know he's going to score, presumably. No, not another one. Please don't... Oh, thank God he's got a Nigeria caps. I can't be asked paying more people's wages when they join the Hungarian national team and randomly get their cap. Particularly when it's English players. I'll just keep sending these around for them. Oh, hang on. Now we can see his release clause to see if he has one. Or apparently not. Hang on. I love that. It says extensive, yet you still can't see all their information. That's what I mean about it. Jimmy DeProy. Oh, right. So who was the guy that was the... Oh, okay. Sorry, it's just... I'm very Av-centric. I don't tend to follow much of the wider sport a lot of the time. Mostly just because the time differences make it very difficult. Oh, you're thinking of Eisenman, yeah. Previous games. Well, consistency is a factor in that. Like, their actual consistency as a number in terms of their attributes, but also just making sure they get ample rest. And I've also not really seen that be my experience this year. We've had players be very consistent for a long period of time. End of the day, how often do you in real life see a player that is consistently able to play at 100% and actually... And even if they're playing at 100%, they might not be scoring or assisting. You won't be talking, that's awesome. What do you do? Buying bids, you can bid him up. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, if City go in for that guy, we could actually just bid against them and hope that they'll bid higher amounts. Oh, a scout. That's dope. Debrecen City. Never mind then. Zirmot Shakhtar. Please, for the love of God, win that. Kishvarda Marseille. Please, for the love of God, win that. Haladash, you just never know with them. For all we know, they could actually end up winning that game. If they do, that is a real statement, right? Durin in there. Nieto, Velazquez. Yamin's finally back, which is awesome news. We want Edvaldo instead of Big Man of it. No, Philip Rolfmat. That would be a dreadful decision. Teixeira, Romero, Vilom, Montiel. Sensational. Cancel the bit at the last minute. That's a great point, Blackjack. It's win-win for us, really. So they are going with Cardoso through the middle, remarkably. 84 goals in a club season is pretty impressive. The most I've ever had doing the streams, at least, was 58. We've had that multiple times. I feel like Blaz could get it this season, though, if he carries on this kind of form. Right. I'm going to have a quick pee break and stretch my back off slightly. Maybe grab myself a little drinky poo. And I'll return momentarily, chatto. Back in a sec. The answer was Javier Marg. Or Marges. Marges? It was a bit of a deep cut one. I believe he was either... I think he was Honduran. He's still on the list, though. And therefore he counts. I thought that might be a tough one for you. I think I've thrown you too many easy ones lately. I've been trying to select slightly difficult ones, but I just scroll around the list and stop at random people. The other day it did it. It was just like, David Silva was like, yeah, they'll probably get that one. Okay, let's go. Chilean, yeah. Oh, Chile. Oh, yeah, sorry. I think that means I've just spoiled the nationality of the second one I have, which you won't see today, so hopefully you'll have all forgotten by Sunday's stream. It'll be fine. See Martin O'Neill talking into the balls instead of his microphone. No? Whenever something's brought up like that, I can only ever think of Rod Stewart doing the Scottish Cup draw. Nothing will ever be as good as that. I've played the wrong system. That's what I've done there. I have played the wrong system. We might have to... We'll start with it, and if it starts to look a bit dodge, we'll switch. This was the one game where I thought, actually, it might be best to play the other system. Oh, God, look. Cardozo, former player. Bergvold, Brandon Silva. I think that's all of them. Reece James, of course, the manager now. And Matavina damn nearly signed for us as well. Right. Let's make this happen. Let's make magic today. Only by Hungarian players. Holy shit. That will be quite difficult for you. What? I haven't even heard from Martin O'Neill in ages. I thought that was about to be given just straight off. Moyes is one of ours. I don't think so, but I wouldn't put it past him. Nah, he's 36 and I don't think he is. No. Dan Rhodes, if I assume he's in your save too, and then if so, there's a very strong chance he's facing the game. You also notice a lot of them spawn at the bigger sides as well, because people are often fans of those clubs. Has Chelsea's goalkeeper got an injury? Oh, it's just overshot during there. I think Chelsea's keeper might be a bit like playing half goal. Oh, that's an injury. That's not an injury. That's a penalty for us. I think Blaz is on these, right? Yes, he is. Okay, cool. They haven't in this save minute, I don't think, just because we're the ones that are active playing as MTK, and I think that sort of stops us from having so much quality that they would do in a normal save. But it was really useful to have that affiliation at the very start of the save, right? Come on. Blaz Durin from the spot. Can he score another goal this season? Yes, he can. Never doubted him for a second. What's that? Number 28 of the year before Christmas. Well, he's definitely beaten his record from last year without a shadow of a doubt. And he's even doing it in the big stage too. Cozier! Thank you for the follow. We'll take it. It's a penalty, but we do lead, and that's the main factor. And Haladash are beating PSG away from home. It is PSG 0, Haladash 1. Pavoni with the goal. He's a new guy, actually, that I gave them. He came back from his loan at a second-tier side, wanted a much bigger challenge, and he's gone to Haladash, and he's genuinely excellent. So he could be the next, like, Edvaldo, potentially. I think he's the guy that's going to basically replace him. God, imagine if they beat PSG. A 1-2 of Hungarian sides in the top two spots would be mad. Drew is it again here. Keeper's out from... Oh, nearly. I think the defender got a touch on that. Wait, is he offside? Oh, okay. Let's not forget as well, Kishvada are winning too. I don't know who they're playing, but they're winning. They're winning at Marseille. Huge result there. Holy shit. Hungary are massive. Long way to go still, of course, but this is good news. The best possible news. We really have taken a step forward. Edvaldo is... Oh, no. How did he not get fouled there? Get across to it. Just make the block. Good save from Liam Cooper again. I'm telling you, Cooper is the man. Edvaldo is the guy that was on loan at Haladash for the last, like, decade. But he finally refused to go back out on loan, so he's now returned to the bosom of MTK, with which he can be an absolute world beater, because he's genuinely superb. So since we had no choice but to keep him, he's gone straight into the first team squad and is genuinely excellent. And not only that, but he plays well in the match engine too, which is exciting. Oh yeah, it is Arsenal versus Manchester United, which is only going to be worse. Because that means England are going to guarantee themselves yet more dropped points. Ah, Giddy with the penalty. Levels. Oh, over the bar. We're actually playing pretty well considering we're playing the full strength tactic here. At Stamford Bridge. Should we go in hard on their goalkeeper? Don't know if that's really going to make much difference, but... Sod's Law, Blaz will now 2-foot him. We've managed to do quite well to dodge playing any Hungarian sides. I don't know if the others have the same luck, because we actually don't know their schedules, because I haven't looked at them. But so far, none of them have played each other, which is a good sign. That would be really bad. I suppose it would guarantee coefficient points, especially if one of them was technically the other one's pot 1 team, because it means that we'd guarantee ourselves coefficient. But I think still, with the quality we have now, I fancy them to give any game a good go. Oh, no, he's going to square that. Oh, that's a dreadful clearance. Well, it's actually a very dreadful clearance as well. Oh, nice. Go on, Yamin. Fine, Blaz. Drop it back into the middle, please. Oh, lovely football. Nieto, where's the overlapping run? There it is. It's Mihal for 2-0. 2-0. In we go. Mario Mihal. Jasiba Nieto again. What a signing he's been. For £2 million. He's godlike. Lovely work. I love the way that Blaz dropped deeper to pick this up and then found Nieto who just helped. Look at that vision. He's a different level. We've picked up some absolute monster quality this season for very little money. Hartek can go, well, I just figured because he's injured, maybe we can make it worse for him. Because we're mean like that, you see. If Haladash take anything at PSG, then I think they're definitely another top 8 contender. But we've got some other teams now that are getting enough points that they're starting to verge on that as well. What is... Cooper saved that one as well. Liam Cooper is the real deal. He has looked nothing but world class in every game we've played so far. Like, he tips out of the bar. Oh. Wales, it would be a big challenge and it would be absolutely pointless. So no, we're not doing Wales. The Brexit rules basically make it impossible to sign players for us in that, and it would just be an absolute slog. So yeah, not doing that. Super Cooper indeed. Diego Romero's having a poor day. Everyone else is doing okay. Edvaldo's not doing amazingly. How is Cooper only on a 6.9? Like, he's made some genuinely top saves in this game. I think Halash are losing now. Oh, no, they're not. No, they're not. Kishvarda's still winning. Giamot's still drawing. They really need to win that. Debrecen, I think, are drawing as well. I don't know who against, but they are. Oh, they're drawing against Man City. Malta's going to be very hard, yeah. But Malta's going to be hard in a way that we are sort of able to control, if that makes sense. We can control the difficulty, so it'll be hard but fun. Uh-oh. Oh, cleared off the bar. We have taken a bit of a liberty in this game, I must say. I might actually switch to Fortress, because I think Chelsea is starting to find a bit of balance now. Yeah, Alice had all sorts of issues in Wales with her save, unfortunately. I'm tempted to switch. Doesn't matter to us, obviously. Liechtenstein, No, I mean, I should just tell you, we are doing Malta. There isn't like a debate about this. That is what we're doing. Liechtenstein wouldn't actually be that fun. Bear in mind, there isn't a league. So, it would kind of... And you already got one team. There's no other teams to root for. It sort of defeats the point of the save, I suppose. Nieto's ball in. Montiel off the bar. Oh. That's close. Yeah, what was the issue with the season tickets with Alice's thing? Because I assume there were other issues as well. Oh, Liam, no. He's gone around the keeper, and that's a simple finish for Cardoso. Yeah, he's given. Luckily, we got the second goal. But Klaxvik, what about him? Like, actually, obviously they're a good side and are doing incredible things in Europe. 2-1 to PSG. We knew it was too good to be true. Edvaldo's genuinely struggled today. Kevin's usually the man for the job in these sort of situations. And Romero struggled as well, so we get Sogos in. Constant coefficient, yeah, you can, but there's no other teams to root for, so it sort of defeats the point of the save, right? Like, the majority of the fun in this save at this point has come from us rooting for the other Hungarian sides. If we're the only team that matters what we do, then it's sort of just kind of doesn't really mean anything, right? So that's the problem. I get so much joy out of the fact that we have an indirect control of the other teams in some way. I think that Molde will probably win very comfortably, but then we could have... Everyone thought that about BK Häcken as well, right? Yeah, he is a match engine friendly goalkeeper, which is awesome because he's got good attributes, but the fact that he works well in the match... Oh, God, Cardoso's in again here. Okay. That's given as well. We've just conceded 2 goals out of nothing. The same goal twice, in fact. They've just... The striker we sold to Chelsea. Maybe I shouldn't have played this system. We've actually looked worse since we switched to it. Although I think we have... Nieto. Oh, he's gone for goal. Didn't improve at all, despite... yes. Debrecen 1, Manchester City 0. And bear in mind, the guy that they've just scored against Manchester... He's a former Manchester City player. It's not going amazingly for us here, but I think our best bet, honestly, is just to stick with what we've got on this system right now. Because if we go... Anything we do now will be more attacking. And I just don't trust it. We'll go with Lorival, though, for a bit. Try and freshen up that part of the pitch. Get Nunez and Lorival in, because they're basically both strikers anyway. Oh, no, please. Oh, I beg of you, don't let us turn this... Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, thank God for that. Oh. We're not making this easy for ourselves here. But it's the other scorelines I'm more worried about. I'd take a 2-2 draw at Stamford Bridge. It would be the first drop points in the group stages for a while. Giamot failing to beat Shakhtar is a bit concerning. Oh.
Do you know if there's a train coming anytime soon? Oh, yes, very soon. They are building it now.
Oh. Okay, well, we were a bit shit there. We threw that away, but it is what it is. Ayomide Boss, thank you very much for the follow. Literally, the MTK team are just, like, throwing it about here. Us and Haladash really letting the side down here. Luckily, Kishvarda and Debrecen both win. I think they might both be through, basically. That might already be enough points. Debrecen are above Haladash. They've already got 10 points on the board. They're through. They're through. That's 3 teams through. Kishvarda have 9. That's basically them through as well. It's only Giamot that are even still on the bubble here. And even they probably only need another win in their last 3 matches to get through as well. Surely there must be some English sides that are... Yeah, Arsenal are struggling against the bubble here. So that would sort of even it up a little bit, but my God. What is going on? They must still have some winnable games left. I want to just check what GM have got left in their fixtures. See if they've got one winnable game in there. The fact that was at home, though, is worrying because they've dropped some points in awkward positions. They play Bodder at home. If they can't beat Bodder at home, they deserve nothing because they have United and Tottenham in their final 2 games. I think they beat Bodder and then it's absolutely fine. Good lord. Oh, I fucking love this save so much. This might be the most fun set of games we've had. French Farish away at HJK. I swear to God, if you don't beat HJK, there will be hell to pay. Honvy's hosting Schalke, not easy. And Kekschmet are away at RFS of Latvia. They can't lose there. They have to win that. Oh, dear. Oh, double dear. Wow, 119 players in European player development. The next closest one is Porto. We're like 40 clear of them. Come on. Good day of fixtures for us. Right. Honvy with a massive win over Schalke. Ferencváros draw against HJK. Are you kidding me? Ah, great. And then lastly, Kekschmet do beat RFS away from home. So Kekschmet back up into 3rd spot. Looking good. Ferencváros now 16th in the Europa League, which is less good. Honved right on the case of... But they're only a point above them, to be fair. They're right in the battle. They should still be in a good spot to get top 8. That's good. French goal is playing like, which doesn't make a lot of sense considering how bad they were and how the other team didn't do anything. But there you go. Coefficients 9.5. We've still got one more. Wow. He might have said depend true. I think he would have said if they had, but they did go to the park. Well, they went to what used to be the Park Bench Stadium after all. I don't think they're technically. I think it's only their second team that play in the Park Bench Stadium now. Yeah, we're still miles clear of Spain. We are catching England, technically. We're top of the coefficients on the year. We've still got another... Wait, hang on. What? Frank Schwartz is on loan at Celtic from... Haladash are loaning players to Celtic now. That's the level of quality they're at. It's not doing well for Celtic so far, admittedly. Right, 3 more games, I think. And then we've got the final one, which is, I believe, relatively winnable, right? Giamot can do huge things for us if they can just... Oh, this is exciting. Oh, Gary... Wow. Okay, Celtic. Calm down with your production of players. Another ridiculous goalkeeper. Like, we got Liam from Cooper from Celtic, didn't we? Sure, they haven't just produced another Liam Cooper. Reflexes, ooh, one-on-ones are extremely soft. That's going to go up, obviously. Wait. I forgot that Hui Pesh had signed Dudu Balulu. It's just one of my favourite names of the entire save. Dudu Balulu. Now we played at Resin. Then Spartacus away. God help them. Actually, God help them. We beat them 10-0 on the opening day of the season. They must fear us. FIFA Player of the Year, come on. As if he's not... As if Blas isn't going to win that too. To be fair, he's actually won that already. The last 2 years. Christian Ronja. Thank you very much for the follow. I'm sorry if I've said your name wrong, but thank you so much. I do appreciate you joining us today. Right. Yeah, we'll go as full strength as possible, but that means Sem comes in. That'll do. Got a bit of a... Don't have to scout 1,000, but that is the thing about it. That's the only reason I feel like it works better than the other one for me, is because you just have to sort of do it as part of your normal routine. And just... Yeah, it's very first... It's time... I say time to. I think I did it in about 20 minutes the first time around, which obviously is, you know, is time that takes things. And... But after that, just add them to the back of the list. That basically... It does take the same amount of time, but you just don't notice it because it's done in the workflow. As you say. Ooh, close. Damn, they're actually quite good. Sean Smith is having a worldie. Oh, he was a Chelsea player, not a City player. 5 goals in the Champions League for Smith. He's a model citizen as well. Bloody hell. Oh, Sem, stop being injured, bud. Darla's getting an extra year as well. It's the only contract I'm allowed to offer him is that 1-year extension with the 1-year option in it. It's the only way I can give him like a new year. Because technically when I go to offer him a new contract, I can only actually offer him a contract that goes through to the end of the next year, end of the current year. But I have to put that clause in it. That's fine. He will be fine about that. It's Luke. Thank you for the 7 months. That is very, very kind of you. Hope you're having a lovely day. There's going to be Pro Dino. Someone needs to remind me in the Discord after stream or something. Obviously, I won't be around after stream, but at some point soon. And I can refresh the one we had from the previous years. That way, you'll all just be dumped straight back into it. Won the league. Maybe 20. Oh, God. That scared the shit out of me. When there's loads of options, I always get worried. No, it would be 19 years, I think, because we won the first... Dying. As in, I have errands, or I have a task to, I have prior commitments that I need to just, what's the word? Things to attend to immediately after stream, essentially. Which is why I'm hoping we can finish on time. We should be fine. But maybe I am dying. Aren't we all dying? You know? If you're not being born, you're dying. I don't know why I just struggled to say got shit to do. As if I needed some verbose version of that. Back for the final. Really? What was the ban then? It sounds real. This is true, yeah. Summers, thank you for the 5 months. Wow, thank you so much. I hope you're well on this fine day. I say fine, it's just very hot. Way too hot in here. I regret streaming in a jumper immensely. I'm not noticing any differences, but then I don't know what I really have to compare it to, right? Well, obviously, I have loads of but I have any like pure data. It feels fine. We're not getting huge amounts of injuries. We get a little injury here and there, but got Helen's to feed. But I do like the training schedules. I mean, and he's got the data to back it up, which is all I need. You know, I love me some data, chat. Ooh, here we go. FK Partisan, which means we're going to get their youth team in the next report, presumably. Oh, shit. What? Oh, hang on. Maybe that means we've already got the report further up the screen. Thankfully, there's still under 100 players on this list, so I can just send this around for the moment. During for a reward, of course. Right, here we go. Go on. Give me the qual. I swear to God, Partisan's youth development these days does not seem to be anywhere near on the same level as Red Star. Data is data are data. True. You could speak all the languages in the world and you've chosen to speak facts. Not 100% proved. I mean, I suppose, but it's like, I don't know what more he can really do with it from that point, right? So it's full strength here. Then rotation for the next game. And then success. I think players will always moan no matter what you do. Generally speaking, anyway, I've noticed that. They just seem to moan constantly. I don't think I've ever had a save right out of at least a couple of players that are moaning about something in training. And it's usually to do with the lack or there's too much of something. But it's usually down to their personality more than it is about the training itself, I think. If you look at that clump of players, usually there'll be something like a combination of personalities that causes them to complain about shit like that. Because they just don't want to work hard enough. So Blast didn't score again. Edvaldo with another 2 goals, though, is phenomenal. He's genuinely doing very well in the league. Literally the top average rating. 7 goals, 2 assists in 4 starts is not bad. What's that? Leniency? Oh, yeah. Lifeline after Nigeria red card. So how many games is the ban, then? Personal, no one's moaning. Oh, fair enough, you know. Each to their own. I mean, to be fair, I don't have anyone moaning either. 5-hour ride trip via the card distributor Vauxhall, the customer site to pre-arranged visit they weren't even in. Oh my god. That is some grade A nonsense. So, the best way I can sum up the stream, I would do interpretive dance, but I'm afraid I put my back out again, is... Hungary are massive. We have 8 teams in Europe, and they're all currently qualifying, including the 5 in the Champions League. Yeah, I mean, I think I've actually stopped appointing new physios at some point. We've got some very good physios, and they kind of just, that's kind of it. How's my run? It was good. We did like 6k of intervals today. I'm trying to throw in some interval trading before I actually start another plan at some point. I'm going to hopefully try out my new watch with some trail runs. A nice long trail at the weekend, because of the maps and stuff that I can now finally use. So that's going to be exciting. Particularly because my back doesn't hurt when I run. Is it high in real life? I don't know. I think it might have been because we had some work being done on the stadium through the first half of the season. So it might be the reason that we don't have full attendance for it. Because usually our matches sell out. Or do they actually? They might not do. What we need is the other Hungarian sides to start building new stadiums. Because then they'll hopefully get stadium sponsors to go with it. Yeah, but like I said, we had a half of our stadium closed, I think, for the first part of the season. And I think it does take that into account when it comes to the attendances. Although it's the percentage of attendances. I wonder if it takes that into account for those screens. It might not do, because it might just use your overall attendance max and not take into account the reduced capacity for those games. Although maybe that wasn't even last season. And it could also just be the fact that because we're such a big fish in a small pond, certain games are just not going to have the high attendances that we've had at times. Velasquez and Mania, what are we doing? This is not a youth. Hang on, Pick youth prospect. Puts 34-year-old in team. Yeah, no. Although, Romero might well have to start this game. Because he's not going to be fit for the other one. And it doesn't really matter who starts that game, honestly. Right, you will come in. Sem is back, so that's fine. Janos will come in, obviously. And then I guess we could do Big Manovic. I feel like he gets constantly taken out of the team. I don't want to give him a chance. 2 points behind. Yep, they are. Not only that, they're right next to us in the Champions League too. We've got 3 teams in the top 8 currently. I just want one of them to build a new stadium or something so that they can get the bonuses that come with that. Oh, wait, hang on. Velasquez. Oh, my days. Christ. We're going to play... Chato, you're in. Mubarak Chato is in. You've left me no choice but to play Chato. Cool. Well, maybe they wouldn't get the giant stadium sponsorships that we got if they built a new stadium. I'm hoping they would do, but I actually don't think they're going to do anything. Wouldn't be surprised if we lost this game. Because they're probably not filling their stadiums yet. I feel like if anyone's going to, Haladas. No, I think... oh, there we go. Oh, dear. Janos missed a penalty and Cañada was sent off. We might like... Oh, we're not even top of the league anymore. We are unironically not top of the league after 15 games. Haladas are doing one of those seasons, despite our plus 43 goal difference. We've scored 52 times this season. We're averaging over 3 a game. Yeah, I blame Chato, really. See, if I hadn't started you in the midfield, none of this would have happened. Cañada's banned. But I will take that. We should be able to get them after Christmas. One of these days, we're just not going to be able to get them, though. They're just going to randomly keep winning. I think we'd be... I don't know if we would be okay if we didn't win the title. I think we already have like precedent for what happens if we don't win a title in one of these saves, and we did not get sacked. Yeah, I mean, I think the algorithm is obviously going to be way more complicated than anything we could potentially figure out, even with like rigorous testing. But you can certainly get closer. Shibot are having a really good time of it this year. Debrecen, despite their Champions League form, are definitely not qualifying for it next year. There's just no chance. Schimberok. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't really pay much attention to the training. I just do what... Wait, what? No. Why would you leave? You're 30. Have a great time. Like, I used a training schedule we found on Steam. Then I used RDF's one for several months. And now I'm using Max's one. It's just something I don't know enough about and don't really have the patience to try and figure it out for myself, knowing full well that there are people much, much smarter than me on that can do that for me. And then I'm happy to promote the shit out of all their content because it's great. The Lauren James extended the Lauren James ban. I thought they'd been... Hang on, wait. That's contrary to what I've just heard. I thought they had not done that. I thought she was going to be back. 2 games now, isn't it? Wasn't it going to be 3 games, though, for violent conduct? How's that an extension? Surely it's... Isn't it normally 3-game ban for violent conduct, straight red card? Almost immediately. Or is it different rules because it's an international tournament? 1 game initially. Oh, really? To be fair, anything, that sounds like a good thing that it's only 2 games and not 3. I was expecting her to get 3. I guess it would be weird to get a ban like that out of... I guess over a full season in like a league tournament, it's slightly different to the World Cup where there's just limited matches, right? Well, okay, we're back to having shit youth intakes, chat. So enjoy it while it lasts. Ah, dear. We had a nice time. We're back for the 3rd place playoff. Surely she would make the final. If we were in the final, right? We're in the semi. You seem awfully confident about that. Have you got some like foresight that I don't know about? Oh my god, that's huge money. But sure. I do want to give him a contract. Well, I must say, we were very lucky against Nigeria. We did not play well at all. Actually, yeah, he's not going to get club games. So I'll just give him that for the moment. Just get him a contract. The last 8, last 4, then final. But that's 3 matches, not 2. And she's got a 2-game ban, isn't it? Faded Orochi, thank you for the follow. And yeah, it's standard intake for us in this save. Pretty much. It's what we normally get. There's barely been a season when it isn't like that. So the fact that last year was just the exception. Oh, God. Oh, I don't like the fact that I can feel my shoulder like moving underneath there and like not popping, but not even crunching, just making noises and making Making vibes that we don't want. Oh. Oh. Look. Hey, extra measure. Istvan. I think Reaver's still going. He's pretty decent. I think there's definitely something there. Oh, speaking of, by the way, Istvan Toldi now plays for PSG. The former Halalash dude. Left them at the end of last season on a free and now plays for PSG. Oh, thank you, Extra Avenger. Hopefully people enjoyed that video. And if you haven't seen it already, you've got something to watch after stream. Perfect timing. Believe me, the sitting in the chair is what hurts my shoulder and back. Ironically, doing that is actually very nice relief. Like, the most comfortable place I can sit right now is with my arm behind my back. Because it puts less pressure on my my rhomboid. But it's strange. The most uncomfortable position for me to sit in right now is being sitting like this, just normally. Which is very awkward. Oh, dear. Okay. Atletico away, but I think we're still good enough to go for the full strength side here. Durin, Michal, Nieto, Carpenu. Okay. No, surely Edvaldo. Even though he played a bit piss ball last time, he's definitely deserves a chance. Yamin, I guess, is suspended or something. Time for a new chair. It's not the chair, it's the strained muscle. The chair is not the problem. Right. Okay. Oh, wait, no. Whoa. I'm an idiot. Yamin is playing set. Why are we doing that? You can just put Manier in there, which means we can also, or we can put Bartechko in there. In fact, I think out of the two, I'd rather put Bartechko in there. What a weird choice. Yes, I did see it, Pog, but I couldn't respond to it because of the old streaming part. But I have seen, I have acknowledged the messages. In fact, shouldn't it show up as seen on your thingy? And I'll do my best to make it there in time, but it's, you know. Looks like we will at least finish on time, unless this game goes really long. But is that okay? Hang on. Let me read it again. Sorry, I didn't realize that was a thing that I could say okay to. I thought you were just telling me that was the time. Have I put it behind my back? I do not. But again, it's not the position. It's the fact that I'm sat. It's because of the strained muscle in my back. It's not the sitting position. It's any sitting position is painful because of the way that my shoulders have to relax. That's nothing to do with the pillows. I promise you. Believe me, I've tried everything over the last several days to try to make it a bit more comfortable at the moment time while it heals up. And it is getting there, slowly. I haven't had to take any painkillers in the last couple of days. So that's a positive sign. What if you were suspended from the scene? Now, that actually sounds great. To be fair, the one time that it doesn't hurt is when I lay directly on my back or on my side. Like when I'm entirely flat. Presumably because there's no vertical pressure being pushed down through my shoulder blades. Which makes sense. Get a standing desk. Standing up also hurts because you're still putting the pressure on the blades. Also, why would I get a standing desk because I have a minor injury? What we strained? Apparently it's the rhomboid major. Or so I'm told. Now Jello would be working. I love a bit of Jello right now. Right. Let's go. That game right there is the one that matters the most. Girmot versus Boda. They must win. Yeah, it sucks, but it seems to be improving slightly. It's only very minor. Like, it's like a burning sensation that sort of comes on when I'm in certain positions and I have to, like, just disrupt it. It's, yeah, a bit annoying. Oh, have I tried floating in the air? You know, I should try a full-on Alan Jones and try walking in the air. Oh, they're beating Bayern. They are beating Bayern. And Debrecen are beating Sevilla 2-0. What is going on in Hungary? Or as Pog would say in these situations. Kishvana are beating Leipzig as well. Literally the only team that aren't winning are us and Girmot. The two easiest games in theory. I'm telling you, Hungary is massive. Oh. Kishvana are 2-1 up now. It's all on the Girmot boys. They're so important to this. Like, a draw is something, but the draw would still only take them to 7 points. They need a win. A win pushes them on 9, and they'd be fine at that point. 9 points will get them through. But the other ones we're just not sure about. But at the moment, the other 3 are all looking like trying to get top 8 themselves. Oh. Yeah, I don't even know how I injured it. That's the thing. I mean, I suspect that it was a case of during the half marathon at the weekend. Oh, Durin's in. Go on, Blaz. Oh, good save. Because the next day, everything was sore, so I didn't notice anything in particular was sore about my back because everything was sore. And then as everything just kind of went away from being sore because it was just normal soreness, then it was just sort of left over. So it could have been jumping over a gate. It could have been various obstacles that we had to sort of get over during that race. So probably something like that. Or when I fell down that rabbit hole, honestly. That probably unbalanced my entire body. So that's probably what it was. Nieto's through and it's offside. Porto beating Chelsea as well, which is awesome news. I think Sevilla have got a goal back against Debrecen though, so I don't think it's out the woods yet. I felt one of my feet went down a rabbit hole. Yeah, that one was a jarring effect. I was overtaking someone because they were starting to flag a little bit. It was a very narrow path, and I ended up putting one of my feet down a rabbit hole. Whoa, fucking hell. We are very much second half MTK, a bit like the old second half Sunnyuska from back in the day. Yeah, if we lose both Arsenal and Spurs from England if they don't get through at all, that could be very, very good. And it would give us a great chance to gain a lot of ground back on England. Oh, shit. Oh, Cooper's there again. Our performance today has been very average. Edvaldo's really struggled. So has Blaz. In fact, the whole front line, other than Nieto, has struggled. This feels like a kind of Patrice Vallone header from a corner or something type of winner if we can get it. Yeah, I mean, again. Just need a runner. Somebody. There you go. That's the pass. Please find him. Ah, he just took too long about it. That's why we missed Romero. Oh, hang on. Oh, is that a pen? It is a pen. It is a very British problem, isn't it? Yeah. I assume it was a rabbit hole. Like, it was just a giant hole in the ground in the middle of like this field in Wiltshire or Hampshire or Wilthampshire. I don't fucking know. Penalty awarded. Right. Blaz, this is your chance to redeem yourself. You've not been playing well today, but let's just take advantage of the situation and hopefully put us in front here. The keeper looks ready. And Blaz scores. Is that a pothole? I don't think it was a pothole. It was clearly something like a rabbit hole. Like, it was deep. And from the... It's hard to explain, like, the scenario. It wasn't just, like, in the middle of a field. It was like... You know the paths around the side of fields? You get, like, the shrubbery in that. It was very much a, Webshire? It was definitely something... Some kind of animal home. Say Hans. So there you go. They say Hans. What is Hans? Where's Gretel in all this? Could have been a badger hole. Could have been any... It was a hole of some kind of animal. Imagine if you just join here. Just join the stream and I'm just like, it was a hole of some kind of animal. Oh. Like it could have been a lion hole. Woohoo! Bold. So 2-1 there. Still 0-0 between Giamot. A tiger hole? Easily. Totally possible. Thank God it wasn't wet. Oh, it was. It was pissing it down. Absolutely chucking it down. I'm really concerned that Giamot are going to let us down because they've actually had a ridiculously winnable set of matches. And they've just continued to bugger it up repeatedly. This is a goal. I think he might be offside there, actually. Wait, Cooper still got it. God damn. Thank you, DFB. That's really, really nice of you. It's lovely to see you back in here. That would be the worst, definitely. Let me just scroll this down so we can see where Giamot actually sit. Yeah, this is my point. They need a win. It's just not good enough. Then again, I could see them totally better the result against Spurs after Christmas. This was on Saturday, yeah. The weather was appalling. And I had the best time. Go on, Blaz. Defensive mistake, maybe? How did I 3 up against Bayern? That's ridiculous. They are so massive. No, Cooper has looked unbelievable so far. He's just an absolute rock of a goalkeeper. Like, his attributes are great, but he actually works in the match engine. I think he's the guy for the rest of the save now as our keeper. We need a runner. Nobody's making a run. Right, now we need a big ball over the top for Blaz, or a nice little... Sorgosh just doesn't play that early pass the way Romero does. And I think it really does cost us. Particularly in situations like this. Yeah, that's actually going to cost us a goal, isn't it? Oh, God almighty. Oh. Red card forced to retire. Wait. So I'm going to be doing a video probably at some point, which is the... you can't force players to retire as far as I know in the editor. I had a little look. So that wouldn't be possible anyway. But there is one where potentially an idea is that every time you get a booking, you get released. Which would sort of be the opposite of today's video, where the goal scoring would be absolutely off the charts because all the defenders would be gone. So that's something I'll probably look at. But I still want to make a video about that weird youth recruitment thing I've been doing. Messing around. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, come on. Goalkeeper. Fucking hate that shit. I don't think you can extend it as far as that, Bagpuss. There's the FM shoot. That right there is just FM goalkeeping. Like, what is he doing? The ball is... He takes a touch to put it directly in front of him. Fuck's sake. I think it's us we've got to worry about. Well, to be fair, as those of you that have seen today's video, at one point Manchester City played a centre-back up front. A centre-back that they signed as a centre-back. Giamot are leading. Oh, that's all I care about, honestly. Like, if we only end up drawing here, it sucks, but I feel like we'll get through, and that's really what matters. As far as I know, you don't get any bonuses for winning. Yeah, it was Rugani, yeah. So as long as we get through top 8, I'm not really asked about how we get there. It would be nice to go, you know, win the whole thing again, but we've already dropped points against... Oh, come on, Andrea! For fuck's sake! You are useless today! Romero's knackered and half injured, but I bet he'll be better. Man is just incapable of doing anything right. Okay. We have just looked a bit off in this game. It's going to give away a penalty in a minute. I was like, oh my god. They could have definitely scored more goals. If we get anything from this match, I think it might genuinely be... And it's an Ayala penalty as well. Ah, an equaliser for Red Bull, for RB Leipzig. Not that it matters too much, because Vardar are already fine. But that, look, would put Giamot up to 14th. Every Hungarian side is top half. Elite signings. We haven't made any signings today. Or have we? We haven't made any elite signings, certainly not. 2-0, Ayala with the goal. That puts them in the mud. Atletico have been very good in this game. It's one of our worst away performances for a while, actually. Maybe Atletico are just getting a bit better. Maybe I'm just undervaluing their quality. Because we've just not been at the races at all. Oh, it's 3-2, though. In that tie. Wait. Mihail? Oh, it's... Junior Portilla at the other end, our former goalkeeper, with the absolute clanger to allow Mihail to potentially bail us out here. Ah, Agent Portilla doing the business. Great header from Bartechka, but how is he letting that in? And that right there is why we sold him. That kind of nonsense. We lead away from home. Holy shit. What a day for Hungarian football yet again. We're going to get the win. Debrecen have... Come on. That's massive. I mean, I'm telling you, they're all through. Get more points if you lose. Online tournament where people try and make the worst tactic possible. No, I haven't. I don't think it'd be very good content. I mean, people are happy to do... More than welcome to do that, but I just don't think that would make for a very interesting video. So, at the moment, we have 3 Hungarian sides in the top 5 positions. That's ridiculous. Kisvada 10th and Giamot are through, basically, in 9th spot.
What a goal. Can't believe it's been 32 months already, Matt.
Shit.
Hope you and Pog are both good on this sunny day.
We're both excellent.
New PC will be here in 15 minutes.
Oh, wow. That is very Nero. Thank you very much for the 32 months video. That's very kind. I hope you're well. Like, 24th spot is 6 points right now, which is about exactly where we thought it would be. Giamot have 9 with 2 games to spare. We are killing it at the moment. Also, Real Madrid just lost again. Arsenal seem to be in a bit of trouble, and Giamot still have to play Arsenal and Spurs. I think they have to play 2 English sides, one of whom is Spurs. It might be Man United, actually. Right, Thursday, just to finish things off. I mean, we're going to be well over 10 points at this stage. Oh, they got Newcastle. Shit. And that's not easy either. Yeah, you're right. I think it is United and Spurs. Kekshmet. Oh, wait, Leon. My God, are they all right? Are they actually going to get through here? Watch it be them that somehow doesn't go through. Force every team to play Octotrek. No. You can't force teams to play certain tactics as far as I'm aware. And again, I don't think that would be that interesting. I think there's other ways that you can make things fun and interesting without having to do that specifically. Wow. Oh my God. A draw for Honvéd and a win for Ferencváros at Club Brugge. That's more like it. Now Ferencváros go back to 12th. Honvéd are still 16th, but they're still top half. I think they might both... Then again, look, there's only like 1 point covering all those teams. And lastly, Kekshmet lose 3-1. They're doing okay. I think they're still going to get through. No problem whatsoever. They're just not quite as good as the others. Oh, this is going to be a hell of a stream for the VOD. Let me tell you that. Right. One last check of the coefficient. 11.1. We've gapped England this year by 1.3 points. 11.1 after... With a 2 group stage games still to go. And that means another 16 matches still to be played for Hungarian teams in Europe this season. That is ridiculous. England are 5th on the year, and that's what losing Leeds United did. Holy shit. I reckon we get comfortable mid-20s this season if we keep playing like this. Giamot could knock England out further. Holy... We're going to have 5 teams in the Champions League knockouts, I think. And I think we're going to get 8 teams through to the knockouts in a single season. This has the potential to be... Particularly as there's a really strong chance the Hungarian sides could meet each other in the knockouts of the Champions League, which would guarantee us points and also progression and money too. They could actually meet them all the way along, potentially. They could, imagine they all end up on the same side of the draw somehow because of the... Wow. This is amazing. You were here for this, and I think the season's only going to get better from here. I did just save it, didn't I? But I'll do it again. Because I'm like that, you know. So, where do I send you lovely people today? Oh, I know who I'm sending you over to. The loveliest man in the world, that's who. Particularly as I owe him a message, because he messaged me earlier, and I need to respond to that before I leave this afternoon. Right. Boom. Imagine if there was a Champions League final in Korea. That would certainly work for us. Twilight, thank you for the follow. Yeah, there is a Sunday stream. In fact, there's 2 Sunday streams this weekend because we've got Sunday and then the playoffs in Sunday evening too. So double the fun. It's going to be a long day. Hopefully my back's feeling a bit better by then. So, yes, we're going to send you lovely people over to Kev. And also, if you haven't checked out the new video, do so. It's fun. What more do you want, eh? So, yeah, have a lovely rest of your week, my friend. I'm going to have a nice meal tonight and I'm going to enjoy my date with Patrick tomorrow night, which is going to be really, really fun. So, I'll see you guys soon. Hold your gun. Capybara. Bye-bye.